The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 28, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jake LaTurner to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from the lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Desert Storm and Battle of Mogadishu veteran John Magnus for his service to our country and to mourn his recent passing. Mr. Magnus and I graduated from West Point together in 1986, after which he served 9 years in the United States Army. His early aviator years were spent with the 4th Squadron, 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, where he was charged with conducting border surveillance in his Cobra gunship along 454 miles of the Iron Curtain, after which he spent 4 years with the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, proudly wearing the Night Stalker's name and supporting units like the Navy SEALs and Army Rangers. After time spent as a consultant for the United Arab Emirates, Mr. Magnus dedicated his time and talent to developing and enriching our communities through his work with Hillwood Development Company. Where Air Force bases lay vacant and unused, such as Norton Air Force Base, Mr. Magnus saw opportunity for flourishing. His efforts led to the commercial and industrial development of the San Bernardino base, now boasting of millions of square feet around the base. 15 years after he started this project, the development had contributed over $2.3 billion for the surrounding community. On May 18, 2010, Colonel John McHugh, another West Point class of '86 grad and dear friend of Mr. Magnus, was killed in action in Kabul, Afghanistan by a suicide bomber. As a result of his tragic passing and his legacy, the Johnny Mack Soldiers Fund was created by the West Point class of '86 to help Colonel McHugh's family. The fund's mission quickly expanded to serve as many families as possible, giving back to those who gave their all. The fund honors military service and sacrifice by providing scholarships to veterans and military family members, especially to the children of fallen service members. It has awarded over $30 million in scholarship funds since 2014 and supports 4,500 Johnny Mack scholars attending schools across this country. Having been a close friend of Colonel McHugh and a dedicated supporter of veterans and their families, Mr. Magnus dedicated himself to the Johnny Mack Soldiers Fund. To raise money and awareness, Mr. Magnus undertook the Aconcagua Challenge expedition, tackling the largest mountain outside of Asia located in Argentina. Undeterred by the 22,837-foot climb and exemplifying the West Point class of '86 motto, "Courage never quits," Mr. Magnus summited the mountain after 10 days of climbing, even after 2 of his 3-man team had to cease the climb for medical reasons. Having conquered the mountain and accomplishing his mission, Mr. Magnus succumbed to ensuing medical complications and passed away in the early morning hours of February the 5th, 2023. Night Stalkers don't quit, even after leaving the military service for the private sector. He was a fierce supporter of the organization's mission and the personification of former President Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena, the man stained by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who spends himself in a worthy cause. Mr. Magnus died with his boots on, serving his country and its heroes. Mr. Magnus is survived by his wife, Angie, and their 2 children, Chelsea Shelburne and John Michael Magnus, Jr. He was also a very proud grandfather of his 2-year-old grandson, Rhett. His family, friends, and colleagues all describe him as a man of strong Christian faith, a patriot, a loving father, a grandfather, and a husband, a soldier, a hero, a servant leader, and a friend. Mr. Magnus, or Magger, as he was known by his friends, exemplified these characteristics and more, all while serving the community that he loved so well. In both his life and in his death, Mr. Magnus modeled service for all those around him, I was blessed to have known him through our shared time at West Point and as a fellow Night Stalker, and I know that he is greatly missed by his family and friends. John was buried at West Point yesterday, March the 27th, 2023, where he rests in peace, having completed his mission on earth. I'd like to finish with the last stanza of the West Point alma mater. And when our work is done, our course on earth is run, may it be said, well done, be thou at peace. Ere may the line of gray increase from day to day. Live, serve, and die, we pray. West Point for thee. Well done, John. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this week, House Republicans are moving forward with the Polluters Over People Act. The Polluters Over Peoples Act does nothing to lower energy costs for everyday American families and will increase our deficit by $2.4 billion. Let me repeat that. It will increase the deficit by $2.4 billion. This bill will eliminate bedrock environmental protections, safeguarding public health, and keeping our air and water clean, leaving Americans with higher energy costs. Instead of tackling climate change, extreme MAGA Republicans are focused on undoing our historic clean energy plan, which has already created 100,000 jobs. We need more energy production across the board. Oil and gas workers in my district know that energy jobs can mean a real shot at the American dream for working families. We shouldn't have to choose between dirty air and polluted water to meet the energy needs of the future. I see the consequences of pollution within my own district in Houston as we rank 8th in the country for the highest ozone levels. Neighbors in and around my district face respiratory problems, heart disease, and other health issues caused by exposure to air pollution and smog. Constituents in my nearby neighborhoods suffer the most, often living in the shadows of these polluting industries. But Houston is not alone. Across the country, we see the impacts of pollution on public health. We have a responsibility to reduce pollution. Clean air is a public health issue. We need to do more to help our communities. That's why I'm fighting for strong, robust funding for clean air programs and air monitoring in my district. Instead of keeping our families and communities safe, House Republicans are making it easier for big companies to pollute without consequences. While House Republicans play games and raise the deficit, House Democrats will do everything to continue to put people over politics, not polluters. Every day, today, to meet the real needs of the American people. Because everyone deserves a good job with benefits and a shot at the American dream without giving their right to breathe clean air. It is our duty and responsibility to protect our God-given right to clean air for ourselves and for our future generations. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I join the people of Guam in not only mourning, but honoring the late, the great Robert D. Camacho, who sadly left this world last week. Bob, as he was known to many, was a man of family and faith first before anything. He was a husband, a father, a veteran, a law enforcement officer, and a friend to many. Bob and I, we go way back as we were classmates in our University of Guam Army ROTC days. And he served as my commander at the 368th MP Company, Army Reserves in Sumai, Guam. We also worked together at the Department of Corrections, which is where our friendship turned to family, as Bob became the godfather, or Nino as we would say, for my eldest daughter, Abby. Now, in recent years, Bob has served the community in the capacity as the director of the Guam Customs and Quarantine Agency, chief of the Guam Airport Authority Police Department, and most recently as the director of Department of Corrections. Bob will be greatly missed, and with this under the sacred and historical hall, on behalf of the nation and the island of Guam, I would like to thank Robert D. Camacho for his service to the country and to the people of Guam, and express our deepest condolences to his wife, Pauline, his children, his family, and friends. Bob, may you rest in peace, and adios for now, my friend, till we meet again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Women's History Month and the countless women who have given so much to the Northeast San Fernando Valley and to our great country. March is dedicated as Women's History Month, and I'm proud to be part of the party that every day in Congress we are expanding women's rights, fighting for wage increases, parental leave, and reproductive rights for all, and uplift every woman across our great country. In that spirit, I'd like to highlight amazing women, trailblazers from the San Fernando Valley, who have given so much to our community and to our great country. I rise to honor Ada Munoz Islas, the former principal of Andres y Maria Cardenas Elementary School. Daughter of immigrant parents and proud product of Valley Schools, Ada has dedicated over 30 years as an excellent educator. Ada has given so much of herself to thousands of students and fellow educators and parents by inspiring and teaching everyone around her that they can become everything that they aspire to be. After her career of over 30 years, Ada is now enjoying time with her family. We thank Ada Munoz Islas for being an inspirational educator in her well-deserved retirement. I rise to honor one of the most amazing painters and muralists in the world, Judy F. Baca. Her art is appreciated all over the world, from California to Finland and to El Salvador. In 1976, she began painting a true landmark for the San Fernando Valley, the Great Wall of Los Angeles. It is a half-mile-long mural along the Tujunga Waterway that depicts the history of California. Judy inspired and employed over 400 youth to paint this iconic mural in their own community. In 2017, the Great Wall of Los Angeles received national recognition on the National Registry of Historic Places by the U.S. Department of the Interior. Just last week, Judy received one of the most prestigious honors an artist can ever receive. President Joseph R. Biden awarded her the National Medal of Arts for her decades of inspirational art. Dr. Judy Baca will continue to bless us with her art all over the world, and we pray for her continued success. I rise to honor Carolyn Rose, one of the founders of the largest anti-poverty nonprofit in the San Fernando Valley, Meet Each Need with Dignity, also known as MEND. In 1976, Carolyn started MEND with her husband Ed in their garage in Mission Hills. They collected food and clothing donations and distributed them to the most needy families throughout our community. MEND has grown to continuously serve the most vulnerable in our community with food distribution, one-on-one case management, and support for low-income families. Every year, you can see Carolyn leading the Christmas Family Adoption Program with her dedicated volunteers loading up groceries for Christmas dinner, toys for the kids, and smiles for all to receive. Thank you, Carolyn Rose, for all that you do for our community. I rise to honor California State Assembly member Luz Rivas. Luz was raised by her single immigrant mother and spent her childhood living out of converted garages and back houses in Pacoima. She became the first female, the first woman from San Fernando High School to graduate and attend MIT, where she received her engineering degree. Luz then went on to Harvard and achieved a master's degree in education. After working as an electrical engineer at Motorola, she came back home and started a nonprofit, DIY Girls. DIY Girls inspires thousands of girls every year to believe in themselves and pursue a career in STEM. Luz was elected the California State Assembly on June of 2018 and continues to serve communities she was raised in, the Northeast San Fernando Valley. As our Assembly member, she is a fierce advocate for all families, expanding education opportunities and creating green spaces for our community and communities all across our state. I rise to honor Sandra Crouch, gospel music performer, Grammy Award winner, and co-pastor at New Christ Memorial Church in Pacoima. Sandra and her twin brother, Andre, who is no longer with us, were raised singing gospel music in the church their father founded. Like her brother, she pursued a career in music in the music industry, and in 1984, she won a Grammy Award for her album, We Sing Praises. On this album, she gave moving performances of songs such as My Soul Only Loves You and No Greater Love. Sandra's powerful voice continues to enrich the hearts of many in her congregation and community, and we honor her accomplished career and her dedication to her community. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said on many occasions on the floor, that I am a small businessman, and we face a myriad of challenges out there, not just small business, but medium and large business as well. And I also sit on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee and Aviation Subcommittee, and in doing so have been talking with numerous people in the aviation industry, either talking to them or listening to them in hearings. And there's one thing that's been a common theme out there, and that's workforce challenges. Seems that the cost of joining the aviation family is keeping a lot of people out of choosing this vital career. And as the demand for passenger and cargo transportation increases, pilot and mechanic recruitment isn't keeping up. That's why today I am proud to introduce the Aviation Workforce Development Act. It's a common sense proposal to give Americans who want to pursue a career in aviation, on the ground or in the air, the same tools as those seeking four-year degrees, with zero increased cost to taxpayers. This bill will allow Americans with the 529 plans to use their money to attend FAA certified pilot and mechanic training programs. That's it. It's just another way for students to save for a career in aviation. I want to thank Representatives Jimmy Panetta, Mike Kelly, and Aviation Subcommittee Ranking Member Steve Cohen for co-leading on this effort. And also a big thank you to Drew Ferguson, Lucy McBath, Julia Brownlee, and Russell Fry for joining us as original co-sponsors. Now I'm calling on all members to join us and help empower more Americans to take to the skies and shore up our aviation workforce. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the man from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Energy security and climate action are ripe for bipartisan cooperation in this Congress, but unfortunately, H.R. 1 is a partisan grab bag that fails to meet the challenge before us and reverses our climate progress in many cases. H.R. 1 would eliminate the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and energy efficiency and electrification incentives that reduce energy demand and costs for Americans, all vital components of the Inflation Reduction Act. Last week, climate scientists issued their starkest warning yet that the world must cut emissions by 60% by 2035 to limit the planet's rise in temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We don't have time to waste refighting the battles of last year. Now, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said they don't want a bill that favors one type of energy over the other. The problem is that their bill, H.R. 1, explicitly favors fossil fuels. It ramps up oil and gas leasing and exploration over the clean, affordable fuels and technologies of the future. Right now, pipelines that carry fossil fuels are already expedited and given regulatory exemptions, while transmission lines, which transmit electricity long distances from all energy sources, don't get the same preferential treatment. The current system favors fossil fuels, risking our energy and climate security. Now look, it's not all bad. There are pieces of H.R. 1 that I believe we can work together on. A better process for determining the level of review to apply to a project, reusing existing data instead of reinventing the wheel at each step, and creating presumptive timelines for review so that projects are not indefinitely stalled. And I'm more than willing to admit that NEPA, a law from 1970, can be updated to meet today's challenges. In fact, clean energy permit reform is required to meet our climate goals. But this proposal fails to match the scale of our climate challenge. The current power grid took 150 years to build. To get to net zero emissions by 2050, we have to triple its size in the next 30 years. According to Americans for Clean Energy Grid, North America has built just 7 gigawatts of interregional transmission since 2014, less than half of that in the United States, so say 4. South America has built 22, Europe has built 44, and China has built 260 gigawatts of interregional transmission. We currently have enough wind, solar, and storage projects in the pipeline to power nearly 85% of our economy, but 80% of those projects could be canceled due to insufficient transmission. This decade, we will need to deploy solar and wind at 5 to 6 times our historical record pace. So we need to be laser focused on making it easier, not harder, to build clean energy, because all the money in the world can't solve the climate crisis if we leave it in the bank or don't move fast enough. Our country prides itself on accomplishing big things together, whether it's winning a world war, constructing an interstate highway, or discovering the next big medical breakthrough. During World War II, San Diego War Factories built a bomber an hour to help combat fascism and support our allies. During COVID-19, we developed a vaccine in less than 2 years, when 10 to 15 years is the norm. Today, we're debating whether a decade is an appropriate amount of time to construct one single transmission line, an offshore wind facility, or a geothermal plant. But with a climate crisis that requires us to move at a scale and speed orders of magnitude greater than ever before, we can't be bogged down in reviews and litigation for half a decade before we even begin to build a given project. Now, we can fix our judicial review processes to protect vulnerable communities while preventing wealthy NIMBYs, corporations, and bad actors from blocking essential clean energy projects, which is what is happening right now. We can reduce the level of review for climate projects on non-sensitive land while ensuring that polluting projects remain heavily scrutinized. But what we can't do is simply stand by and accept the status quo that is bogging down clean energy projects that will combat extreme weather and climate catastrophe that threaten vulnerable communities, endangered species, and stable economies. Mr. Speaker, I'm ready for us to get to this vote on a bill that has no chance of becoming law, to get it out of the way so that both sides can come together and work on a bipartisan solution. And I invite any of my colleagues to come to me to talk to Chairman Westerman, who's been working with me on that kind of bipartisan solution. The future of our planet depends on it, and we have no time to waste. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and welcome Joe Garcia and Michael Marasco, members of the Escondido City Council, to Washington, D.C. It's my great honor to now represent that wonderful city in Congress. Look forward to working with them, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Diaz-Pasito, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of a veteran, public servant, and fellow brother in blue, John Patrick Kilbride, better known as Jack. Jack Kilbride was a man who lived a life of service to the people of America, his fellow Long Islanders, and his comrades from the United States military. Indeed, while as a young man and recent graduate of Davison Avenue High School in Levittown, Jack enlisted in the United States Marine Corps in 1967, at the height of the Vietnam War. Jack was sent to Vietnam as a member of the India Company in the 3rd Battalion, 26th Marine Regiment, where he fought valiantly at Khe Sanh and earned two Purple Hearts. After catching malaria, Jack was sent home, only to be redeployed to Vietnam for a second tour with the 9th Marines, also known as the Walking Dead, a reputation they earned through their valor in combat. After his honorable discharge from military service, Jack joined the ranks of the Freeport Police Department back on Long Island, where he served that community faithfully for 18 years, also as a member of their PBA. Upon his retirement from the Freeport Police Department, Jack continued his life of public service by joining Congressman Pete King's staff as his military congressional aide, a position he held for 10 years. Jack's remarkable record of selfless service truly distinguished himself in the community. But Jack was not just a committed public servant. He was also a dedicated family man as well. Jack was a loving husband to Virginia, known to many as Ginny, a father to Michael, Kelly, and Kristen, and grandfather to 12 grandchildren who lit up his world and knew him best as Pop. He was also the brother to Marine Corps Chuck Kilbride, a great man who works on Long Island to make sure underprivileged children see the blessings of the holiday season each and every year by leading our Toys for Tots program. Upon Jack's death, he marked the members of the Veterans Foreign Wars, American Legion, Marine Corps League, and Law Enforcement Foundation as his friends and comrades in arms. On this day, I join many friends and my friend, Major Chuck Kilbride, in remembering the life and legacy of John Kilbride, a man who lived his life in service to his family, his community, and this great nation. New York's 4th Congressional District truly lost an incredible, selfless neighbor, but Jack's memory will live on forever. May he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of Transgender Day of Visibility. I'm introducing my bill, the Name Accuracy and Credit Reporting Act, legislation that is informed by the lived experiences of transgender and non-binary people throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and our country. My bill will rectify the inequities and inaccuracies in credit reporting, which disproportionately impact transgender and non-binary people. During their transition, many transgender people choose to legally change their name. However, even after their legal name change is finalized, their credit report continues to dead name them, or to refer to them by their prior name. Dead naming a trans person in their credit report comes with many harms to one's mental health and financial well-being. When external entities like potential lenders or employers receive the inaccurate credit reports, transgender folks are exposed to discrimination and harassment in credit services, housing, and employment. Further, some trans and non-binary consumers have reported that when they change their name, the credit bureaus fragment their credit report, resulting in a loss of credit history and a drop in their credit score. My bill will improve accuracy in consumer reporting and increase access to housing, jobs, and credit for transgender and non-binary people by preventing their unfair denials that result after a name change. The status quo is unjust, inaccurate, and unsafe for transgender and non-binary people. And we know that the credit bureaus can easily make these changes. They do this every day when people change their name to get married. It's past time that we realize trans justice is economic justice. My bill has the support of key advocates and trusted voices, but most importantly, it is endorsed by transgender and non-binary people who have been impacted by these issues. I'm a firm believer that the people closest to the pain should be the closest to the power, driving and informing the policy making. On this Transgender Day of Visibility, may we, as members of Congress, renew our efforts to condemn transphobia in all of its forms. The rhetoric is harmful, the policy is violent, and it stands to harm our most vulnerable and marginalized communities. May we stand with trans students who deserve to learn in a school environment free from hate. May we stand with the parents who are raising trans children, fighting to make a safer world for them. May we stand with the community organizers, movement builders, and status quo disruptors who are on the front lines of trans liberation. May we do more than espouse the values of equality and freedom, but actually practice them to include all people. When we say Black Lives Matter, that must include Black trans lives. In the fight for human rights, we must affirm that trans rights are human rights. And when we evoke the words of Fannie Lou Hamer that nobody is free until we all are free, that must include our siblings in the trans community. Now, no doubt, the trans community, our neighbors and loved ones have experienced disparate harm and hardship and violence. But the transgender community is certainly much more than their pain and trauma. And so I want to thank them for showing up every day as their authentic selves and living their lives unapologetically. I want to thank them for the roles that they play every day as public officials, as small business owners, as veterans, and more. This is true across our country, including in my district, the Massachusetts 7th. Organizers like Treyandre Carmel Valentine, who advocate for trans and non-binary folks and has established a leadership academy to create new opportunities in employment and education. And Desire Dupree Lewis, who serves as a lead community health worker, helping residents throughout the district access needed care. Armani Pasquale, another leader who is dedicated to transformational change. They manage a reentry program and combat hunger amongst those experiencing housing insecurity. They and so many others in the trans community are rightfully taking up space while simultaneously creating space, utilizing their talents and skills to shape the Massachusetts 7th and beyond into a stronger and more beautiful place to live. I am truly humbled to serve as their Congresswoman, and I will never stop fighting for bold and intentional policy solutions that promote and support their healing, safety, and justice. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bacon for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, 16,226 children in Ukraine have been taken from their families by Russia through forced transfers and deportations between February 24th, 2022 and March 22, 2023. Let me say it again. 16,226 Ukrainian children taken from their homes and sent to Russia. Most people call this act kidnapping or abduction. In March, the United Nations Human Rights Council determined that Russian actions are a violation of human rights, and on March 17th, the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for President Putin for these kidnappings. When the Russians take these children, they are sent to re-education camps, where they wait until a Russian foster family is found. What lies are told of these children? That their family is dead? In the case of 12-year-old Sasho, the Russians told him his mother no longer needed him. In March of 2022, Sasho and his mother, Snezhana, were captured in Mariupol and separated in the Russian camps, not even allowing them to say goodbye to each other. Sasho was taken to have an eye injury treated and was then placed in an orphanage. After some time, he found a phone and secretly called his grandmother. She gathered all of his documents and risked her own freedom and possible detainment to go on and get him. The love of a grandmother. With his grandmother's efforts, his courage, and the assistance of a large network of government and non-government entities, they were happily reunited. Sadly, they have not heard from his mother or even know where she is at. While this story is hopeful, there are only 307 other children who share the same happiness of being returned to their families in Ukraine, which means there's approximately 16,000 missing Ukrainian children in Russia. We must join and support the Child Rights International Network, the Bethany Christian Services, the Voices of Children, and approximately 30 other organizations who are working together to save these children. The concurrent resolution we are proposing today and we are submitting strongly condemns the practice by Russia. This practice was employed by ruthless dictators like Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, Pol Pot, Augusto Pinochet, and other sadistic tyrants. And today we can add Putin to that terrible list. Children everywhere should be protected from the cruelty of being ripped from their families and trafficked to another nation to be re-educated and placed with a foreign family under the guise of the child not having a family. This resolution rebukes nations who provide aid and support to Russia kidnapping enterprise. It condemns the forced adoption of Ukrainian children and implores Russia to work with the international human rights and children welfare organizations to ensure the return of Ukrainian children to their home country and their families. And we should have zero moral ambiguity when it comes to Putin. He's a war criminal and committing barbaric human rights violations. He should be a global outcast and held accountable. I thank Senator Klobuchar for introducing this companion legislation in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues in the House to join me in this mission of getting the Ukrainian children home. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes. I rise today to thank the line workers in my district. They are literally keeping the lights on. When ice storms hit, when the winds are hitting 60 miles an hour in my district, when we're warm in bed, the folks working on the power lines are getting in their trucks and they're working in these conditions to keep and get the lights on. You know, power transmission is not sexy. It does not get the status and the attention that a Tesla does or that many of our electrification projects do. But transmission is critical for grid resiliency and clean energy. We have got to focus our efforts on increasing transmission capacity. I want to take this opportunity to specifically thank the linemen in my county, in Skamania County. So a few weeks ago, we had a huge winter storm. I woke up to 20 inches. And for a lot of people like me, I get my water from a well, so when the power's out, we don't have water. I want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank all of those line folks who are keeping the power on, getting up in the middle of the night, and taking care of our power supply. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about water infrastructure in my community. A few weeks ago, I was reviewing congressional funding requests, and one pervasive theme that came up over and over was municipal water infrastructure problems in the district. This issue touches every county in my district and every home, from Underwood to Long Beach to Washougal. Over and over, we see infrastructure that is past its recommended lifespan, undersized, and on the brink of collapse, frankly. And in order to resolve this, communities are forced to either slap a Band-Aid on it or take out massive loans. Some wastewater systems are also beginning to fail, and they're then releasing sewage into the environment, and that places a lot of people under risk. Local governments alone can't address this issue because in the past, government have mandated state-of-the-art equipment, essentially requiring that these folks put a Lamborghini sewer system in. What they really need is a Toyota Corolla. This makes it incredibly expensive and difficult to keep up with maintenance in a small community. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to pass federal legislation that will ensure all Americans have access to clean energy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the drug shortages happening across the country. So like most Americans, I live on a budget. My monthly drug just went from $16 a month to $250 a month. And we are seeing this across the board. We are seeing shortages in infant Tylenol, in cough syrup. We have shortages of vital drugs, and it's becoming incredibly difficult for everyday people to keep up with the cost of these necessary medications. No surprise, Big Pharma can find the capacity to manufacture the expensive on-brand drugs, and they are actively stonewalling efforts to produce the generic drugs that working families can actually afford. I urge my colleagues on both sides to address this critical issue and ensure folks across the nation can access their medications. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of law enforcement officers in my district and across the nation. So the national starting wage for police officers is $67,000 annually. $67,000. That's not very much, folks. These are careers that we are asking people to step into the line of fire for us. And these wages do not reflect the responsibility that we're asking for. As a result, no surprise, recruitment and retention of good officers is the top issue facing law enforcement agencies across the country. But our federal priorities don't reflect this necessity. We are continually funding capital projects and not operating expenses. And so while the cost of living is going up and up and up, we are funding, I kid you not, body cameras for dogs. In my district, one of my local sheriff offices received federal funding for dog body cameras at a time when their deputy wages are struggling to keep up with the cost of living. We have got to make sure federal resources are being spent wisely, not on literally pet projects. I urge my colleagues to join me in working to realign our federal spending to reflect the real issues facing law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Larry Cassidy. When I first met Larry, I remember how amazed I was by his constant positivity. Larry's born in Portland but moved to Vancouver, the good side of the river. His home since 1966. He was a husband, father, grandfather. He was passionate about salmon and steelhead in the Northwest and was a community activist and conservationist before receiving the governor-appointed position on Washington Game Commission. Sadly, Larry passed away in January of this year after battling prostate cancer for 25 years. I would like to thank Larry for being a friend and a mentor. I stand with my community and being grateful to Larry for all he did in Washington's 3rd Congressional District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Private Second Class Roger Cordell. This U.S. Army veteran passed away on January 15, 2023, but not without making a strong impact on our community. Mr. Cordell was awarded numerous medals and ribbons during his military career, including the Armed Forces Expeditionary Medal for serving during Operation Just Cause. Mr. Cordell's dedication to service continued as the commander of VFW Post 2535 in Lockport, New York, and as commander of New York State VFW Post District 7, which oversees Niagara, Orleans, Wyoming, Livingston, and Genesee counties. During his time as commander of VFW Post 2535, the post was recognized as an all-state post for several years, one of only 24 in the state of New York. As a leader in our community, Mr. Cordell was active in many of the post's 2535's charity events, including providing holiday meals to veterans and families in need, and also assisting homeless veterans. Please join me in celebrating the life of Private Second Class Roger Cordell, who is survived by his beloved wife and 5 children. His was a life well lived, and his commitment to this great nation is an inspiration to us all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the bicentennial of Hobart College. 2022 marked the 200th anniversary of Hobart's founding in Geneva, New York, making it one of America's 50th oldest colleges and university. When Hobart College, first named Geneva College, was founded in 1822, the United States was less than 50 years old. Washington, D.C. had been the nation's capital for nearly 21 years, and Abraham Lincoln was just 13 years old. The college was located on the land of the Seneca Nation that for generations was the Haudenosaunee Confederacy's westernmost territory. Hobart College was named after New York's 3rd Episcopal Bishop, John Henry Hobart. Given Geneva's vibrant community, he saw the beautiful city as the perfect place to establish the college with the mission of educating students with a comprehensive liberal arts education. In 1908, Hobart's sister school, William Smith College for Women, was founded, which eventually merged with Hobart to become Hobart and William Smith Colleges in 1943. Both colleges have an impressive legacy of producing men and women of leadership and national impact, including graduates like Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, who became the first American woman to receive a medical degree in 1849, and Henry W. Coover, Jr., the inventor of superglue. Countless other Hobart and William Smith graduates have made profound contributions to public service, business, education, science, journalism, and spiritual life that endured well beyond their lifetimes. Indeed, my brother, John, and my cousin, Jeff, and many of my friends are graduates of Hobart William Smith Colleges. Today, Hobart College educates students from around the world who study on a campus of incomparable beauty. Guided by programs grounded in exploration and intellectual curiosity, both Hobart and William Smith Colleges challenge students to engage in critical and creative thinking. Under the faculty's mentorship, Hobart and William Smith Colleges have won multiple prestigious fellowships like the Rhodes, Gates, Cambridge, Fulbright, and Goldwater scholarships. I congratulate Hobart College on its historic milestone and wish the Hobart and William Smith Colleges community all the best as it continues to produce the next generation of leaders and innovators across the world. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of Women's History Month, I want to highlight a Latina trailblazer, Diana Vesga. This remarkable woman is the Chief Operating Officer of the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, the largest art museum in the western United States. Prior to joining the museum in 2014, she worked as an investment banker and as a senior executive at Univision. A Colombian immigrant, she is one of the few Latinas in art museum leadership, and only one of a few women to hold a chief operating officer position among the top art museums in the country. Just 10% of museum administrators nationwide are Hispanic or Latino, and even fewer are Latinas. Diana grew up in a family of artists and art leaders and has used her unique perspective to embrace and value all cultures as the museum expands. As the new Smithsonian Museum of the American Latino is in development, we could use her wisdom and the wisdom of other Latinas and Latinos in the industry. Diana, you are an inspiration to Latinas everywhere. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to support funding for Medicaid, a crucial program saving millions of lives, including Latino lives. Eager to balance our budget on the backs of poor people, my Republican colleagues have proposed extreme cuts to Medicaid. Medicaid has served and transformed millions of lives, especially in minority communities. Medicaid has been a vital lifeline for Latino communities, which face disproportionate health crises from diabetes to mental illness. Since 2013, Medicaid expansion has cut the rate of uninsured Latinos in half, and Latino youth now make up over a third of children on Medicaid. This is a critical program and critical coverage for Latino communities. It means a little boy struggling with chronic depression has access to mental health care. It means a working daughter can spend more time at home caring for her mother with Alzheimer's. It means less medical debt, fewer hospitalizations, and greater access to preventive care. To cut costs, Republicans have suggested we impose work requirements, cut funding, or repeal the Affordable Care Act altogether. All of these ideas would strip health care coverage from poor Americans who depend on Medicaid. Republicans claim they want to balance our budget. In reality, they want to slash critical programs for underserved groups. The single mother of 3 who spends all day taking care of her children should not lose access to health care. The disabled senior who can't survive outside of an assisted living facility should not lose access to health care. The little girl with leukemia whose immigrant parents can't afford a cancer screening should not lose access to health care. I urge my colleagues to protect Medicaid and invest and expanding it. Millions of Americans are depending on it. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Humble us, O Lord, as we pray for this nation. As proud as we are of the greatness of its strength, the resilience of its people, the equity of its government, yet we are reminded too often that our children still die at the hands of the disgruntled. Evil will find a way even into the sanctum of schoolrooms. In our humility, we pray you forgive our sin and heal our land. Guide us, O Lord, as we seek to serve this nation. As dedicated as each of us may be, as noble as our cause, as devoted to upholding what's right, nonetheless, our country is as deeply divided as it has ever been, and our steps have departed far from the path you would have us follow. As you call us to yield to your will, we pray you forgive our sin and heal our land. Speak through our hearts, O Lord, when we as a nation engage one another. As passionate as we are to speak out of deep concern for our future, as compelling our words in defense of freedom, liberty, and justice, more often than not, our intent is misinterpreted for selfish gain, our compassion mistaken for judgment, our collegiality for weakness. As we seek to reflect your truth one with another, as compatriots of these United States, we pray you forgive our sin and heal our land. May your eyes and your heart be attentive to the prayer that is made in this place as we offer it in your holy name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day, American families experience the failed policies of Biden and Democrats. On the day Biden was sworn in, the average price of gas was $2.39. Today, it's $3.44, 44% higher. The Biden war on energy resulted in high cost of over $5 last year. During the same period of his first week of presidency, Biden killed the Keystone Pipeline, which would supply 800,000 barrels of oil a day from Canada with the mining equipment in Alberta using Michelin tires made in South Carolina. The idiotic war on fossil fuels subverts science and common sense, and it causes dependence on China for batteries, for panels, blades by Biden. This week, House Republicans have an all-of-the-above legislation to reduce inflation, create jobs, and return America to energy independence, with the innovative bill by Congressman Jeff Duncan of South Carolina. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in a global war on terrorism as it continues, sadly moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. Our sympathies to the families of Nashville and Mississippi.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today once again and again and again and again because our children are being murdered in their classrooms. This is outrageous and it's unconscionable. Why have we not made good on our promise to our nation, our promise that our kids can laugh and learn and play in their schools without the fear of a shootout? We should not need sandbags in our schools to protect our children. They should not be forced to live in a war zone where bullets may murder a classmate at a moment's notice. What will it take? How much blood must be spilt? How many kids must be killed until we do the right thing? We are here to protect our communities, and Congress has lost its way. We've lost our soul, and we must do better than this. Weapons of war don't belong in our streets or our classrooms. How many children must die before we learn that? And I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to congratulate the Salem High School forensics team for winning its 17th consecutive state championship. The team won 5 of the 10 categories, while also finishing runner-up and third place in another 2 events. These champions include Cade Lakin and Grayson Mitchell for Serious Duo, Emma Sneed for Impromptu Speaking, Ryan Long for Original Oratory, Connor Smithers for Humorous Interpretation, and Courtney Bowen for Serious Prose. Ben Hathaway and Kyra Netting finished second in the Humorous Duo category, and Colton Easter placed third in the Prose category. Since becoming coach in 2001, Coach Mark Ingerson has instilled in the students to work for and help each other as a team, bolstering their success. With public speaking skills, the future is bright for all of these students, no matter the path they choose. Congratulations to the participants, parents, coaches, and staff for making this milestone possible. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the close of Virgin Islands History Month. Throughout the Virgin Islands this past month of March, young children have learned about extraordinary Virgin Islanders. They've learned about Alexander Hamilton, who comes from the island of St. Croix, learned about this being the only place in the United States in which Christopher Columbus actually set foot. They learn about the inventions, the work of Virgin Islanders in our past history. But they also learn about the oppression, about the brutality under Danish rule. They learn about Alexander Hamilton's, his fieriness came from the fact that he was deemed an illegitimate child and his parentage was constantly questioned. Last week, House Republicans passed H.R. 5, the Parent Bill of Rights Act. Under that act, much of that history would be forbidden. Much of that history would be erased. That is the American story of resilience, of oppression, of the constant fight for freedom, of the change that we all are coming together as Americans. Let's not
The gentlewoman's
erase
time has
all
expired.
of our history. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to rise, address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to extend congratulations to the American Flood Coalition. They celebrated 5 years of driving solutions to build resilience in the face of flooding just this past Sunday. As a nonpartisan group of cities, elected officials, military leaders, businesses, and civic groups, the American Flood Coalition provides a platform to advocate for a unified voice for solutions to flooding. My district in North Texas knows firsthand the destruction caused by extreme weather and floods during 2015 when Ray Roberts, Lake Grapevine, Louisville Lakes flooded after sudden heavy rainfall. I recently joined the coalition as a federal champion, and I look forward to working with the American Flood Coalition and other members of Congress on long-term solutions that speed up the recoveries, boost local economies, and prepare us for what lies ahead. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I call up House Resolution 260 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 11, House Resolution 260. Resolve that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1, to lower energy costs by increasing American energy production, exports, infrastructure, and critical minerals processing, by promoting transparency, accountability, permitting, and production of American resources, and by improving water quality certification and energy projects, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 7 hours, with 3 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. 3 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. And 1 hour equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendments to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, my good friend, the ranking member on the Rules Committee, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and we reported out a rule, House Resolution 260, providing for consideration of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1 under a structured rule. It provides 7 hours of general debate with 3 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees. Additionally, the rule provides for 3 hours equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their designees, and 1 hour equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure or, of course, their designees. Further, this rule makes in order 37 amendments and provides 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. H.R. 1 unleashes American energy, and it immediately will lower the cost for families by resuming lease sales on federal lands and waters. It will repeal fee increases on energy production, and it will end the moratorium on coal leasing. Additionally, H.R. 1 strengthens America's critical mineral supply, prohibits a moratorium on hydraulic fracking, and streamlines the permitting process. Let's remember, on day number 1 of his presidency, day number 1, President Biden launched a war on American energy. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, also, by the way, killing thousands, tens of thousands of union jobs. And he paused new oil and gas leases on federal lands. That was day number 1. Under President Trump, the U.S. energy we had independence with U.S. energy. But now President Biden has drained our strategic petroleum reserve to the lowest level since 1983. That's the lowest level since I've been alive. Meanwhile, the administration is increasing regulations on domestic energy production by easing regulations and incentivizing energy production in foreign communist and authoritarian states like Venezuela. So in the words of President Biden, and I quote, "Climate change is the existential threat to humanity," end quote. Apparently, that only applies when the U.S. is the one producing the oil and gas, not when nations like Venezuela produce the natural gas. President Trump, by contrast, opened 100 million acres of public land and water to exploration. But Biden has leased fewer acres of federal land for oil and gas drilling than any president since the end of World War II. The results have directly impacted all Americans. On the day Joe Biden took office, the average price for a gallon of gasoline was $2.39. Today, the national average is $3.47. That's a 44% increase. And let's not forget June's highest rate of $5 a gallon. Due to inflation, the average American family is now paying $10,000 more in household costs under President Biden. By leaving our resources in the ground and turning to places like Russia, Iran, and Venezuela for help, Democrats are choosing to increase energy costs and risk the national security of American families. And why? It's all to appease far-left radical activists, since they, the Democrats, lack the moral clarity to do what is right for our citizens. However, instead of focusing on lower energy costs, this administration thinks the most pressing energy issue is, and wait for it, banning our gas stoves. That's their priority. And don't take my word for it. While the administration is now gaslighting the American people, saying they don't stand for this, in places like New York has already taken the lead by announcing just yesterday they will ban gas stoves in new buildings. Americans shouldn't have to choose between driving to work, paying their electric bills, or putting food on the table. We have to lower energy costs for Americans, and we have to do it now. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we are here today to consider a rule for H.R. 1, a bill that might as well be called the Polluters Over People Act. And it's yet another example of how this majority, instead of helping everyday Americans, is doing the bidding of their deep-pocketed friends. We had another mass shooting yesterday, but Republicans won't lift a finger because of the gun lobby. We had another train derailment this week, but Republicans won't lift a finger because of the polluters. Our planet is on fire, but Republicans won't lift a finger because of big oil. Banks are going under, but Republicans want to deregulate more to help their friends on Wall Street. They want to protect kids from what teachers teach in the classroom, but not against lead pipes in schools. They say they want to stop inflation, but won't go after the billionaire corporations who aren't paying any taxes while they rip people off. Time after time after time, Republicans continue to put politics over people, and it shows. Anyone who spends 2 seconds reading this bill can see that it is a dirty energy, pro-polluter plan that would drag our economy back decades. This bill puts polluters over people. It makes it easier for companies to strip public lands of their resources and harder to hold corporate polluters accountable for the mess that they make. It gives more handouts to big oil, as if the industry's CEOs and shareholders haven't already raked in enough money. Record profits over the last few years. It guts half a century of environmental protections that ensure the air we breathe and the water we drink is clean. And it sets our country back as the rest of the world moves towards a clean energy future. There will be plenty of time for us to talk about all the damage the Polluters Over People Act could do to our country and communities. But let me just highlight a few of the worst. First, it increases the national deficit by $500 million. Considering how much we hear from our colleagues across the aisle about the deficit and the deficit and the deficit and the deficit, it is fascinating that their most important bill blows a hole in the deficit. So much for their commitment to fiscal discipline. And don't take my word for it, just consult CBO. And it's a little bit ironic that on a day that they're asking that there be dramatic cuts in all kinds of programs that help people in this country, they come up with this bill and add close to $500 million to our deficit. Second, it's a job killer. This bill will kill jobs. Over the last few years, Democrats have invested in building a homegrown clean energy system so we don't have to rely on foreign cartels like OPEC and greedy big oil companies for our energy. Investing in these clean energy projects meant we created millions of clean energy jobs. The Polluters Over People Act would kill these jobs and pull our country off course from our path towards a cleaner, cheaper energy future. Third, it makes it easier to pollute, and it makes it easier for companies to get away with polluting. Just yesterday, a local grandfather in East Palestine, Ohio, detailed the pain caused by the terrible toxic spill there. He said he's, and I quote, never cried this much in his life. His young granddaughters developed blotches all over their bodies, and their eyes were burning. This bill would mean more billionaire corporations getting away with polluting without being held accountable. More wells with toxic chemicals. More days where windows are shut because the air is not safe to breathe. More kids diagnosed with asthma because the air quality is so poor. And the worst part is that the Republicans do not care. Their bill literally puts polluters over the people we are here to serve. It forces American taxpayers to foot the bill for cleanup while billionaire corporations dump their toxic waste on our communities. This is sick. Look at what is happening to our planet, Mr. Speaker. Year after year, the warmest ever recorded. Species going extinct at rates not seen in millions of years. Sea levels rising and coastal communities feeling the impacts. Farmers struggling to cope with changing seasons. Unprecedented droughts and crop failures. And the answer from my Republican friends is more fossil fuels, more pollution, more drilling, more toxic waste dumped into our communities, more giveaways for big oil, and nothing, not a single thing to lower energy prices. This bill might as well put ExxonMobil and Chevron in charge of our response to climate change. It might as well put Norfolk Southern in charge of chemical safety. It is a terrible bill that will shackle us to a dirty fossil fuels for generations to come. And I urge a no vote on the rule and the underlying legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in rebuttal, my friend and Chairman Bruce Westerman put it best. He said when the Democrats talk about polluters over people, what they're actually referring to is not this bill. It's actually a reference to where we are now, thanks to Democratic reckless and radical policies. Right now, China is actually the largest emitter of CO2. Russian gas is much dirtier than gas from other places around the world, especially the United States, where you have cheap, reliable, and clean natural gas. But instead of taking advantage of our God-given resources, Democrats, their reckless, radical policies make us more dependent on these forms of energy that are much dirtier. And my good friend from Massachusetts said this bill will drag us back decades. Well, I do want this bill to take us back, not decades, but just to a few years ago when we had a Republican in the White House. Let us not forget that the United States, again, we currently lead the world in CO2 emissions, but between 2018 and 2019, the total reported greenhouse gas emissions from large facilities fell nearly 5%. So yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to that time. I find the talk about costs somewhat interesting because only in Washington, D.C., only in a place that lacks logic and accountability like Washington, D.C., can future revenue be considered a cost. Think about that. It's considered a cost. The math does not make sense. And it's also quite alarming. It's also quite fascinating that my friends across the aisle are now talking about deficits, which for the last 4 years, they voted for over $4 trillion of increases to spending. But before I yield to my good friend from Texas, Dr. Burgess, I'd like to point out to a real life example of what happens when we follow far left Democratic environmental policies. Often I wish that we had a real life example that we could talk about in terms of policy, and here we do. It's called Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, trying to search for a great ESG score to, appease globalists, appease the ruling elite, appease woke Wall Street investors. They went for this ESG score, and right now they're almost a failed state. Sri Lanka's Green New Deal, to be clear, was a human disaster. It's an ill-advised national experiment. Let me explain it. They went to organic farming. Organic farming yielded nothing but starvation, poverty, and chaos. President Rajapaksa, with no warning, with no attempt to teach farmers how to cope with change, announced a ban on all synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. Again, he was after that ESG score. 90% of Sri Lanka farmers relied on synthetic fertilizers, and after the ban, 85% of farmers experienced crop loss. The damage done by this organic order was so extensive that the former president had to reverse himself less than 7 months later. Now let's just bring this to political reality. The goals of the United States, were only 20% of electricity is powered by renewable energy here, 20% renewable, and less than 10% of American families own an electric vehicle. By the way, those that own electric vehicles are overwhelmingly people that make over 6 figures a year. It's not your average Americans that are driving around in Teslas. Yet the left seeks to unilaterally ban all hydrocarbons and instill these pipe dreams that the U.S. will generate all of its energy through wind and solar. All you have to do is look at California to see what comes next. Last August, Governor Newsom announced that they will ban the sale of gasoline cars by 2035. And just one week later, after that announcement, 1 week later, the electric grid was overwhelmed in California, and the state had to ask EV owners to limit when they plugged in their vehicles to charge. So if you ask yourself, where does the policies of the left lead us? Look no further to the idiocracy of the policy in California. Look no further to the almost failed state of Sri Lanka. That's where these reckless, radical policies will lead the U.S. economy. But for more, I want to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Texas and fellow Rules Committee member, the good Dr. Burgess.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I do want to rise in support of the rule and support of the underlying bill. You know, it's interesting. Our Energy Secretary, Secretary Granholm, came to Austin, Texas 3 or 4 weeks ago and talked about how we should learn from the Chinese and the communist Chinese and their approach to climate change. Talk about putting polluters over people. If she would consult her own Energy Information Agency, she would see that China gets 55% of its energy from coal, whereas the United States gets 11% of its energy. And guess what? China is building more and more coal-fired plants each and every week that goes by. So who indeed is putting polluters over people? I submit it is this administration, and in the last Congress it was congressional Democrats. This bill before us today is a culmination of years of hard work by, yes, the Energy and Commerce Committee, Committee on Natural Resources, the Committee on Infrastructure and Transportation. It is a critical step forward. One of the things that I've worked on for a number of years is the Promoting Interagency Coordination for National Review of Gas Pipelines Act. It is included in this bill. I think it's critically important, not just for a state like Texas, but literally the entire country. So I'm grateful that other Republican members saw fit to include this legislation as we seek to address the obstacles preventing Americans from actually achieving lower energy costs. Look, in 2.5 years, less than 2.5 years, we've gone from relative energy abundance to energy scarcity. We've gone from energy affordability to energy unaffordability. Why in the world would we want to continue down that pathway? H.R. 1 also contains the repeal of Section 5131 of the Inflation Reduction Act. Now look, this provided $1 billion to coerce state and local governments into adopting costly energy codes. If these grants were allowed to stand, they would take away local control over energy code adoption and federalize these overreaching mandates. Efforts to push costly and restrictive energy codes across the country overburden new construction and largely ignore the energy performance of the existing housing stock. New homes built to modern codes are already energy efficient, and further increases in that stringency must be carefully considered because, in fact, we're not doing that with these grant programs. You know, Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the Congress started with what was called the American Rescue Plan. It brought us high inflation. It brought us high prices. This is truly the American Rescue Plan. Let's put energy affordability back within the reach of the average American, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues seem to want to debate energy policy in China and in Sri Lanka. That may be a fascinating topic, but that's not what we're here debating. We're here debating energy policy in the United States of America. And I don't want us to go down the path of more fossil fuels and more reliance on more energy sources that are going to contribute to climate change. I want us to lead the world toward a greener, cleaner energy future. And I guess the question really here is, who do you trust? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I mean, their argument is basically, trust the big oil companies. Just give them unfettered access. Give them more money, and they'll lower your prices. Really? I mean, they have the capacity to produce more now, but they're not, and they're gouging people at the pump. Does anybody believe that the CEOs of these big oil companies making record profits give a damn about average people in this country, about your constituents or my constituents? Give me a break. All they care about is profits. And that's what the question that people have to answer is, who do you trust? Do you trust the big oil companies? I certainly don't, after the way they have behaved, not just recently, but over time. They gouge people all the time. So anyway, the other stuff is fascinating, but we could talk about Sri Lanka at some other time. I'd rather talk about the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and if we do, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that affirms the House's unwavering commitment to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, and states that it is the position of the House of Representatives to reject any cuts to these programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Social Security and Medicare are the cornerstone of our nation's social safety net. But these vital programs are under threat as my Republican colleagues continue to demand reckless cuts in exchange for paying our nation's bills. Some Republicans have recently claimed that they won't cut Social Security or Medicare benefits. Well, Mr. Speaker, that empty rhetoric has not been reassuring to the American people, who continue to fear that these programs will be slashed by my Republican friends, which is why today, once again, Democrats are giving Republicans a chance to back up their claims with action by providing them with a chance to reassure the American people, not just with their words, but with their votes. And today, they can vote unequivocally that they will not cut these vital programs. Anything short is an empty promise. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Balint.
The gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote against the previous question so that the House can address more serious matters like the future of seniors' hard-earned benefits. Bringing forth House Resolution 178 gives this body the opportunity to finally affirm our commitment to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare. This is what American families want us focused on. When I talk to Vermont families, they're concerned with putting food on the table, with keeping their families safe, with how they'll afford life-saving medications, not with propping up corporate polluters at the expense of our future. Americans need us on the record promising that families won't have to choose between essentials like medication, food, housing. Cutting Social Security and Medicare hurts the poorest and most vulnerable among us. These programs support seniors to age with dignity. They support Americans with disabilities to receive the security that they absolutely depend on. We're not going to let Social Security benefits go away. We're not. Over 65 million Americans rely on hard-earned Social Security benefits. 65 million. These programs are how we preserve the American middle class, and it's how we support all of the working families in each of our districts. We need to expand the infrastructure and funding of these programs to fully support seniors in their retirement. We owe them this. I want all Americans to know Americans are not going to stop fighting to protect your hard-earned benefits. And again, I urge my colleagues to turn their attention to real issues that impact real American families and defeat the previous question. I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if we want to help senior citizens, if we want to help the working class, we can make sure that the working class and seniors on a fixed income can actually pay their heating bills. According to Ipsos polling, 1 in 3 Americans have reported trouble affording gas in Biden's energy crisis. Almost 35% of Americans, over 40 million, use a gas stove, and the Democrats want to ban the gas stove. Let's talk about the economic pain that is coming to all Americans. Electricity prices are expected to rise over 11% this winter. Natural gas prices are expected to rise as much as 25% since last winter. About 47% of households use natural gas to heat their homes, by the way. Heating home oil prices are expected to rise as much as 45% since last winter. That's over 80% of homes in the Northeast that use heating oil. Regions that heavily depend on home heating oil, such as I dare say Massachusetts, they will pay an average bill of $2,354 extra due to the draconian measures on energy, the reckless, the radical policies of the left on energy production. So if we want to actually help these individuals like Republicans want to do, we can pass H.R. 1. But I also want to focus on the comment, who do we trust? We heard that refrain over and over from my good friend from Massachusetts. Well, I can tell you who we shouldn't trust. We shouldn't trust the so-called experts that the Democrats are infatuated with. Let's talk about some of the statements we've heard, some of the predictions from these so-called experts. Al Gore in 2006 said, and I quote, "If you look at the 10 hottest years ever measured, they've all occurred in the last 14 years, and the hottest of all was in 2005. Within the decade, there will be no more snows of Kilimanjaro," end quote. Again, he said that in 2006. Last time I checked, it was 2023, and we still had snow on Mount Kilimanjaro. Al Gore also said, and I quote, "The North Pole will be ice-free in the summer by 2013 because of man-made global warming," end quote. That was 2013. It's 2023. Another prediction that has not come true. John Kerry, the climate czar, in 2009, he said, and I quote, "You have sea ice, which is melting at a rate that the Arctic Ocean is now increasingly exposed to. In 5 years, scientists predict that we will have the first ice-free Arctic summer." Again, that was 2009. It's 2023. Last time I checked, there was still ice in the Arctic. Let's talk about Barack Obama and his predictions. In 2015, he said, and I quote, "No challenge poses a greater threat to the future generations than climate change," end quote. When he left office, let's not forget that this man bought beachfront property in Martha's Vineyard while having the audacity to tell us that we're facing rising sea levels due to climate change. And again, bought a beachside mansion in Martha's Vineyard. So spare me. And talking about the greatest threat, notice there was no mention of the CCP. Notice there was no mention of Russia, which in a debate with Republicans, when Republicans were pointing to the threat posed by Russia, Barack Obama said the 1980s want their foreign policy back. But let's talk about another so-called expert that the left loves to talk about, Greta Thunberg. In 2018, she tweeted, and I quote, "A top climate scientist is warning that climate change will wipe out all of humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels over the next 5 years," end quote. You know, conveniently, Greta Thunberg deleted that tweet this month. And why? It's because that was said in 2018. It's now 2023, 5 years later, and humanity is still around. But it's easy to say that, oh, the experts have just been wrong in the last few years, since the early 2000s. The so-called experts have been wrong on this topic since the 1960s. In 1969, the New York Times published a piece from Paul Ehrlich, and Paul Ehrlich said, the so-called expert, by the way, and I quote, "We must realize that unless we are extremely lucky, everybody will disappear in a cloud of blue steam in 20 years. Again, that was 1969. That didn't happen. Yet, as in 2023, Paul Ehrlich, I think he's like 90 years old, this man is still being published and still being held up as an expert on climate change and appearing on 60 Minutes telling us that we're all going to die. So spare me. I've got more quotes. I could go on, but it's very clear who you should trust. The Republicans are the party of science. The Democrats are the party of political science. The Republicans are the party of chemistry. The Democrats are the party of alchemy. We're the party of astronomy. They're the party of astrology. The science is with us. With that, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Texas, fellow Rules Committee member, Chip Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I think my friend from Pennsylvania, and I couldn't help but notice my colleagues on the other side of the aisle going yet again to one of their pages in their playbook that they love to bring out every single time we have a debate. It's like, oh, who can you trust? Well, you can't trust corporate America. Well, guess what? I don't trust corporate America. I don't trust big oil. I don't trust them any more than I trust any of the big government bureaucrats that decide what's best for me. I do trust the market. I do trust people being able to go out and use their capital to go out and produce the best energy for the American people. But this administration and my Democratic colleagues don't want to do that, as exemplified by the fact that the President of the United States dumped 300 million barrels out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve last year heading into an election. 300 million barrels, they cut the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in half in order to bail out their election because their policies were so bad. Even Goldman Sachs is saying that the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which massively expands unreliable energy, would cost $1.2 trillion. That's the truth. I rise in support of the rule for this bill. I think it's critically important that we take a massive step forward to try to ensure that we open up exploration on lands, repeal the methane tax, overhaul permitting. But it's only a simple step, because the step that has to be taken is to free up the market from the ungodly amount of subsidies coming from Washington, subsidizing unreliable energy at the expense of capital being able to flow into the development of oil and natural gas and nuclear power to ensure that we have the power to live our lives. When you have a cloudy, windless day, you have to have power. This building is powered by natural gas. Hospitals across this country stay open because of natural gas. The fact of the matter is, you cannot power the world right now with wind and solar power. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle live in unicorn land with fairy dust, completely ignoring the reality of what happens to real Americans when the cost of their goods and services go up, when they have inflation skyrocketing and raising up, when it's destroying their way of life because people want to feel good about themselves hopping in their Tesla and rolling around pretending that there's a magic energy tree. There isn't. People's lives are at stake. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want the American people to lack the energy that they need to live their lives productively and affordably. You want to know why there's inflation going up? Because this body has spent money it doesn't have, because the Fed has printed money and jacked up the extent to which we have massive easy money out into the supply of money. We have spent money we don't have, and we have regulated the oil and gas industry to death such that we don't have the ability to actually back up their magic fairy dust energy supplies with wind and solar. I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman says that this building is powered by natural gas. I think it's probably more accurate to say it's powered by hot air. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill is a giveaway to the oil companies. The gentleman says he doesn't trust big oil, but this is a bill that gives them everything they want, their wish list, and trust the markets. I don't know that the market can clean up a toxic waste dump, or the market can clean up an oil spill, or the market, can monitor clean air. The bottom line is this bill goes after all of those protections and actually endangers the American people. And to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, who I hope that he'll read more quotes, because I think it's making it clear, which is shocking in the year 2023, he's making the case that climate change doesn't exist. Going all the way back to Al Gore, who actually was right when he said that climate change was a problem, and selectively taking these quotes from way back when. I mean, does anybody believe that climate change isn't real? Come to Massachusetts. I'll introduce you to my farmers who complain about the impacts of climate change on their ability to make a livelihood. Maple syrup producers wonder whether they'll be able to get maple syrup out of trees in Massachusetts because of climate change. I can go on and on and on. The impacts of climate change on our local farmers. And, much of this discussion, Mr. Speaker, can be tied back to Republicans' affinity for culture wars. They just claimed a little while ago that President Biden and Democrats were planning to come after Americans' gas stoves. I mean, it couldn't be further from the truth. No one is taking your stove. And I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a Vox article entitled 5 Myths About Gas Stoves, the Latest Culture War Clash.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank Mr. McGovern for yielding the time. Members, our neighbors back home send us here to Washington to stand up for them, to stand up to the powerful special interests that have all too much influence here in the halls of Washington. They expect us to work to lower cost, for good-paying jobs, and for safe and healthy communities. And that's why this Republican Polluters Over People Act is so dangerous. It does the opposite of what we should be doing here. This bill will reward the price gouging of the big oil and gas companies. This bill will roll back our bedrock environmental protections for clean air, for clean water, for lower cost clean energy. And Mr. McGovern, I think it's important that you know in the Energy and Commerce Committee, last week, at the very last minute, with no hearing, very little debate, they included a provision that will roll back an important piece of the Inflation Reduction Act that puts money back into people's pockets back home for energy efficiency, rebates and discounts to help you lower your energy bills. They do this at a time that Exxon made record profits last year, $56 billion, Chevron $36 billion. Fossil fuels were the main driver of inflation, and yet you want to give another massive giveaway to oil and gas companies and take away simple energy rebates for homeowners? And do it at a time where this bill now it looks like it will increase the deficit by $500 million. This is an irresponsible giveaway to polluters at the expense of our neighbors back home. It deserves a big no vote. And instead, let's think about the people we represent for a change. I yield back my time.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Spare me the gaslighting on gas stoves. We know that just yesterday, New York banned all gas stoves in new buildings. We're talking about New York. I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, my good friend and fellow Rules Committee member, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in support of the rule which provides consideration of legislation to bring relief to Americans and unleash the power of American energy. 40%. That is the spike in heating costs bore by many of my constituents in New York State during a bitter, life-threatening winter. And for a family on a budget, a retiree on a fixed income, that 40% hike is a painful one. It means doing without certain items in the grocery store, carefully rationing when and how you keep the heat on in your home despite bitter cold temperatures. Mr. Speaker, these are the terrible choices that my constituents must make due to the Biden-Hochul energy agenda. This is life for many Americans in the unaffordable, inflation-ridden Biden economy. Let's not be fooled by the president's rhetoric about a Putin price hike at the pump. The regulatory machine imposed on American energy has been built for one objective in mind: to destroy our nation's energy sector as we know it. In New York State, our governor, Kathy Hochul, she's made it a top priority to force our state's farmers, those that guarantee our nation's food security, and leaders in conservation, into a future of expensive and unreliable electric vehicles and equipment that's technology doesn't even exist yet. We know that current EV technology is inferior to diesel machinery. We know that a future with more EV batteries and EV motors means a greater dependence on China. But God forbid we let those inconvenient truths get in the way of the left's radical, out-of-touch Green New Deal religion. The southern tier of New York sits atop one of the country's greatest natural resource endowments, the Marcellus Shale. Just across the border from my district in neighboring Pennsylvania, hydraulic fracturing has created an economic miracle and newfound prosperity. It's transformed their economy, while counties in my district in the southern tier are some of the poorest in all of our state. Yet Governor Hochul, taking her cues from Democrats here in Washington, has made it her mission to ensure those same opportunities, that dream of prosperity and economic revival, is denied to New Yorkers in the southern tier. Democrats in Albany and Washington, they've locked away the promise of natural gas production. They've blocked the construction of oil and gas pipelines, and they are now leading the way on banning natural gas to our homes. Mr. Speaker, Americans are desperate for relief and an end to the left's destructive anti-energy agenda. H.R. 1 promises to unleash the power of our nation's energy sector once again. It will create countless new jobs, bring investment and economic rebirth into communities across this great country, and it will allow Americans once again to live in a world where they can afford to farm their farm, drive their car, put food on their table, and heat their homes. Mr. Speaker, I support this rule, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the way everybody's yelling and screaming over there, you'd think that they want to have a debate on ideas. But this rule actually blocks over 3/4 of all the amendments submitted. Democrats offered 95 amendments. And you know how many they made in order? 7. 7. You know, that's not just an interesting statistic, Mr. Speaker. It means that real ideas important ideas are completely blocked from even being debated on this House floor on their signature piece of legislation. Many of these amendments would protect public health, safety, and our environment. Take, for example, an amendment by Ms. Kamlager-Dove, number 37, that requires permits prepared under the NEPA process to include an analysis of health and safety impacts. That's it. Seems like a good idea to me. Or the amendment sponsored by Mr. Sykes, number 118, which takes into account drinking water quality when approving permits. I don't think clean drinking water ought to be a radical idea, but maybe it is on the Republican side of the aisle. We should debate it. Another amendment submitted by Ms. Dingell, number 15, would require the United States to actually reduce its emissions before repealing a section of the law, Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, set up to spur clean energy projects and reduce air pollution. I authored 3 amendments, and they were all blocked. One of them, number 94, struck language in this bill providing blanket immunity to polluters who violate our country's bedrock environmental laws. Really? I mean, you think that's objectionable? We can't even debate it here? We can do 7 hours of general debate, but we can't take 10 minutes to discuss whether companies should get a blank check to pollute. Whose side are you on? Back in January, Speaker McCarthy actually promised both sides, quote, more openness, more opportunity for ideas to win, and at the end of the day, and whoever wins at the end of the day, end quote. Mr. Speaker, that promise has been broken. This Republican majority knows their bills fail to address real problems, so they continue to block our good ideas from even coming to the floor rather than debating them. They're scared to let Americans hear our ideas, and that tells you everything you need to know. Now, my friends across the aisle, and this is important, I think, for my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to know, my friends across the aisle blocked all 6 amendments from the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the co-chair of the Problem Solver Caucus, Mr. Fitzpatrick, who happens to be a Republican. Blocked all 6. Mr. Fitzpatrick's amendments would have opposed drilling in the Delaware River Basin, ensured the act doesn't preempt a state constitution, established an infrastructure and environmental innovation trust fund, preserved the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, prohibited energy exploration activities on any protected public land, and added a sense of Congress that U.S. citizens have a right to clean air and clean water. I mean, I get it. My friends are pushing this polluters over people bill, but our colleague, a Republican who's the co-chair of the Problem Solvers, was denied all 6 of these amendments. What are you afraid of? Why won't you debate these? It's unfortunate that those ideas were apparently just too radical to be even debated on the House floor. And I truly hope that Mr. Fitzpatrick, after witnessing his own majority block all of his amendments, even the ones the gentleman watered down with their revision, I hope he will not support this rule. Supporting this rule would mean the gentleman would be voting to block his own amendments. In fact, I would ask all Republican members of the Problem Solvers Caucus to vote no on this rule, because if you don't, this will be the pattern. This will be the pattern. Mr. Speaker, I would rhetorically ask the Problem Solvers how they plan to solve any problems if their Republican leadership won't even let them offer their ideas, won't even give them a fair fight on this floor. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. Members are again reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Spare me the pearl clutching about this amendment process. Let me remind my friends across the aisle that last Congress, their H.R. 1, it was a closed roll. 0 amendments from either side were allowed in. We have Democrat and Republican amendments on this roll. So again, on this bill. So spare me. Also spare me the fact that we don't want to debate this. Spare me the fact that we don't want to have this have this debated and other viewpoints heard. White House climate advisor Gina McCarthy recently called for big tech censorship of Americans who dare to speak out against the Biden administration's radical, reckless, far-left Green New Deal agenda. So I think it's very clear who wants censorship. I think it's very clear who's afraid of ideas that don't fit their narrative, the Democratic Party. But I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman, my good friend from Missouri, Representative Alford.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Pennsylvania. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1. From day one, this administration has demonized American energy producers, forcing prices to skyrocket and compromising our national security. My Missouri constituents care about three things, Mr. Speaker: food, fuel, and fertilizer. And this president has done nothing but to raise the prices on all three. Our constituents don't want to be forced to drive a Prius. They want affordable prices at the pump. And the F-150 is a model of truck made in Missouri. It shouldn't be what it costs to fill it up, but that's exactly how much it cost this past summer. It's got to end. Since taking office, President Biden has canceled construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, which supplied us with more than 800,000 barrels of oil a day. He has depleted our strategic reserves to their lowest level since 1983. And the cherry on the top, Mr. Speaker, he has prevented any new permits on federal lands and completely undermined the permitting process. This president has kneecapped American energy producers. America should not have to choose between driving to work and putting food on the table. But that's exactly what's happening in America today. This administration is making them make those tough choices. And that is exactly why we need H.R. 1. We promised the American people that we would make sure they could fill up their trucks. We promised that we could fight to make it affordable to heat their homes. We promised to fight the woke Green New Deal policies that are killing our energy sector. And this legislation does just that. It will increase domestic energy production. It will reform the permitting process for all industries. It will reverse the anti-energy policies being perpetrated by the Biden administration. Mr. Speaker, it's not complicated. We know that the American energy producers make the cleanest energy in the world. Let's not just make America energy independent again. Let's make America energy dominant. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rules package on this critical piece of legislation, and yes on H.R. 1. Let's put a tiger back in the tank and not a kitty cat in a glorified golf cart. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Pennsylvania just said that when we introduced H.R. 1, our H.R. 1 was a closed rule. I would urge him to go back and look at the statistics, because our H.R. 1, we have in the 117th Congress a structured rule with 56 amendments in order. Yeah, more than the 36 that you did. And I would say that in the previous Congress, our H.R. 1 had even more amendments in order. So if the gentleman can't even be kind of factual about that, what else should we wonder whether it's based on fact or not? Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, the distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats believe in putting people over politics. Last Congress, Democrats tackled climate change and brought down energy costs for the American people. Those investments in the Inflation Reduction Act have already spurred investments in clean energy projects and created good-paying jobs. At a time when we see rising costs, the Inflation Reduction Act will save the average American family $1,800 a year. The Biden administration is also moving forward with an important rule to limit methane emissions nationwide. New Mexico led the way on this. We strengthened our methane emissions rules in 2021. The Energy Information Administration data shows that even though we strengthened our methane emissions, we grew year after year for 5 years in natural gas and energy production. So the land of enchantment shows us that we don't have to sacrifice the environment for energy production. But H.R. 1 would sacrifice the environment. They would put polluters over people. And members of the majority are pursuing this at a time when CEOs for large corporations have made record profits. When the industry made $451 billion in profits just last year, New Mexicans and people throughout rural America were taking groceries out of their cart to pay for gas. H.R. 1 will not make it cheaper for the ranchers I know in Colfax County to fill up their trucks. Republicans dispute this and say the bill will lower costs. Let's see. I offered an amendment to see if that's true. My amendment simply states that H.R. 1 does not take effect until the Secretaries of Energy and the Interior certify that it will lower costs for American taxpayers and consumers. What did the Republicans do with this common sense amendment? They voted it down unanimously. What are they afraid of seeing? What are they afraid of debating? The reality is H.R. 1 guts our longstanding environmental safeguards. It makes it easier to dump toxic and hazardous waste. It threatens clean drinking water and lines the pockets of the wealthiest CEOs. The Clean Water Act has long been key to protecting America's water. As we say, agua es vida, water is life. This bill guts our Clean Water Act in favor of polluters. The Republicans also rejected my amendment to protect our water for farmers, ranchers, and tribes from mining. We have to remember that the mining that is proposed that would decimate our waters are often proposed by Chinese-owned subsidiaries or foreign-owned subsidiaries. The Republicans also blocked an amendment that would have allowed, that would
the
have
gentlewoman's
required
time has expired.
that Chinese subsidiaries not
The gentlewoman's
own
time has
our
expired.
minerals. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I admit I misspoke. It wasn't H.R. 1 in the 117th. It was, wait for it, H.R. 5, the Equality Act. It was H.R. 6, the American Dream and Promise Act, and H.R. 4, the Voting Rights Act. 3 of the low-numbered bills that my friends across the aisle ran last Congress, their so-called priority bills, were run with closed rules. So just to be clear on that, it wasn't H.R. 1, but it was the 3 other ones that they ran that was a priority. With that, I have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. So I would say to the gentleman, thank you for admitting your error and admitting that you were wrong when you said that H.R. 1 was a closed rule that we brought up. And I think perhaps the gentleman might want to go back and consult some of his research, because I think he would also find out that some of the things he said about climate change, I think, would be proven factually wrong. I would like now to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said last night before the Rules Committee, I don't disagree with this legislation. Every day I hear from my constituents, gasoline prices are way too high. They've got to choose between paying for food, groceries, and filling up their gas tank. I agree we should ease the burden on American taxpayers. But, however, I disagree that this is the right way to do it. Just last year, the Inflation Reduction Act had made historic investments in home energy rebates, tax credits, clean energy vehicles, land and water conservation, and grants for greenhouse gas reduction. This legislation, in contrast, does not make any new investments. It simply walks back all the progress we've made before we can see the results of those investments. And that's why I introduced last night an amendment to simply say that any future investments in gas and oil be equal in clean energy investments. Why? Because we want to make sure we keep America in the world stage as the world leaders. We as world leaders in energy production. Sadly, my colleagues across the aisle will not be bringing up my amendment for a vote this week. Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve until my closing.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished ranking member. I didn't prepare a speech today. I brought the bill to the floor because I have great empathy for my colleague on the other side of the aisle who has the unenviable task of somehow trying to defend this 200-page bill, the Polluters Over People Act. 200 pages that puts polluters first at every turn. And if you don't believe me, I encourage you to read the bill, Mr. Speaker. Buried in this 200-page bill on page 40 is a provision that gives the Secretary of Energy and the Administrator of the EPA the power to grant a waiver to any refinery in this country from the key requirements of bedrock environmental laws that have governed this space for the better part of the last 50 years since the days of President Richard Nixon. Look at subparagraph C that enables any party who acts under a waiver granted under this bill to violate any environmental law and have blanket immunity. The Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, NEPA, you name it, they'll waive it. That is not a bill that puts people first. It's a bill that puts polluters first, and it's why I'm proud to vote no and why I encourage every member of this distinguished body to vote no against this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve until my closing. Thank you.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I ask the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
Speakers.
Okay, then we're prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues are saying that this bill doesn't put polluters over people. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from nearly 100 energy and environment groups, including the Natural Resources Defense Fund, the Sierra Club, the Wilderness Society, and Oceana. The letter states, and I quote, H.R. 1 would encourage new fossil fuel production and infrastructure, locking us into increased extraction, high and volatile energy prices, and even greater profits for fossil fuel companies. It would undermine,
without objection.
It would undermine bedrock environmental laws through its short-circuiting of government accountability, meaningful public input, and review. It would put the interests of the industry ahead of the public. Mr. Speaker, let me just say, H.R. 1 puts polluters over people. It does nothing to lower energy costs. Their bill makes it easier for companies to contaminate our water and spew pollution and God knows what else into the air. It will make us pay for corporations' messes while they leave behind a toxic trail of disaster. The Polluters Over People Act is a massive giveaway that ensures the GOP's industry friends make more money. And I would say to to those who are watching this, follow the money. Look where the oil companies are giving their money. It jeopardizes American jobs, it worsens the climate crisis, and it takes monumental steps back from achieving a clean energy future. Mr. Speaker, we can do so much better. This is such a blatant giveaway to polluters. This is such a blatant giveaway to big corporate interests. This is such a blatant giveaway to big oil. It is offensive. I urge a strong no vote on this rule. I urge a no vote on the previous question. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend across the aisle wants to say follow the money so we can see where people's priorities are. Let's just follow the Strategic Petroleum Reserve release. Biden shipped 5 million barrels of this emergency fuel overseas to countries including China. So if you want to see where the priorities lie, don't follow the money, follow where the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is going, and that's going to China. Also, quotes on climate change. I will provide my friend across the aisle with all my quotes regarding climate change. I've got pages and pages of them. What you might find very interesting is all the ones from the 1980s where the so-called experts were calling for the next ice age. So I direct you to that just for the fun of it. It's interesting to see how wrong these so-called experts are, and somewhat ironic that we're still being told that the experts are right after literally decades of getting almost everything wrong. But the U.S. produces more oil and natural gas than any other country in the world. As a global energy power, we can provide lower energy prices, we can create steady jobs, and we can secure America and our allies with cheaper gas that's cleaner. Just imagine if the U.S. was supplying LNGs from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to our allies in Europe. Think about that instead of our allies in Europe being dependent on Russian gas, which is 41% dirtier. However, the left's goal is to eliminate fossil fuels. They want to make the United States dependent, unstable, poorer and needier and weaker because they refuse to allow us to exploit our natural resources. And if you want to think about what the future lies if we allow the Democrats to get their energy plan in place, just look at Sri Lanka. I've already talked about it. Sri Lanka has a great ESG score. They also have an almost failed state. And don't think that this is just some misguided plan or misguided misinformation from the Democrats. This is their plan. They want to make hydrocarbons more expensive because their base, the liberal elites that sit at home on Zoom all day, they don't have to put gas in their tank. They work from home. It's the guys that are working, that shower after work, that have to put gas in their trucks and in their cars. That's why it's necessary to pass H.R. 1. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose do you wish to be recognized? The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12, Sub A of Rule 1, the Chair declares that the House is in recess for a period less than 15 minutes. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. On the ordering the previous question on House Resolution 260 and adoption of the House Resolution 260 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic vote will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 260, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 11, House Resolution 260, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1, to lower energy costs by increasing American energy production, exports, infrastructure, and critical minerals processing by promoting transparency, accountability, permitting, and production of American resources, and by improving water quality certification and energy projects, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 215.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Lukermeyer votes aye. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Salazar votes aye. Ms. Granger votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 203. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
I ask for a recorded vote. I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 203. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 260 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1. The Chair appoints the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 1, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to lower energy costs by increasing American energy production, exports, infrastructure, and critical minerals processing by promoting transparency, accountability, permitting, and production of American resources, and by improving water quality certification and energy products, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate shall not exceed 7 hours, with 6 hours equally divided among the and controlled by the respective chairs and ranking minority members of the Committees of Energy and Commerce, Natural Resources, and their respective designees for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Wesserman, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Guajava, each will control 90 minutes. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Wasserman.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. As an engineer, I've learned that no issue is too difficult for American innovation and ingenuity, no difficult to solve when we will honestly identify the problem, develop a sound plan to solve it, and do the hard work to get the results we desire. The truth we all know is America has an energy crisis. Energy is foundational to everything we do, and for the sake of our future, we must solve this problem. Energy prices in general have gone up nearly 40% in a little over 2 years. High energy costs translate throughout the economy, causing inflated prices for every necessity of life, from the food we eat, to the clothes we wear, to the roof over our heads. President Biden has said he's working to lower these costs, but his actions are drowning out his words. He's waged war on American producers, shutting down oil and gas leasing, banning mining development in certain areas, and insisting on keeping our federal regulations permanently stuck in the past. What are we getting in return? We're getting more dependence on the worst polluters in the world while we wreck our own economy, sending our wealth and jobs overseas. Our current energy policies favor Putin, the Chinese Communist Party, and despots around the globe over the American people and freedom. Why would our friends across the aisle continue to put the worst polluters, human rights violators, and those who wish us harm above the American people? No more. H.R. 1 is designed to solve our energy crisis. House Republicans are ready to show the world that American energy, not Saudi Arabian, not Venezuelan, not Chinese or Russian energy, American energy is our future. American mining, American innovation, American processing and refining, American manufacturing, and American infrastructure will lead us out of this energy crisis. H.R. 1 outlines this through a variety of measures. First, it rolls back the Biden administration's oil and gas leasing moratoriums, giving producers certainty to produce resources safely and responsibly right here at home. Next, given the importance of minerals to our national security, clean energy technology, and a host of everyday uses, H.R. 1 shores up domestic supply chains for commodities like copper, lithium, and cobalt, and allows us to make our energy infrastructure where it should be made, right here at home in the United States. Every ounce we produce here is an ounce less we and our allies are forced to purchase from Chinese-controlled mines with deplorable labor and environmental standards. And of course, none of this is possible without modernizing the federal regulations that delay the projects we desperately need. If you don't believe permitting reform is needed, maybe you'll believe President Biden's senior advisor, John Podesta, who recently said, quote, "We can move faster by setting tighter deadlines for agencies to complete environmental reviews. We can move smarter by making it easier to approve projects with low environmental impact. But Congress needs to do its job. So it's time to get back to work and pass permitting reform legislation," end quote. We are called to be good stewards of our resources and leave them better than we found them. That is the definition of conservation. We cannot say our global resources are better off today under Democrat policies. China is building coal plants at a rapid pace, using slave labor to construct solar panels and develop critical minerals, while Russia is not only one of the worst environmental catastrophes on the planet, but they are also using their energy revenues to fund their war in Ukraine. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to these injustices and say, "Not in my backyard." America drills, mines, builds, and innovates cleaner, safer, and more responsibly than anywhere else in the world. Before American innovators and workers can solve our energy problems, we need a plan. H.R. 1 is the plan to solve our energy crisis. For these and many more reasons, I am proud to be a co-sponsor of the Lower Energy Cost Act. H.R. 1 is the blueprint to ease the burden of this self-inflicted energy crisis on American families. H.R. 1, when executed, will make the United States more secure and competitive on the global stage. Ultimately, H.R. 1 will improve the health and longevity of our natural resources, create a better climate, and spur U.S. economic growth and jobs. These are results we should all get behind. You don't have to be an engineer to solve this energy problem. I urge all of my colleagues to join with me and vote a resounding yes in support of H.R. 1. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Chairman, today I rise in urgent opposition to the Republicans' H.R. 1. Last week, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued its final report. Their message couldn't be clearer. We have a lot to do and very little time to do it before the ticking climate bomb we're living in goes off. But I want to emphasize that their message wasn't one of complete despair. There is hope, but the hope hinges on two major conditions. One, we must stop burning fossil fuels, the #1 cause of climate change. And two, we must transform our energy system to a cleaner and more sustainable one now. H.R. 1, the bill before us today, which has earned the fitting title of Polluters Over People Act, will actively and aggressively take us backwards on both those accounts. Looking more like a nearly 200-page love letter to polluting industries than a serious legislative effort, the Polluters Over People Act is a laundry list of gifts and giveaways to polluting industry. Let's look at what it does for big oil. For example, last year, oil companies shattered profit records across the board by price gouging working Americans at the pump while also hoarding thousands of unused leases on our public lands and waters. Rather than hold big oil accountable for this abuse, the Polluters Over People Act lowers royalty rates, repeals interest fees, reinstates non-competitive leasing, and forces federal agencies to hold rock-bottom lease sales, all but assuring that last year's profit records will soon be broken again. Never to be outdone, the mining industry gets its fair share of gifts in H.R. 1 as well. Mining companies, many of which are foreign-owned, already enjoy a veritable free-for-all on our public lands. They make a mockery of tribal consultation, destroy sacred and special places, ruin the landscape, and leave behind a toxic mess that pollutes our water and hurts our health, all without paying a cent to the American people. Not one red cent is paid in royalties. And now they are included in this package is now they can use the public land for anything they want, including dumping of toxic mineral waste. There's more, but suffice it to say that all these handouts, it comes as no surprise that the Congressional Budget Office just reported last week that H.R. 1 will actually increase the federal deficit. Staying true to its name, Polluters Over People Act also fast-tracks dirty energy projects by gutting our bedrock environmental and public health laws, namely the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. This is not a new so-called permitting reform solution they've come up with to address our energy needs. This is the same ideological attack I've seen Republicans in the Natural Resources Committee launch on NEPA year after year after year. So for anyone who is being lured into thinking there are opportunities for negotiations on this bill, do not be naive. This performative permitting reform is not a bipartisan solution, not even a starting point for one. This is just another decades-old request from polluters to make their operations cheaper and easier while making Americans' lives harder and more costly. It's not a serious solution to any of our energy goals. Even former President George W. Bush's head of permitting efforts has said that this bill will be a quote-unquote of no statistically significant consequence. In fact, the Polluters Over People Act has none of the real permitting solutions that can speed up the build-out of clean energy infrastructure that we all need. One of those solutions would be increasing funding for federal permitting offices, which is exactly what Democrats did when they secured more than $1 billion in last year's historic Inflation Reduction Act. Even Republicans' own witness at our hearing called this money, quote unquote, wonderful. But no more funding is in H.R. 1. Another solution for speeding up clean energy development is reforming the planning and cost allocation process for electrical transmission lines that can carry renewable energy from different sources across the country. But no, you're not going to see that in H.R. 1 either. And of course, any real permitting reform solutions would make sure to protect and empower the communities that have been disproportionately hurt by dirty energy and other polluters for decades, and that are now being hit the hardest by climate change as well. But as you can probably guess, H.R. 1 doesn't just fail to protect these communities, it silences them further, laying them bare to even more devastation, harm, and exploitation. The Polluters Over People Act isn't just an embarrassment of riches for polluting industry, it's an embarrassment to our communities, to our climate goals, and to this legislative body. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chairman, this utopian idea of having our cake and eating it too, the not in my backyard mentality, it just won't work for the economy or the environment, and that's why we need change, and it's why I'm glad to yield 2.5 minutes to the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, someone who knows the importance of energy to production agriculture from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the chairman for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act. Let me be very clear. A vote for H.R. 1 is a vote for food security. Let me repeat that. A vote for H.R. 1 is a vote for food security. Let me explain. As chairman of the House Agriculture Committee on Agriculture, I'm proud representative from Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. I am no stranger to the challenging facing America's energy industry and its direct impact on farming communities. In fact, the Commonwealth showcases the nexus between energy and agriculture production each and every day. Pennsylvania is home to abundant natural resources, from Marcellus Shale natural gas play to America's first commercial oil well. These are responsibly developed resources that have provided energy affordability to our nation for generations and transformed the U.S. into a global economic powerhouse. These resources have also helped spur our state's largest industry, agriculture. And just like any other region of the country, the viability of our ag sector is reliant upon access to abundant and affordable energy. By gambling away American energy independence and domestic oil and gas production in the name of climate change, the Biden administration has harmed the very industry, U.S. agriculture, that contributes to 13% of our annual greenhouse gas sequestration. The hardworking men and women who feed and fuel our nation and the world are in reality climate heroes. Even still, this administration has continued to take irrational regulatory and policy actions that foster uncertainty and limit our ability to meet the food, the fiber, and energy demands of our nation and the world. This legislation provides a reprieve for America's families, including our farmers, ranchers, and foresters, who have struggled with fractured supply chains, skyrocketing input costs, and historic levels of inflation, all of which are exacerbated by excessive spending and regulatory overreach from Washington. American agriculture, if given the right tools and regulatory certainty, can serve a vital role in alleviating global food instability and mitigating costs for consumers. H.R. 1 provides this certainty and will deliver long-lasting relief for nearly every sector of the U.S. economy. As I've always said, food security is national security. We need dependable local power generation, adequate infrastructure, a strong workforce, and lower energy costs for farm operations to remain viable. It's time we return to embracing American energy, not abandon it, and in doing so, enable America's agriculture sector to thrive. House Republicans made a commitment to an economy that is strong. Through H.R. 1, we are upholding that promise, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. We just heard the term NIMBY thrown around to describe opposition to this bill. This NIMBY term, standing, not in my backyard, is used to describe local residents, oftentimes very wealthy residents, who oppose development in their neighborhoods, but unfortunately supported development elsewhere. This NIMBY term being used by some to try and discredit opposition to this bill. In reality, the groundswell of opposition to this bill comes from places that look like the places behind me, not Martha's Vineyard. Places like Cancer Alley along the Gulf Coast and many other environmental justice communities across the country that millions upon millions of Americans call home. So make no mistake, the greatest consequences from pollution giveaways in H.R. 1 will fall on places like the ones in this photograph that are already overburdened by industry's pollution. I would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, a member of the Natural Resources Committee, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this legislation. And first, let me thank the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee for yielding. Climate change is an existential threat to the United States and the world. Without action to reduce emissions, the damage to our nation, economy, and future generations will be immeasurable. Americans understand the severity of this moment. That is why polling shows that most Americans want to prioritize the development of alternative energy sources over expanding the production of fossil fuels. The bill before us today will do the exact opposite. H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, is a brazen giveaway to the oil, gas, and mining industries. As big oil reaps record profits thanks to billions of dollars in taxpayer subsidies, this bill will rubber stamp the construction of new natural gas pipelines and shut government agencies out of the review process. H.R. 1 will also mandate the auctioning of our public lands for oil and gas leases, making it easier to export liquefied natural gas to foreign adversaries, and allow oil companies to price gouge working families. This bill effectively gives energy companies a license to pollute. Simply put, it is a disaster for our environment and our fight against climate change. Americans do not want energy policy to come at the expense of public health. Many of my constituents have suffered for years from air pollution emitted from a local plant that runs on burning natural gas and fuel oil. This pollution has resulted in generations of families developing asthma in what is colloquially known as Asthma Alley. H.R. 1 will encourage this dangerous pollution in communities across the country. That is why I have submitted 2 amendments. One, to protect these at-risk localities by removing restrictions preventing individuals from suing in response to a violation of NEPA if they bring a claim related to protecting public health. My second amendment will require publicly traded companies to disclose their goals and actions related to greenhouse gas emissions and meeting the goals of the Paris Climate Accords. These amendments were rejected by the Rules Committee, as were over 90% of the amendments proposed by my Democratic colleagues. So much for the open amendment process Republicans promised when they took over the majority. H.R. 1 is a reckless bill that empowers polluters to boost profits for Republicans' industry friends. Last year, Democrats acted to lower energy costs for working families and weaken our dependence on fossil fuels by passing the Inflation Reduction Act. The IRA was the largest ever investment in fighting climate change while creating thousands of good-paying jobs, attracting billions of dollars in investment, and lowering the average American family's energy costs by about $1,800 a year. H.R. 1 seeks to reverse the progress we have made since passing the IRA. This bill will take us backward, both economically and environmentally, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chairman, the rhetoric is just not matching the reality that current energy policies are forcing us to buy energy and buy minerals from the worst polluters on the earth. Not only are they the worst polluters, they're the worst human rights violators. With that, I want to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman on the Committee of Natural Resources from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you to Chairman Westerman and Mr. Speaker, I am honored to support H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, to increase energy production, export American energy, and build out our infrastructure to transport it. All of our constituents have seen and felt the impact of the constraint on and the cost of energy. Sadly, we don't need to go too far to see the impact of this administration's efforts to harm domestically produced energy. From the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline, moratorium on oil and gas leases on federal lands, the self-destruction of our offshore lease programs. It's hard to imagine just how far this administration will go to prop up unrealistic utopian ideas. Utopian ideas that a country can solely exist on wind and solar without oil and gas. And by the way, there's a whole lot of information on wind and solar that doesn't get advertised all that much. The fact that the materials necessary to build those components come from mining that we've largely prevented ourselves from doing and have to import from overseas. The cost of the transmission. The fact that those rotors on the wind turbines need fossil fuels to continue to operate. But nevertheless, that's the evangelism we've been given by our current administration. Americans are paying the price for this utopian future, and they're paying it right now. With this just transition to other forms of unreliable energy, the cost is borne by the most vulnerable among us. That's why Republicans are leading the way to unleash the full potential of American energy through H.R. 1. H.R. 1 means no more begging the Saudis for oil, ignoring the humanitarian crisis in Venezuela, and foregoing American workers, industry, and expertise. H.R. 1 means abundant energy for all Americans in an environmentally responsible way. Republicans are also leading the way with all forms of energy. That's why I'm thankful for the inclusion of my Clean Air Act in H.R. 1 to promote the responsible exploration of geothermal resources on federal lands. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Westerman. I look forward to the passage of H.R. 1, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. Let me yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Representative Delbany.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in opposition to the Polluters Over People Act. Protecting our environment is foundational to the heritage, culture, and quality of life that we enjoy in the Pacific Northwest. We're trailblazers in clean, renewable energy sources like hydro, wind, and solar. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle should follow our lead and focus on accelerating our transition towards a green energy economy like Democrats did in the Inflation Reduction Act. Instead, Republicans are pushing a messaging bill loaded with giveaways to the fossil fuel industry that will blow a $2.4 billion hole in our deficit. This legislation not only does nothing to lower energy costs, but it raises prices for families by repealing the Inflation Reduction Act discounts for energy-saving home appliances. I offered an amendment to this bill with the support of every Democrat from the Washington and Oregon delegations that would prevent oil and gas companies from drilling along the Washington and Oregon coasts. The last thing any of us want is the next Deepwater Horizon spill on our shores. This was rejected by the majority. An open amendment process apparently only applies to Republicans. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to another member of the Resources Committee, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support today of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. And since coming into office, the Biden administration has, through the Inflation Acceleration Act, taken steps to depress domestic energy production, causing prices to skyrocket and making Americans reliant on our adversaries for our energy. From heating our homes to filling our gas tanks, Americans have been burdened with historically high energy prices. With growing global demand predicted year after year, we must pass laws that will make America energy independent. H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, is crucial in restarting our onshore and offshore leasing program. It also incentivizes the production of domestic minerals that are essential for national security and sustainable energy projects. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about all this electrification. You know what's needed electrification? Copper. You know what the other side has done? Starting to ban copper mines. I don't know how you make this happen unless, I guess, they want us to buy copper from China. Makes sense to me. Buy copper from China, be relying on people that don't like us. You can see the production here. Look at Chinese copper production. Look at United States copper production. I know what the other side wants. They want us to be reliant on China. And modernizing our federal regulations needs to happen so we prevent projects from being in endless litigation. Let's do the things that are sustainable and necessary for our economy, necessary to make sure that we are energy independent. H.R. 1 incentivizes an all-of-the-above energy approach. This legislation promotes domestic sources of materials critical to renewable energy while maintaining robust environmental standards. American energy is the cleanest in the world. We can and must produce our own energy in an efficient, clean, and safe way for Americans, and we can do that. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of H.R. 1 to eliminate red tape and promote affordable domestic energy production. With that, Mr. Speaker, are you back to balance?
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just remind my colleagues that this bill provides more handouts to foreign mining companies with terrible environmental and human rights records. For example, Rio Tinto, a foreign-owned mining company, is preparing for a new copper mine in Arizona at a sacred site, Oak Flat. But in 2020, the company knowingly and needlessly demolished a 46,000-year-old sacred Australian Aboriginal site, an irreplaceable cultural artifact to expand an iron mine. This bill rolls out the welcome mat for even more mining by foreign-controlled companies with records of human rights violations, cultural desecration, and pollution. With that, let me now yield 5 minutes to a member of our committee, a valued member of our committee, gentleman from California, Mr. Levin.
The chair yields 5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. Although energy independence and lower costs are laudable goals for any energy legislation, unfortunately this bill achieves neither of them. Instead, H.R. 1 is a giveaway to big oil and their lobbyists who want to be able to set their own rules at the expense of working families. Instead of putting the needs of the American public at the center of this bill, my friends across the aisle have drafted an industry wish list. First, H.R. 1 undermines landmark environmental laws and protections like the Clean Water Act and the National Environmental Policy Act that safeguard public health and keep our drinking water clean, keep our air clean. It also repeals the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, which helps companies reduce their methane pollution. This bill makes it easier for polluters to set their own standards and roll back reforms, and lets big oil rubber stamp their projects with minimal oversight. Environmental disasters are far too common, and unfortunately, H.R. 1 would make it easier for future disasters to happen. Second, the Polluters Over People Act worsens the climate crisis by empowering the fossil fuel industry instead of strengthening the foundation for a clean energy future, which is so important. You know, during the last Congress, the 117th Congress, we passed policies, many bipartisan policies, like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, that invested in climate action in a scale matching the challenge that science says that we face. And this bill that we have before us today not only ignores the additional steps we need to take to reach our climate targets, it actively takes us backwards on climate action by rolling back key provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act, which was and is the most significant environmental and climate bill that has ever been passed in the United States or anywhere else. And we know that the data is alarming. A new UN report found that global warming could increase by 3.2 degrees Celsius and cause 7 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century if immediate actions are not taken. This is an existential crisis. Climate change is real. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle know it's real. And we cannot continue to deny this and put our planet at risk with this type of legislation. So instead of wasting time on this big oil wish list, I'd like for us instead to focus on actions that will actually expand the deployment of clean energy, actually reduce costs, expand high-capacity transmission, reform the interconnection process, and build on the $1 billion that we secured in the Inflation Reduction Act to ensure that federal agencies actually have the resources and the expertise to conduct efficient environmental review. Third, H.R. 1 adds to the deficit. That's right, it adds to the deficit by giving handouts to big oil and gas corporations so that their executives and their shareholders can get even richer. So for a party that is focused, at least I hear that they're focused on tackling the deficit, I think it's pretty extraordinary that this legislation, their signature legislation, would add to the deficit. You know, last year, when Americans were dealing with high costs at the pump, fossil fuel executives were taking in record profits. In fact, 26 of the country's largest oil companies made a record-breaking $451 billion last year, just last year. And they spent over $163 billion on stock buybacks and dividends to their shareholders. These same companies donated over $370,000 to my friends across the aisle. So it's no wonder they want to reward their friends. It's clear that this legislation, the Polluters Over People Act, is another giveaway to keep corporations rich at the American people's expense without making meaningful reforms, in fact, while making things worse. So for all these reasons and more, I strongly oppose this legislation. Now, I proposed 4 amendments that would begin to correct course, but unfortunately, my friends across the aisle are only allowing 2 of those amendments to come to the floor. My first amendment that was blocked would clarify that lead federal agencies can extend a public comment period or gather further community input if the Secretary determines that doing so would improve project results or efficiency. This would allow agencies to actually streamline the permitting process by ensuring that potentially impacted communities and local governments have the ability to fully engage in the process. Instead, my friends across the aisle chose to block consideration of this amendment and perpetuate the myth, it's a myth, that community input somehow slows down project approvals. My other amendment that was blocked would have banned offshore drilling off the Southern California coast. Californians of both political parties have made it absolutely clear, overwhelmingly clear, that they are strongly opposed to additional offshore oil and gas drilling in Southern California off the coast. And this amendment would have offered this Congress an opportunity to respect the will of the overwhelming majority of Californians who oppose drilling off our coasts. So I strongly urge my friends across the aisle, allow debate on these and other amendments so that more voices are heard. As my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee have heard me say before, I am willing to work with anyone on either side of the aisle to meet the goals of lowering energy costs and protecting our planet, particularly in terms of promoting a more efficient and transparent permitting process, and I hope we can do that. We can find common ground on pragmatic solutions. This is not common ground.
Expired.
I encourage my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I heard the word rich mentioned a few times. I'll tell you what is rich is when our colleagues across the aisle project their energy policies onto our plan. You know, again, the only polluters who are being put over the people are China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and talk about big oil company profits. I read where Aramco, the Saudi company, had a record profit last year, $161 billion in profits. And I believe that's the country that President Biden went to and asked them to increase production because we weren't making enough at home. Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, the chair of the Energy and Minerals Subcommittee and Natural Resources, Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very much, Chair Westerman. Madam Chair, before I begin my speech, I just want to tell the American people, you're not hearing all the truth on this. Sometimes my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will try to repeat things, mislead the American people. It's rinse, lather, repeat. The American people are smarter than that. This H.R. 1 is a priority for this conference, and it helps to modernize the permitting process. And I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1, Majority Leader Scalise's Lower Energy Costs Act bill. A bill I am an original co-sponsor of, helped to write, and a bill America needs now more than ever. I'm also pleased that the House Natural Resources Committee received primary jurisdiction, and thank you to Energy and Commerce and Transportation and Infrastructure for their important contributions as well. Americans put Republicans in control of the House in part because we campaign on making life more affordable and making it easier to build. We want to let miners mine, farmers farm, builders build, and let small businesses succeed. However, under today's permitting scheme, that's all but impossible. In the district I represent, we have a proposed mine that would provide a huge resource of copper, nickel, cobalt, a huge resource of those critical minerals that we need. And it's on a year 20 of permitting and litigation. It has a signed project labor agreement committed to domestic union labor for the mine's construction. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle at every turn reject that mine as well as this administration does. And this mine has won every lawsuit thrown its way, but further frivolous litigation and endless bureaucracy continue to mirror the project year after year. We can help to build the energy transition with domestic minerals mined by Minnesotans, but the permitting bureaucracy stands in its way. And that's why I am proud that my own legislation, which has 33 co-sponsors, the Permitting for Mining Needs Act, is included in the base text. Permit MN creates what miners want. They want certainty. It limits frivolous litigation, puts in places common sense review timelines, and just puts American miners to work, whether they're in Minnesota, Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, California, or anywhere else. But this is about so much more than mining. If you are at all serious about emissions reductions, you will vote to support H.R. 1. Why? Because right now, for example, it takes years to decades to permit transmission projects that will add wind and solar to the grid. At our February 9th oversight hearing on permitting American Clean Energy Power testified that failure to enact permitting reforms puts an estimated 100 gigawatts off clean energy projects at risk.
Yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
That means risking $100 billion worth of investment and 150,000 potential jobs in the clean energy sector. And in the Natural Resources Committee, we have a real tangible example at our February 28th legislative hearing on my colleague Garrett Graves' Builder Act. Dairyland Power testified about the Cardinal Creek Hickory transmission line. This transmission line will put more wind on the grid, and it's 103 miles long, but it's locked in a 7-year permitting. We need to pass H.R. 1 for energy independence and critical mineral dominance, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. It's too bad that my Republican colleagues continue to point to China, to Russia as being as their practices, and try to lower the bar for environmental and community protections in our own country. The United States should not need to, or shouldn't, when we shouldn't, set our standard by China or Russia. The American people want their protections, they want clean energy, and they want the process that allows the American people to know and to participate. This bill does neither. With that, let me yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kastner.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my friend from Arizona. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be honest, I'm at a loss for words. This bill, the Polluters Over People Act, is bad for the environment, bad for the U.S. economy, and you wouldn't know that from the rhetoric across the aisle, leaving me to wonder whether you all are lying or just ignorant. And I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here and assume you're ignorant. Since I'm at a loss for words, as I said, I want to try to explain this with some numbers. Since 2010, the United States economy has grown by $7 trillion. It's about 50%. During the same period, natural gas consumption in our country is up 25%, only half as much. Petroleum consumption, flat. Coal consumption is down by 40%. This is awesome news. We should all be celebrating.
We have decoupled economic growth from fossil fuel consumption. We can grow without depending on environmental degradation. The environment and American energy consumers are winning. And that's not because they're using less energy. It's because they're not paying for it. You don't pay for solar energy. You don't pay for energy efficiency. Remember, no one wants a barrel of oil. What you want is a cold beer and a hot shower. Now, Americans are getting more of the latter with less of the former. And if that confuses anybody in this body, then I would encourage you to go ask your local 6-year-old, what would you rather have on Christmas morning? A warm fire and some twinkly lights, or a big old lump of coal? Like I said, this isn't that complicated. But let us now ask what the fossil fuel industry has done in the wake of their collapsing market share. Did they pivot to providing things consumers want, cleaner, cheaper energy? Did they redeploy their capital into solar, wind, geothermal, electric vehicle charging stations? Of course not. They moved to strip mine the United States and ask for your acceleration of their work. Because during the same period, U.S. exports of oil have grown by a factor of 4. U.S. exports of natural gas have grown by a factor of 6. Their revenues that Mr. Levin talked about are not going up because they're selling more of their product to Americans. It's because they're strip mining America and selling it overseas. Exporting U.S. energy does not lower the price of energy in the United States. If anything, it raises costs to American consumers because you reduce domestic supply, for goodness gracious. This bill would only make that worse. Now, to be sure, there are real challenges facing U.S. energy consumers. We've got an aging grid. We need transmission to connect renewables to load. We've got a growth in electric demand thanks to all those EVs and heat pumps. We should be focusing on those challenges if we are looking out for the American consumer. But this bill does not give a damn about the American consumer. Its sole purpose is to transfer wealth from the American taxpayer to American energy exporters. Now, there are a small number of Americans whose wealth depends on oil and gas production and export. You all know them by name, I'm sure. But every single American benefits from cheaper energy. And if you are going to claim to support the interests of the latter, vote no on this bill. If you're voting yes, at least have the dignity to be honest about whose interests you are looking out for. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the senior Republican on the Committee of Natural Resources, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman who's doing a great job as chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee for yielding. Madam Chairman, what should be crystal clear by now is that our friends across the aisle do not have solutions to the energy crisis. For the last 4 years, Democrats have controlled both chambers of Congress, but in that time, not one single piece of serious legislation was ever introduced which would have lowered the cost of energy. After seeing costs rise for years on end, voters decided that they had had enough and elected Republicans to solve this crisis. In 2019, a gallon of gas cost just over $2. Today, it costs almost $4. The price of groceries has gone up, which includes the price of energy to ship and keep them cool, which has gone up as well. Some items have seen as high as a 55% increase. So what has been done to help ease energy costs? What solutions do my friends across the aisle have? Well, as a result of President Biden's Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the United States pumped $75.8 billion of taxpayer dollars into unreliable green tech. Besides that, Americans have pumped trillions of both public and private dollars into these industries for decades. But solar and wind combined still only make up 10% of American energy generation, American electricity generation. Instead of making existing technology more affordable, this administration and its allies in Congress dumped billions of dollars into technologies that cannot provide reliable and dispatchable energy to even a fraction of the country. So this so-called solution has done nothing to lower costs for the average American. We have higher costs. There's more potential for rolling brownouts. This is the best that my friends across the aisle can do. An intelligent person would think, why invest in affordable And why not continue to invest in affordable and proven technology while we're waiting for these alternatives to become viable? And they might be in the future at some point. That's great. But right now, it's only 10% of our national electrical production. The PJM interconnection, for example, which is a grid that services over 65 million people, has announced that they will be short 26% of their total energy obligations because radical environmentalists are retiring energy sources while providing no reliable backups. EPA also recently finalized what they are calling the Good Neighbor Rule by denying 26 different state plans to conform to EPA ozone regulations. This denial means that 26 states, including my state of Colorado, will have sources of energy generation completely shut down while having no viable backup whatsoever. This decision guarantees that costs and shortages will continue to increase for the American people with no end in sight. Maintaining affordable energy is crucial to our way of life. It is what keeps water treatment plants open, it's what keeps hospitals open, it's what keeps traffic lights, libraries, schools, trucks, ships, and airplanes operating. When the costs of powering these essential processes go up, costs go up. If the grid shuts down, everything relying upon it goes down. This will have catastrophic consequences. Those of us around the country have seen what happens in places like California with its unrealistic energy policies and want nothing to do with it. High prices and shortages come with over-regulation. Let's face the facts. Current green tech cannot come anywhere close to powering our nation right now or in the foreseeable future. The Energy Information Agency expects fossil fuel demand to continue rising, not decreasing, beyond the year 2050. Ironically, as an aside, fossil fuel industries have always made a higher profit when there is a Democratic president because of the increased per barrel price of oil. But that's just an aside. Republicans also aren't neglecting permitting realities by ignoring unused drilling permits. We simply recognize that these permits on their own are insufficient to generate investment and production, especially when this administration is doing everything it can to discourage the producers of conventional energy. What should be clear in this debate is that Republicans are the ones who know how energy works, and we're passing legislation. H.R. 1 is this serious legislation. It will lower costs, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yeah, just a reminder, H.R. 1, Polluters Over People Act, repeals the $4.5 billion home electrification program, a rebate program designed to lower energy bills for all American families. With that, let me yield to the gentlelady from New York, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, for 5 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the ranking member, and there was some discussion made earlier, an allegation that Democrats have yet to introduce any policy to reduce our energy costs, as if we have completely forgotten about the sweeping multi-billion-dollar investments in the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce people's costs across the board. But I'm rising today to stand in opposition to H.R. 1. While Republicans try to claim that this is a bill to lower people's energy costs, we really see when you start digging into it that what this bill actually shows us by the Republican authors is that they actually have no plan to reduce our utility bills or even prevent climate disaster in the United States. The central argument and logic of this bill is that if you give big oil everything they want, then perhaps they will lower our gas prices. It's a form of trickle-down fantasy that just will not make life easier for everyday Americans. What H.R. 1 will do is give big oil more leases of public lands. And this idea that an increased supply of fossil fuels will drive down prices is also mistaken. Let's look at what happened last year. We saw how big oil more than doubled its profits to $219 billion, all while price gouging customers at the pump, not because of supply issues, but because they can. Republicans opposed solutions that we even put forward, like a windfall tax on price gouging on big oil in order to prevent this kinds of behaviors. But fossil fuel companies, moreover, already have thousands of unused permits on public lands, and yet they want even more. This is not a problem of supply, it is a problem of greed and abuse of market power. I, along with many of my colleagues, called for that windfall tax. But what does this bill do instead? It's almost as if you gave a pen to an oil lobbyist and wrote down everything that they'd want. Much of that was in this bill. We are looking at reducing big oil's royalty rates to the public, slashing interest fees. For people following at home, if you are a member of the American public, if you are a tax-paying citizen, you are part of the ownership of our public lands. And when an oil company decides to lease that land, they are supposed to pay a royalty to the public. What does H.R. 1 do? Slashes that royalty rate, so that there is very little payback or investment into the American people and many of our programs. In this bill, Republicans are squarely on the side of fossil fuel companies. It makes it harder for communities to fight big oil when they don't want them drilling in their own backyards. It also threatens our public lands and allows anyone to stake a mining claim on our public lands for less than $10 an acre, even if they haven't discovered any minerals. And despite the fact that more than 40% of Americans live in counties hit by climate disasters, this bill prohibits agencies from even considering climate change when deciding whether or not to issue a permit to a drilling company. None of these things are going to lower our costs at the pump. None of these things are going to actually reduce our utility bills. And in fact, in talking about this allegation of a lack of Democratic proposals, Democrats introduced 95 amendments, proposed 95 amendments to this bill, and the Republican majority rejected all but 7. I myself personally sponsored an amendment in the spirit of this bill, allegedly, to try to reduce prices, and my amendment would have made sure that the subsidies that the federal government provides to oil and gas companies actually make their way to the American people instead of lining the pockets of billionaire CEOs, but actually having the intended effect. But Republicans rejected that amendment too. They've made clear where they stand, and I could not emphasize enough how detrimental and damaging this bill would be, not only to the climate crisis, not only to the purpose of even trying to reduce our utility costs, but moreover, from the ability for the American people to actually receive an investment on the public lands that they lease out. And with that, I yield back to the ranking member.
Gentleman from Arizona Reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, the Innovation Reduction Act that's been referenced here, it did invest in energy companies in Saudi Arabia, energy companies in China, and in energy companies from places like Russia and Venezuela and Iran at the cost of the American people. The bill is also referred to outside of the House chambers as the climate bill, referred to that by my colleagues across the aisle. And it did one thing to inflation. It drove inflation up at the cost to the American taxpayer. I recognize the gentleman, or yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, 5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, everything around us that makes our lives possible is either mined or it's grown. Everything. Above the Speaker's chair is inscribed a plea from Daniel Webster to those who serve in this House. Let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, and see whether we also in our day and generation may not perform something worthy to be remembered. Yet for 50 years, the environmental left has slowly strangled our nation's ability to do just that. And in the process, it is impoverishing the American people. One of the most powerful weapons is the National Environmental Policy Act, imposed in 1969 with the promise that it would protect the environment. It has done exactly the opposite. It's made it endlessly time-consuming and ultimately cost-prohibitive to manage our forests, to provide abundant water for our people, and to prosper from our vast energy and mineral resources. My district comprises the forests of the Sierra Nevada and the agricultural heartland of California's Central Valley. The left promised us that NEPA would protect our forests and water resources. Come to my district and you'll see what a cruel and demonstrable lie that has become. Excess timber is removed from our forests in only two ways. If we don't carry it out, nature will burn it out. Throughout the 20th century, the U.S. Forest Service marked off surplus timber and auctioned it to logging companies that paid us to remove it. The result was healthy, resilient, and fire-resistant federal forests, a steady revenue source for forest improvements, and thriving mountain economies. But then came the National Environmental Policy Act. Simple forest thinning projects now require an average of 4.5 years of environmental studies, costing millions of dollars, more than the value of the timber. Instead of making money for the government, removing excess timber now costs us money. And as a result, our forests have become morbidly overgrown, carrying 4 times the timber that the land can support. In that stressed condition, the trees succumb to disease, pestilence, drought, and ultimately catastrophic wildfires that we haven't seen in over a century. California is one of the most water-rich regions of the country, and yet the farms of the Central Valley have had their water systematically choked off because NEPA and other environmental laws make major new reservoirs all but impossible to build. Record rainfall this year is being lost to the ocean simply because we have no place to store it. When the little town of Forest Hill tried to add a $2 million spillway gate for additional water storage, they discovered that because of NEPA, they also had to budget an additional $1 million for environmental reviews and $2 million for environmental mitigations. After more than a decade, the project has yet to be built. The last reservoir over 1 million acre-feet constructed in California was completed in 1979. Meanwhile, the state's population has nearly doubled. Madam Speaker, when something is plentiful, it's cheap. When it's scarce, it is expensive. NEPA is making everything we depend upon in our lives increasingly scarce and therefore increasingly expensive. The left obsesses over a 1-degree rise in temperature over the next century, but they couldn't care less that they're making it impossible for people to heat their homes in sub-freezing winters. They promise us they care about the environment, but they couldn't care less that entire human communities and species habitats and millions of acres of forest are being laid waste by preventable megafires. They obsess over the snail darter, but couldn't care less that they've destroyed thousands of agricultural jobs, idled 500,000 acres of California farmland, and sent grocery prices skyrocketing. They promise us that NEPA would protect our forests. Instead, it's destroying them. H.R. 1 begins to dial back the damage that NEPA has done, both to the environment and to the quality of life of all Americans, simply by reducing the time and costs required for these massive bureaucratic studies. The question before us is whether our children will grow up in a world of scarcity, poverty, and misery, or one of abundance, prosperity, and optimism. That's the simple question before us. We choose prosperity, a future of abundant and affordable energy, water, food, lumber, minerals, and all the material comforts and benefits that flow from the resources our country has been blessed with. That is something worthy to be remembered, and that future can begin with this vote today. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. Let me yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1, a very unpopular and wholly unhelpful bill. The debate on this bill has to be put in the context of two very important things: inflation and costs, including gas prices, but also this broken economy that many feel is rigged. Both Democrats and Republicans in my district talk about this all the time. You see, there are those with power and wealth, and then there are the rest of us. And it seems like those who have the power and the wealth keep getting more and more, and the rest of us keep getting less and less. And we ask, why is this? We ask ourselves, how can gas prices go up while our bank accounts go down, and yet oil companies see profits skyrocket? How is that not a broken economy? And it does beg the question, is it rigged? And now we arrive at this bill. Let's be clear, Americans don't want more giveaways furthering this imbalance. They want relief. Many of us are proposing that relief in energy rebates, direct assistance to help Americans pay for gas and their heating bills. But H.R. 1 just furthers the imbalance. Instead of direct assistance for Americans, which Americans want, it's more giveaways for oil and gas companies. And the oil and gas companies have said two things about this bill. One, it's not going to help speed up the process. And two, thank you for all the giveaways. We love them. They get more power, build up more wealth, and we get, one, no relief on prices, two, a bigger deficit to deal with, and three, the loss of local control and input. We actually lose power. The environmental impact study is where we as Americans weigh in. The bill is controversial and problematic because it takes more away from us and gives more and more and more to a few companies. That's the broken economy. That's why people think this system is rigged, and that's why my colleagues should vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to another member of the House Natural Resources Committee, the gentlewoman from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman Westerman. I rise in strong support of this bill because this legislation will restore and secure American energy independence. And I am especially supportive of this bill provisions to modernize NEPA process. Look how long it takes for many of the permits to actually be approved, and streamline the federal permitting process for all industries. This common sense reform will provide a necessary certainty so projects across the nation are carried out in a timely manner without sacrificing our environmental standards, which are the most robust in the world. This will be critical for jurisdictions like mine in Puerto Rico, as we rebuild our public and energy infrastructure from recent natural disasters. Modernizing NEPA and the federal permitting process, setting clear and reasonable timelines for agencies to conduct environmental reviews will help simplify the process and reduce bureaucratic hurdles that too often have delayed our recovery process. This bill will also establish a revenue-sharing structure for offshore wind leases in federal waters. I was proud to work with Chairman Westerman during our committee markup to secure language clarifying that both coastal states and territories will receive revenues from any federal offshore wind development on their coast. Specifically, this bill established a framework under which coastal states and territories will get funds for these offshore wind revenues. This bill further requires that states and territories invest these funds in coastal protection and resiliency projects such as hurricane and flood protection, restoration, conservation, beach nourishment, and estuary management. Therefore, this is not just an energy, security, and permitting reform package. This is also a coastal resiliency bill. And for that reason, and knowing that we got billions of dollars federal funding for reconstructing the island, this is the process we need. This is a reform we actually need to get those funds in hand. I want to thank and commend Majority Leader Scalise, Chairman Westerman, Chair Rogers, and Chairman Gray for their leadership and work on this important part of the legislation. And I wish I could vote for this in the floor of the House today. But as a territory delegate, I cannot. But I support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, I want to thank the gentlelady for her input on the bill and for her great ideas, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to raise my voice against this H.R. 1, this bill that has been given the moniker polluters over people, and I think it's an appropriate moniker, and I'll tell you why. It doesn't create energy independence, anything more than anything else we're doing in the energy sector. It doesn't save people money. This is money that will go into the pockets of big oil and big polluters. We all saw during the pandemic when the price of oil per barrel leveled off, the price at the pump per gallon kept going up and up and up, and everybody who was filling up their gas tank and feeling like they needed to get an on-site mortgage to do it knew where that money was going. It was going into the pockets of the oil companies. And you know what else it doesn't do? It doesn't save our government money. In fact, it costs our government money. $400 million extra this will add to the annual deficit if we pass this bill, this polluters over people bill. You know, the question is, well, what does it do? Well, it does away, Madam Speaker, with bedrock protections for the things that people count on the government protecting: clean air, clean water. It does away with the National Environmental Policy Act almost entirely, and it guts the Clean Water Act. This is not what Americans signed up for their government. In fact, those are statutes, those are protections that are in place over Republican and Democratic administrations over the years. It's become things that Americans have learned to depend on, to count on, that the government is going to keep their air and their water clean for them. This takes that away. It eliminates it. What else does it do? It's going to cost homeowners money. It takes away the electrification program that'll give them rebates to redoing the electricity in their house. And finally, I have
gentleman's time has expired.
And finally, what it does is it throws up the white flag in our war against climate change. You know, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs in this country, General Milley, has identified climate change as a threat to national security, and he's right. We are in a fight against climate change. This is not the time to throw up the white flag and run away from a fight. Americans don't do this. I say stick up for people over the polluters, people over politics. Vote no on H.R. 1, and I yield back.
Reserve. Also time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I find it ironic that a member from Pennsylvania, where one of the largest deposits of natural gas in the world resides, would call the producers in Pennsylvania the polluters versus the ones in Russia and Saudi Arabia. And I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the Speaker of the House, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Chairman, Bruce Westerman, for his work. And Madam Speaker, the Chairman mentioned something about our last Speaker from Pennsylvania. I'm a little concerned maybe he didn't have time to read the whole bill, because he described it, not the bill that's before us. He said somehow this would harm the environment. He was concerned about climate. If this bill passes, global emissions will be reduced. The Chairman pointed out that the gentleman before from the other side of the aisle from Pennsylvania was criticizing this bill, and he talked about the natural gas. I'm not sure if our gentleman on the other side of the aisle has done any research, but if he knows that American natural gas is 41% cleaner than Russian natural gas. It's an interesting little fact. If we had replaced for 1 year just Russian natural gas to Europe, we would have reduced CO2 emissions by more than 200 million tons. 200 million tons. So, Speaker, it really begs the question, who's the polluter? Those who defend Russia and vote against this bill. It's interesting, the opposing people against this bill. Those I'm hearing on the other side of the aisle, China, Russia, and OPEC. It's interesting the friends you keep. Now, let's talk a little bit about this. If you go across this country, Madam Speaker, it costs too much to heat your home and fill up your car. It cost less an administration ago. Today, more than 1/3 of all Americans say they have skipped buying food or medicine to pay an energy bill in the last 12 months. And we're going to have an opportunity this week to make sure that they don't have to do that again if you vote yes. This is neither affordable nor sustainable. In response, President Biden has paid lip service to the need of more energy production. But this is a public relations stunt. Almost every one of his policies involves penalizing America and empowering China. Now, here are the facts. For years, President Biden and Democrats have attacked energy producers, blocked new leases on federal land, and ground and permitting process to halt. Their so-called Inflation Reduction Act included a natural gas tax, a $27 billion climate slush fund. So the gentleman on the other side of the aisle from Pennsylvania, he supported taxing the natural gas that's produced in his state and creating a slush fund. Meanwhile, in my home state of California, burdensome environmental laws have led to recurring blackouts and more red tape that raises costs for everything. Rather than increasing production and providing good-paying jobs, California imported more than half of its oil from Ecuador in recent years. And the interesting fact here is, when the Democrats took control of California under Governor Gavin Newsom, he reduced the amount of oil produced in California by 20%. That was 80,000 barrels a day. That doesn't mean California used 80,000 less barrels. It meant California started paying Putin for 50,000 barrels. They get the majority of their oil from the Ecuador, from Amazon. Instead of producing it in an environmentally sound way in California, we're harming the environment. And that's exactly what this bill is able to do. Lower global emissions, lower the price of energy, and make the world more secure and safe. Because then Putin and Russia is not controlling Europe. Democrats have sent a clear message about their priorities. They are the party of $5 gas, subsidizing communist China and the never-ending dependence on foreign dictators for minerals we have in America. It was only a few short years ago where America produced more of the critical minerals than China. But as the Democrats would shut down leases, make it harder to open new mines, they moved it to other parts of the world, and not in an environmentally sound way. Empowering China, making them stronger, and making the price in America higher. Luckily, Congress has the opportunity to change the behavior of Washington by passing the Lower Energy Cost Act. Every member of this chamber should support it. I understand why Russia and China opposes lower energy costs for America and making America stronger. But I don't understand why members in this Congress would stand with China and Russia against America. The Lower Energy Cost Act does two important things. One, it restores American energy leadership by repealing unnecessary taxes and overregulation on American energy producers, so we can lead the world in providing clean, affordable energy. 2, it makes it easier to build things in America. For example, this bill includes a 2-year time limit on environmental impact statements. It also streamlines the process for lawsuits, so activists can't use the courts to delay projects for years. 90 years ago, American workers built the Empire State Building in 400 days. That's 13 months. These days, however, even repairing existing structures, just like Lake Isabella Dam in my district, has taken 18 years. 18 years. And that was only because we were lucky and pushing for it. And that's exactly how the big government under Biden administration wants the system to work. Every time we need a pipeline, a road, or a dam, it gets held up on an average of 5 to 7 years and adds millions of dollars in costs for the project to comply with Washington's permitting process. It's too long, it's unaffordable, and it's not based on science, and it's holding us back. It's time we speed up the time it takes for us to build all kinds of things in America. We could streamline permitting, stop abusive lawsuits, protect the environment, and importantly, lower the price of energy. This is why the Lower Energy Cost Act is H.R. 1. It signals how important the bill truly is. Madam Speaker, when the Democrats were in the majority, you know what their H.R. 1 bill was? Election. Election. Why? They wanted to change the election law to try to guarantee their right to be reelected. You see, they looked after themselves. When Republicans took the majority, our H.R. 1 is about lowering energy costs for all of Americans. We think it's important to serve others, not yourself. Now, I get the permitting reform isn't for everyone. If you like paying more at the pump, you don't want to make it faster for American workers to build more pipelines. If you're China, you rather America sit back and let others lead. And if you're a bureaucrat, maybe you really do enjoy reading the 600-page environmental impact studies. But the rest of America wants lower prices, more cash in their hand, more good-paying jobs in America, and rules that are good for the environment. And that's exactly what Lowering Energy Cost Act does. Madam Speaker, America has the potential to become a true energy superpower. God has blessed us with abundant energy, and we shouldn't have to depend on other countries for our future. In fact, we should make the world dependent on us for energy. The world would be cleaner and safer, and America would be better off. So if you want to have a responsible energy policy where America produces more energy, pays less for a gallon of gas, and never again bows to foreign dictators, vote yes on Lower Energy Cost Act. 3 things will happen when this bill becomes law. Your energy costs will be reduced. You will have more cash to take care of your family, to pay for your medicine, to take your family on vacation. It will reduce the global emissions, so environmentally, the world will be a better place. It will make the world a safer place. So no longer does America play Putin for dirtier oil or gas. So no longer does China control other nations because they control the critical minerals that America will not produce. No longer will we watch, as we watched in the 1930s, countries bound together to create an axis of power. We've now watched China enter the Middle East to bring Saudi Arabia and Iran together. That used to be the role of the American president at Camp David. It's no longer. We do not want to watch our president travel to the Middle East to beg to produce something more when America can produce it here in an environmentally sound way. Madam Speaker, I know why Russia and China fights this bill so hard. I do not understand why those on the other side of the aisle join with Russia and China. I ask them to join with Americans and make America safe and America environmentally sound and the world a more secure place. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserved. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we were in the majority, Democrats, we passed H.R. 1. What was that about? It was not about elections. It was about our democracy. It was about protecting that democracy. And after January 6th, that became an urgency. Now, some might want to deny that that was just a walk in the park, people taking a stroll. We were here, we knew what was going on, and the American people knew that was going on. And the issue of patriotism that was been brought up. It is patriotic for us to oppose polluters over people, this act. It is patriotic because we care and feel that the public health of the American people needs to be protected, that we have to deal with climate and the crisis that we're confronting, and to question the patriotism of those instincts is wrong, and we will continue to represent the American people in the most urgent needs, and the future and their destiny shouldn't be turned over to big oil and big gas and the mining industry for them to determine that future. They have to have a role, and our statutes and our protections that are in our laws need to be part of that role. With that, let me yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member, because my residents are already hurting. H.R. 1 would devastate their lives even more. Environmental impact statements, they change lives for the better, from air monitoring, pushing back against the corporate polluters that, again, just want to make a profit off of the public health impacts that would happen if we just gave them free rein. This bill is nothing more than a cheap political stunt to pad the profits of the same greedy oil and gas companies that are price gouging our residents at the pump and poisoning the air they breathe and the water they drink. These are the same oil companies that donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to House Republicans and made nearly $500 billion in profits last year alone. But their servants across the aisle don't think that's enough. They want to gut our most important, critical environmental and public health protections, leaving our communities at the mercy of corporate polluters who have shown time and time again they will sacrifice our lives, our public health, to make more money. Make no mistake, this bill destroys the National Environmental Policy Act and the Clean Water Act. It guarantees there will be more oil spills. It guarantees more water crises and more deaths and more suffering. Once you get beyond the BS, the truth is clear. Health protections for you and your family aren't making gas expensive. Corporate greed is. The greedy oil and gas companies have gotten away with price gouging and stock buybacks that enrich their shareholders, but make everything less affordable for our residents. And they don't plan to stop because their greed is only enabled with bills like this. The amazing thing about this, about colleagues trying to run leaky oil pipelines through our communities, is that the bill isn't even popular. The American people get it. They understand the urgency of the climate crisis, the importance of protecting our public, our air, our water. They want the government and corporations to take serious action and make sure their lives are protected. Yet here we are, debating a bill that wraps climate denial and corporate giveaways into one tidy, toxic package as the world burns. Our residents, my residents, are already struggling with health disparities. They deserve better. They deserve to breathe clean air. I yield.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to another member of the House Natural Resources Committee, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. America has an abundant supply of minerals, oil, and gas. And my state of Arizona ranks first among all states for non-fuel mineral resource production. While the mining industry is still thriving in Arizona, primarily due to the previously started mines, the Biden administration and some in this very chamber have purposely slow-walked the permitting approval process, threatening this critically important industry. H.R. 1 incentivizes domestic mineral production, unlocking resources that are vital for national security, renewable energy, and new technologies, like mineral processing, refinement, and concentration. This typically has been sent overseas to China, who then in turn monopolizes and holds these critical and rare resources ransom through supply chains. Sadly, Arizona has 2 of the last 3 copper smelters in the United States, to which we hold to the highest environmental safety standards. Allowing China to process these minerals is a continual slap in the face of the United States' stringent and responsible environmental laws. Not surprisingly, it takes more than a decade, sometimes even 2, to permit a mine in the United States. Canada can permit a mine in less than 3 years. H.R. 1 modernizes the federal regulations that delay projects for decades. H.R. 1 will help restore America as a global leader in energy technology development and protect Arizona's mining industry from the Biden administration and the leftists who want to shut it all down. I applaud Chairman Westerman for his leadership and urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1. The mantra should be, now mined in America, now refined in America, now built in America. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserved. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. With this bill, our Republican colleagues offer their answer to our overheated planet. Turn up the heat. And to those parents concerned about their children's future and what could become an uninhabitable planet, they say, quite simply, shut up and get out of the way. This dirty bill will not bring our energy costs down, but it will drive our hospital bills and our doctor bills way up because it's a dirty deal. Republican fossilized thinking threatens the health of millions of Americans and endangers the future of our planet. Our country should be the world's leader in combating the climate crisis and growing the many new jobs that are necessary to develop the new technologies to combat the ravages of an overheated planet. But instead, the Republicans surrender the green technology leadership to China and other countries around the world. Protecting American families from the climate crisis should be a nonpartisan issue, but it has increasingly become one as most of our Republican colleagues ignore the dangers and remain beholden to polluters over people. Last year, we made some modest progress under Democratic leadership. We offered incentives for both businesses and families to come together to slow carbon pollution, to go electric, to improve energy efficiency, to develop additional renewable energy resources. But instead of adding to that progress, which we need, Republicans today would drag our country back to the disastrous years of their hero, Donald Trump, who abandoned American leadership in favor of more and more pollution. Only this month, the world scientists have told us once again, quote, there is a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. Republicans want to slam that very window shut. As the UN Secretary General declared, quote, humanity is on thin ice, and that ice is melting fast. Our world needs climate action on all fronts, everything, everywhere, all at once. This bill doesn't deserve its designation as H.R. 1. It's not even H.R. 0, because it drags us backward into a world which our grandchildren will not be able to safely reside in. And even for those who won't listen to the scientists and the world leaders' near unanimous view on this, all they need to do is just open their eyes. The extreme weather that we see, the intensified heat, the mega droughts, the ice storms, the tornadoes and hurricanes, and heat, and more heat in places that it has never occurred before, threatening food production and human health. All of this, along with the threat of tropical diseases appearing in places like Central Texas where they never occurred before. The climate crisis is already taking lives, and it will take many, many more the longer we're delayed by outrageous tactics like we see here today. This sorry bill will never become law, but every day that Republicans dither, delay, and distract us, every day they feed the ignorance about the climate crisis, the nearer we come to a tipping point from which we can never recover. I'm voting no because left unchecked, Republican half-baked ideas will burn up our planet, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, boss. That was good.
Madam Chair, the ideas of the Republican Party will do more to reduce global carbon emissions than anything that the Democrats have proposed, especially the legislation they passed in the last Congress that is actually incentivizing foreign production of energy. I remember distinctly President Biden going over and fist bumping the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And then this year, guess what? Saudi Arabia's state-owned oil company reported the highest profits ever, $161 billion for an oil company. It's the plans that we're putting in place. It's H.R. 1 that will help the planet. It's not the continued misguided principles that are putting the real polluters, the global polluters, ahead of the people. And it's ironic, again, that a member from Texas would think that producers in Saudi Arabia and Russia and Venezuela are less polluters than the oil producers and the energy producers in the state of Texas. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madam Speaker, as I travel across Montana and meet with constituents, I hear the same thing. They want our federal government to remove the barriers that lead to the incredibly high energy costs that they face to operate their farms, their businesses, and their homes. A lot of politicians here in Washington don't understand these struggles. They don't understand that their policies, which cause diesel prices to go up, dramatically increase input costs for farmers. And they haven't had to endure a Montana winter where temps can hover between 10 and 20 degrees below zero for extended periods of time. The Energy Information Association estimated that it cost Montanans 30% more to heat their homes last year, thanks to the Biden administration's policies. That is not pocket change. Lowering energy costs and restoring our nation's energy dominance will require an all-of-the-above approach and a dismantling of the Biden administration's green energy policies. That's why H.R. 1 is such a comprehensive reform bill with input from representatives from every part of our nation. Since Biden entered office, his administration has held zero lease sales for energy development on public land. That's why I reintroduced the Restore Onshore Energy Act to be included in this package. It would force the administration to immediately resume quarterly lease sales dictated in the Mineral Leasing Act and further require that the Department of Interior to immediately hold replacement sales when the sales are missed. In addition to resuming lease sales, H.R. 1 will repeal harmful royalty and fee increases, streamline the federal permitting process under NEPA, and require more transparency from the federal government, among many other provisions. This is about cutting through bureaucracy and fighting the radical environmentalists to allow our energy sector to get back to work for the American people. We know that energy independence isn't just a critical component of our national security and supply chain, but it also affects agriculture, the largest industry in Montana. The President's policies caused a 150% increase in transportation diesel prices since he took office. This directly contributes to market access complications for farmers and ranchers and increases inputs like fertilizers and pesticides and labor and many other things. All of this results in higher food costs at grocery store and a decrease in revenue and margins for agricultural producers. In the words of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, farming looks mighty easy when you use a pencil for a plow and you live 1,000 miles away from a cornfield. It's time for Congress to stand up to unelected bureaucrats and the radical environmentalists controlling our executive branch and setting policies without regard for the impact that they will have in people in Montana and real America. I support H.R. 1 and hope my colleagues will do the same. I yield back. Thank you.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Republican claim that they'll do more to reduce emissions with this legislation than Democrats have done. I want to remind everyone that this legislation, the House Republican H.R. 1, has no emission reduction targets, and the push is to increase fossil fuel production, which is the source of the highest source that contributes to the climate crisis that we're facing now. With that, let me yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, member of the Resources Committee, Representative Dingell.
The woman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1. As one of the few members who serves on both the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Natural Resources Committee, I have seen almost every version of this package as it was crafted. Hearing after hearing and markup after markup, it has been clear. I love my Republican colleagues, but they are more focused on advancing partisan bills that will benefit the oil, gas, and mining industries while selling out landmark environmental laws in the name of permitting reform. Instead of advancing meaningful bipartisan solutions for the American people that will help us achieve our climate goals and solidify our energy security for future generations. For months now, my Republican colleagues have called for policies and permitting reforms in Congress that would strengthen our energy security. I have consistently been willing to work with my colleagues, and I still want to and am willing to work with my colleagues in this pursuit. But what we have here is not reform. Gutting the National Environmental Policy Act, otherwise known as NEPA, is not permitting reform. Weakening enforcement under the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and other critical public health laws is not permitting reform. Granting mining companies the abilities to take minerals from public lands without paying a dime to taxpayers in royalties or helping clean up these toxic sites afterwards is not permitting reform. Forcing federal agencies to hold oil and gas sales on public lands, even if they're not needed, is not permitting reform. And repealing the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, a $27 billion program I admit I helped author to deploy clean energy projects nationwide and cut greenhouse gas pollution, is not permitting reform. And it will not strengthen our energy security in any meaningful way. To my Republican colleagues who continue to refuse to believe the science or to acknowledge we are facing an existential threat from the climate crisis, just read the United Nations' most recent IPCC report from 2022. This legislation instead puts polluters, profits, and pollution over the American people. It is that simple. In order to truly attain meaningful energy independence here at home, we need a net zero energy economy built on solar, wind, hydropower, batteries, electric vehicles, even nuclear. What we cannot do is expect more drilling for oil and gas to solve all of our current and future energy woes. And I do understand bad weather. The last 4 weekends, I've had snow, ice, and I've lost my electricity every single weekend. Listen, we're at the beginning of a transformational shift towards a clean energy economy, a shift that is now accelerated due to the historic investments and legislation Democrats in the Biden-Harris administration were able to enact into law over the last 2 years. This transition will likely present the greatest permitting challenge in generations. However, we must permit and build in ways that do not harm communities or our environment. That is why Democrats enacted historic legislation last Congress, the Inflation Reduction Act, that directed over $1 billion investment to increase staffing and resources across federal agencies for conducting efficient and effective environmental reviews and permitting. The bill today doesn't have real solutions to high energy costs, and it's going to drive up the deficit, not according to Democrats, according to the Independent Congressional Budget Office. I'm pragmatic, and I'm seasoned enough to know we got a lot of work ahead. And if we can do it collectively, Republicans and Democrats, it can serve as an important tool to combat climate change, strengthen our economy, and protect our national security. But again, let me be clear. We must not entertain proposals that roll back landmark environmental laws across the board, including NEPA, so we can line the pockets of big oil. As I mentioned at committee, when John Dingell and Senator Scoop Jackson originally authored and advanced the National Environmental Policy Act, it was done thoughtfully through a meaningful legislative process to build broad and bipartisan support. This is the process that we need. NEPA, we can't gut NEPA. It was brought about to include community, to care about the economy. We've got to work together. I remain open to working with my Republican colleagues on bipartisan energy security and permitting reform efforts. I hope we can. My colleague, the chairman, knows I want to, but I still do not see this legislative package as a serious proposal. I don't want to be dependent on China more than anybody else does for our batteries, or Russia or any other country. We need to do it in the good old USA, but we can do it with ingenuity, innovation, technology, and protect our environment at the same time.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Strongly opposed, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill.
Reserve the balance, Matt.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Committee will rise informally to receive a message.
The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The committee will resume its sitting.
Committee will be in order. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 4 minutes to another member of the House Natural Resources Committee, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. I did not bring any fancy charts. I don't have any nice pictures for you to look at. But what I do want you to look through is my heart and my mind. 64 years of living. I've spent the last 2 years working with the other side of the aisle, watching them systematically take this country apart when it comes to our natural resources, and enough is enough. You want me to prove it? We just won the House. We have the majority now. We have a chance to change what's going on today. Let me tell you what's going on. All we hear is the sky's falling, the sky's falling. I encourage people to get out from wherever you're hiding and look around. Smell the fresh air. Look at the sun shining. It's not falling. It's like dealing with a bunch of guys practicing magic. They want you to watch one hand while they're picking your other pocket with the other hand. I've had enough. I've had enough, and I think it's time we talk about it. They have systematically shut down our copper mine, the largest copper mine in North American continent. In the world, so I understand. They've shut it down. Who are we buying copper from now? China, a communist country. A communist country. We're buying all that copper from. Excuse me, I got a problem with that.
I look at my oil refineries, my gas refineries down in Alabama, outside of Alabama. Those gas refineries, you know what they're refining? Venezuelan oil. Not American oil, Venezuelan oil. Communist country. Is there a pattern here that we should be looking at? Is there a pattern of communist regime here that we just keep getting pushed on us? I just spent 2 weeks in Central America trying to figure out how we can keep the communist country from taking over Central America. But we have this side of the aisle that wants to tell us the sky is falling. I refuse to believe it, and I refuse to give it up. Voters made their voice heard last November when they sent the Republican Congress to put an end to this Democrat anti-American agenda. Americans are paying 40% more for their gas since President Biden took office, and the Democrats have done nothing but add fuel to the fire to raise that price by shutting down our drilling and shutting down our mines. On the other hand, the House Republicans this week, we're moving forwards with a lower energy cost. This act, two primary objectives here: increase American energy production, American energy production, not communist, to strip away the rules and regulations that make it harder for American infrastructure to grow this economy. I'm especially proud of this bill because I worked on part of it. The Unleashing American Act is included in this package. My bill fights back the Biden administration's war on domestic energy production by mandating that oil and gas leases sail each year in the Gulf of Mexico and off the coast of Alaska. Let me remind my friends, most of these are union jobs. Unions are supporting you, quote unquote. Remember that. These are union jobs you're voting against. House Republicans have a solution right here in this low energy cost bill. And I encourage all my friends to vote on this bill. This bill will help end our reliance on these foreign countries, these foreign communist countries. So we need to reflect on that as we vote. If you support the Communist Party, vote no on this bill. If you support American jobs, if you support American families, vote yes on H.R. 1. And Madam, I give it back to you. Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If you believe in climate change and the climate crisis, vote no on this legislation. If you believe that regardless of ideology, if you believe that climate change is real and must be dealt with, vote no on this legislation because it does nothing to deal with that real threat in front of us. With that, let me, my pleasure to introduce the gentlewoman from Texas, Representative Crockett, for 3 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. And Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition of H.R. 1, the misleadingly named Lowering Energy Cost Act. Now, I had everything all written down what I was going to say, but then I started hearing some other stuff. So I decided that what I wanted to talk about is a few things. Number one, the fact that I need the American people to understand that H.R. 1 means that this is the first bill. This is the bill that the party in power thinks matters most. This is where their priorities lie. So when you look at what the Democrats did, they decided that they wanted to stand for democracy after there were those that wanted to try to tear our democracy apart. And I just have to rest here for a second simply because at the time I was a Texas House representative who had to flee my state because of voting rights, and I urged this House to pass H.R. 1 simply because we were trying to make sure that people would not cheat in these elections. So just because you have control of the House doesn't mean that you didn't take your time and gerrymander these lines, because we know that that's exactly what happened, and that is the only reason that the Democrats are not currently in control. And the reason that this margin is so tight is because our policies stand for the people. And so let's talk about this bill. This bill is about putting people over polluters. So if we want to talk about what the Republicans do when they're in control and they get to decide about power, let's talk about the state of Texas. Let's talk about the fact that we have left the state of Texas in the dark over and over. It was interesting to look across the aisle and see a sign that said, that the Republicans will keep the lights on. Well, go talk to Texas and find out if the lights have been kept on or if we have been left in the dark, because we are consistently left in the dark, because there is this idea that if we just go ahead and get rid of regulations, that everything will work out. And unfortunately, it's not worked out. It's not worked out to the tune of us actually losing lives in the state of Texas. So that's why we are here standing before you, making sure that we are fighting for actual lower bills when it comes to our everyday working families that are already squeezed by inflation. In fact, we heard Mr. Speaker talk about the fact that he wanted to make sure there was more money in people's pockets for medicine, but when it came down to voting for the IRA, I don't believe that there were too many Republicans that were voting for that to make sure that we could lower the cost of insulin, just to make sure that the record is clear, if we want to make sure that we are putting more money into their pockets. House Republicans want to lower energy costs for big polluters, plain and simple. But that means somebody foots the bill and somebody pays the price. And once again, go ask my constituents in Texas. We are the ones that are footing the bill for the failures of our grid over and over and over. My constituents tend to be black and brown, mostly, and they tend to be those that are disproportionately living in polluted communities today, that are only able to breathe because of the scant environmental protections we actually have. They are being asked to not only endure the brunt of the pollution, but also endure the bill of pollution. I will not and I cannot stand for it. When this bill guts Clean Air Act safeguards to let polluters earn profits faster by curtailing the already paltry public comment period, my constituents foot the bill.
Your time's up. All right, the gentleman from Arizona reserves and the gentleman from Arkansas. Yields and okay. Sorry.
My constituents foot the bill with increased rates of lung disease, healthcare costs, and child mortality. Who foots the bills for these lower energy costs? Not the polluters. It's the little girl on the playground in my district who's inhaling toxic fumes from the concrete plant right next to her school. That little girl will be scarred for the rest of her life with an increased risk of asthma, bronchitis, and cancer, just so polluters can make a quick buck. And you know what makes it crystal clear who the supporters really care about? The Lowering Energy Costs Act repeals the home electric rebate program passed last year to reimburse the cost of energy-efficient home equipment that would have actually lowered Americans' energy costs. House Republicans are lowering energy costs for polluters, all right, and lowering all of our life expectancy right along with it. H.R. 1 puts politics over people and puts polluters over people. With that, I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is now recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana who has offered so much positive input on the Lower Energy Cost Act, who's the author of the Builder Act and added so many other great provisions to this bill, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Louisiana is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can make posters too. I think I got the right backdrop there. Let's talk a little bit about credibility. Let's talk a little bit about the challenges that this country is experiencing, that the little girl on the playground, that our families across America are experiencing right now, and let's talk about why. This body's about credibility. It's about your word. So let's talk a little bit about why America is experiencing the challenges that they are. We're seeing higher electricity prices that are making American families unable to be able to afford medicine and groceries, refuel their car, or pay electricity bills. Why is that happening? It's happening because my friends across the aisle have refused to produce American energy. It's a supply and demand issue. This happened when they gained power. The day the President of the United States was inaugurated, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, gasoline prices in my home state were as low as $1.74 a gallon. $1.74 a gallon. Let me ask you, where in the world are you going to find that today? You have cut off production of oil and gas. Don't take my word for it. You know, one term I've never heard anybody say is bring back that Jimmy Carter energy policy. Yet, when Jimmy Carter was president, he leased 100 times more acres of lands and waters for energy production. Why do we have a crisis in energy right now? It was self-inflicted. Why has has this administration, have these Democrats sold off hundreds of millions of barrels of oil from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the emergency reserve that was designed for crises, not awful policy. It's because they've refused to produce energy. You've created a supply problem, and you're using our emergency reserves to address it. And so you sit here and also raised royalty rates. You proposed increased pipeline fees. You proposed taxes or enacted taxes on American energy, all driving up the cost. And then you sit here and wonder why we have high prices? These were all self-inflicted wounds. You did this to America. Your policies. Madam Speaker, it is remarkable seeing what's going on right now, listening to my friends across the aisle talking about the environment. Yet, their own legislation requires the use of critical minerals that they, at the same time, have banned or prevented from being used, from being mined or processed or refined in the United States. In some cases, China has 80% of these critical minerals locked up. So if you force markets in the direction, if you force the use of those strategic materials, and the only place that has it is China, who are you benefiting? Look, China loves their energy policies. They benefit from it. All roads lead to China. Over 80% of the solar panels are made in China. And whenever this administration found that China was illegally subsidizing, illegally dumping solar panels on the United States, they banned them and put tariffs on them. So then China starts sending them through other countries. And you know what this administration does? Says, yeah, that's fine. They acknowledge that they were Chinese solar panels being sent through other countries, and they still allowed it. The Biden administration allowed it, and my friends across the aisle have done nothing to stop it. The truth is that emissions have gone up under their policies, not down. Madam Chair, let me say that again. Under the previous administration, emissions went down. Greenhouse gas emissions went down an average of 2.5% a year. First year of the Biden administration, my friends across the aisle working with them closely, emissions went up 6%. Last year went up another 1.3 or 1.4%. I'm going to say it again. My friends across the aisle and their policies have resulted in higher greenhouse gas emissions. They have increased our dependence upon foreign energy sources. We had the Secretary of the Interior standing right in our committee, wasn't even aware that we had become increasingly dependent upon Russian energy. And they talk about corporate welfare. I agree, which is why the over $600 billion that my friends across the aisle have put toward effectively bribing companies into investing in renewable energy sources that in many cases are not economic simply doesn't make sense. This bill follows logic. It follows good policy. It ensures that we're getting energy resources from the United States. It ensures the affordability by bringing American energy online. And it results in lower global emissions. Lower global emissions. Okay. Madam Chair, I urge support of this legislation and yield back.
I reserve.
All right, the gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico is now recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1, which should be called the Polluters Over People Act. This is a critical moment. Just last week, the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released its 6th and final assessment, which presents our most comprehensive understanding of climate science to date. And it's not, as my colleague suggested, that you can go outside and breathe fresh air and decide that there's no climate change. Scientists have made it abundantly clear. There are 2 options: significantly cut emissions now or face catastrophic challenges ahead. Future generations, they'll look back. They'll look back and scrutinize the decisions we make as leaders. Did we have the political courage to take action, or did we ignore science, stifle the most vulnerable voices in our community, and leave a climate catastrophe for our children and grandchildren? You know, in Northwest Oregon, my home, smoke from raging wildfires made the air unhealthy to breathe, and in the summer of 2021, hundreds of people in the Pacific Northwest died from a 1 in 10,000 year heat dome event where temperatures reached 118 degrees. Acidic oceans are harming our fishing industries. That's from carbon pollution. Droughts and extreme weather patterns jeopardize the livelihoods of our farmers. Warmer temperatures in the Columbia River are further endangering salmon that are so vital to the region and especially to indigenous peoples. H.R. 1 is a dangerous move in the wrong direction under the guise of promoting lower energy costs. It would do no such thing, and the American people will not be fooled. Instead, this bill is a package of anti-climate, anti-public land policies that would undermine recent environmental protections, destroy the National Environmental Policy Act, and take a significant step back in the fight against climate change. The bill will also raise, not lower, costs for working families by repealing tax cuts that Democrats passed last year for home efficiency upgrades. It even repeals the methane emission reduction program. While Americans faced higher gas prices, make no mistake, the top 5 big oil companies made record profits, more than $196 billion last year, and that's more than the economic output of most countries. These companies abuse billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded subsidies, stockpile thousands of unused leases on millions of acres of public lands, and then engage in price gouging at the pump. And this bill? It advances policies that allow big oil to increase their profits, even more at the expense of our constituents. The bill would expedite dirty mining operations, exempt oil, gas, and drilling industries from adhering to important environmental regulations, shorten public review timelines, and limit public engagement. We must protect our bedrock environmental laws that safeguard communities and allow the public to have a say in local projects. And we must continue the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act, which finally, after so many years, will make significant investments we need to save our planet. Addressing the climate crisis cannot be delayed. We must defeat this bill and turn our attention to investments that create jobs, cut costs for working families. 30 seconds, please.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Cut costs for working families and grow our clean energy economy for the sake of our planet, our vulnerable communities, and for future generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from New Mexico. All right, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I checked. We are in the 118th Congress, even though our colleagues keep putting signs up to describe their so-called Inflation Reduction Act, the Polluters Over People Act. And we also know they call this the climate bill. Even President Biden, in the State of the Union address, he said, he talked about the $370 billion investment in climate in the IRA, and now we know that giveaway is not $370 billion, but now it's being projected to be $1.2 trillion in outlays, again, increasing inflation, not reducing inflation. And I'll yield 3 minutes to another member of the Resources Committee, the chairman of the Federal Land Subcommittee from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
All right, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 20th of 2021, President Biden declared war on American energy when he shut down the Keystone XL pipeline. Today, we begin the process to lower energy costs. This is the first stroke of what I hope are many bills to come forward to get energy costs under control for the American people. Let's go back over the past couple years of this Congress and what President Biden did. They passed things like the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. They passed a bill called the Infrastructure Bill. What were those bills really, and some of the others from the last Congress? They were the Green New Deal. And you, the American public, you know now what the Green New Deal will do to you. Let's talk about my district a little bit. Propane, which is a primary heating source for many of us in northern Wisconsin, we paid 80 cents a gallon in the summer of 2020 to fill our tanks. We paid $2 a gallon, 2.5 times as much to heat your home just a couple years after the previous administration has left office. Think about the Ford Motor Company, iconic company here in America, lost $2 billion on their electric vehicle segment of their business. I can tell you, contractors, loggers, farmers, they're not going to drive a Ford Lightning in northern Wisconsin when it's 25 below because it does not work. I think about Vilas County, where they were going to apply to repair a road under the infrastructure bill, $1.5 million using federal money Talk to a local contractor. Without the federal permitting requirements, they could build it for half of that, $750,000. One of the key provisions to this is the reform to NEPA. It does not change environmental standards. It just makes it easier to get projects done. It is time to reduce that red tape here in America, on American people, on American job creators. What is this all about at the end of the day? This is about whether you choose America or you choose communist China. Is this going to be a 21st century of the American people, just like the 20th century? One of the greatest centuries the people of this world have ever seen, when a country that was founded on liberty, freedom, and opportunity was ascendant. We stood astride the world. Are we going to do that in the 21st century? Bills like this are how we're going to make the 21st century an American century rather than a communist Chinese century. Let's lower energy costs and ensure job security, economic security, and national security for the American people. I yield back.
All right, members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, not to a perceived viewing audience here today. And now the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1. It's a very short-sighted, anti-science, anti-environment, and anti-family bill. You know, last week the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released its synthesis report and reminded us how urgent it is that we transition to a zero economy, carbon economy now. We need new clean energy, and we need it fast. There's an opportunity for Congress to engage on permitting and transmission so new energy projects, especially clean energy projects, can get up and running as soon as possible. But instead of a meaningful conversation, H.R. 1 is a sad regurgitation of the majority's bill from the 115th Congress with the tax on the Inflation Reduction Act. Transmission conversations are completely absent, yet we know that investment in transmission is key to our energy future. This bill would repeal important programs to help Americans make their homes energy efficient. And these popular programs are already in motion to help families lower their energy costs, and this bill will take them away. H.R. 1 reduces the fees and royalties for oil and gas development, padding the pockets of oil and gas at a time when their record profits are at all-time high. This is not energy prices for American families, but profits for fossil fuel companies at exactly the time when the whole world knows we need to move away from them as quickly as possible. Now, on the one hand, my Republican friends are so concerned with the deficit, they're holding the economy hostage over their brinkmanship on the debt limit. Then on the other hand, they bring a partisan bill to the floor that the Congressional Budget Office said will increase that deficit by $2.5 billion. I implore my Republican colleagues to take the deficit seriously and pass a clean debt limit. And please, take our energy needs seriously and our climate seriously and work with us on our transmission needs. We're interested in the discussions. Our door is open when you want to work with us to get things done and move past partisan messaging, a bill that will be dead on arrival in the 60-vote Senate. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
All right, the gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is now recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California who understands what bad energy policy does to rural America, Mr. Valadeo.
The gentleman is now recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, or Ms. Speaker, this administration's regulatory assault on American energy production has been devastating for my constituents in the Central Valley. Every week I hear from my neighbors, friends, and constituents about the skyrocketing price of energy bills. Over the summer, people in California were paying over $6 per gallon of gas. It is unacceptable that even though America has some of the greatest energy resources any nation of the world, my constituents are having trouble putting gas in their tank and food on their table. That's why I'm proud to support the lower energy costs and encourage my colleagues to support on both sides of the aisle. This bill will cut red tape and allow us to increase our supply of safe, clean, and affordable energy. I'm proud that my language from my bill, the NEPA Adequacy Streamlining Act, is included in this bill. This makes the approval of new energy projects easier by allowing the Secretaries of Interior and Agriculture to use previously conducted environmental assessments for similar projects. This is a common sense reform that removes one of the many layers of bureaucratic red tape in our permitting process. This bill is full of the same types of policies that streamline our energy production and increase our supply of clean, affordable energy. And I want to respond to some of the opponents of this bill. My Democratic colleagues claim that this legislation is harmful to our environment, which is just not true. America has some of the strictest environmental standards of any nation in the world. When we produce energy here, we do it cleaner and safer than countries we would be importing it from. Something important to remember is that decreasing domestic production does not reduce the demand for energy. Reducing our ability to produce oil and gas in the U.S. just increases our reliance on foreign countries for these imports. That means instead of using clean energy we produce here and creating good-paying American jobs in the process, we are reliant on imports from countries like Russia and Venezuela, who do not hold the same environmental standards we have here in the U.S. If your argument is that you want to reduce emissions, increasing U.S. energy production is how you do it. Despite wishes from the President and the far left, we cannot abandon traditional energy sources like oil and gas. While we as a country should continue to develop and pursue other energy sources, we still need oil and gas for a long time. Why not produce it here in the U.S.? I support an all-of-the-above approach to energy production and use, but that does not mean we immediately transition to 100% renewable fuels. Until alternative energy sources are more reliable, we will continue to need traditional fuels. If my Democratic colleagues cared about the environment as much as they say they do, supporting increased production of clean and reliable American-made energy should be a no-brainer. And passing the Lower Energy Costs Act is a critical step to lowering prices, creating good-paying jobs, and strengthening our national security. So I urge my colleagues to all vote in support of this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1, the Pollution Over People Act. This bill, filed with dangerous, unpopular, and unnecessary policy, will worsen our climate crisis, our existential climate crisis. And I'm part of a generation who has grown up with the very real fear that in our lifetimes, we will all experience an unlivable planet, that we will lack breathable air and drinkable water, that our houses will be destroyed again and again from natural disasters, that we'll develop asthma and struggles to breathe, and that we'll have a shortage of food. And sitting here, I've heard a lot from my colleagues repeating that we need to lower energy costs, And my question is, where are the actions on ensuring that price gouging isn't happening at the pump, which is exactly why energy costs were high at the pump? I agree, but what about the real cost, the cost of life? And what we know is the cost of not doing anything is far greater than the cost of taking action right now. You might not be the ones paying for it, but future generations will be. And I think a body like ours should be thinking about the future and the present. Many people around the globe are already experiencing these threats. Among them are farmers, farm workers, coastal communities, and community members who cannot afford air conditioning costs. I'd like to believe that out of compassion for my generation and our vulnerable communities, that Republican members of this body would come to the table and act in a bipartisan way to protect us from this fate. It is possible to create a green transition so we can preserve jobs and the planet and create a whole new economy, a green economy with good-paying union jobs for all of our people. We can invest in clean energy and train those working in the oil and gas industry so they can have new, good-paying jobs and fulfilling careers. We can do these things, but right now, my Republican colleagues aren't. H.R. 1 is not about what's right for their constituents, working people, or what's right for the earth. It's about what's right for oil and gas executives getting rich up polluting our planet. This bill would bring back the defunct Keystone XL pipeline, reversing President Biden's wise executive action that ended it. It rubber stamps the construction of even new pipelines. And not only is this bill not informed about what's best for the future, but it looks like they haven't learned from what happened in the past. This bill requires 2 new Gulf of Mexico oil lease sites. This is very damaging to my home state of Florida, and I'm really glad to know, it's been a tradition for both Democrats and Republicans from Florida to support no offshore drilling in the state of Florida. And so I'm looking forward to seeing all my Republican colleagues that are part of the Florida delegation voting no on this bill to keep intact with their word. I know one of the colleagues said this body is about integrity and keeping to our word. I look forward to seeing those no votes. In 2010, the Deepwater Horizon expulsion pumped 210 million gallons of oil into the Gulf of Mexico, polluting more than 1,000 miles of Florida beaches with toxic oil. These literal waves of pollution closed beaches and deprived Floridians and visitors of 10 million beach days on our world-class beaches. The economic impact was real on our tourist industry, was profound. The impact for our seafood industry was catastrophic, and no one wanted a meal coming from a poisonous sea. In this bill, Republicans are burying their heads in the oil-covered sand and requiring more oil lease sales in the area. I fear for the health of my community. Florida is in the middle of a climate change crossfire. We have rising seas that are creating higher and more destructive storms. We just had a Hurricane Ian last year, the deadliest hurricane in 100 years. Entire communities were completely decimated and wiped out. In Orlando, it caused flooding like we've never seen before, leaving constituents homeless. H.R. 1 comes weeks after the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. This report makes it clear continued greenhouse gas emissions will lead to destabilizing global warming, and our only hope is rapid and sustained reductions in greenhouse gases. I heard a colleague blame Democrats for emissions. This is also not true, but I'm glad to hear he was impassioned about blaming Democrats for increased emissions, which would lead me to believe that he agrees that we have to bring down emissions, which the report also says we have to do in a very quick way so we can have a livable planet. I will vote no on H.R. 1, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. We can and we must do better than this, not just for us, but for future generations. I invite my Republican colleagues to abandon this harmful bill, come to the table and work in a bipartisan way on smart energy policy, because the decisions you make today will impact future generations and can condemn my entire generation to a lifetime of suffering and put us on a path towards an unlivable future. I hope we'll make the right decision. Thank you. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Arkansas will be recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start off by applauding my colleagues for including language in H.R. 1 that reaffirms our nation's commitment to protecting freshwater resources, especially the Great Lakes. This bill upholds our commitment to protecting our natural resources in Michigan and upholding the ban on oil and gas development in our Great Lakes. We're blessed with rich waterways and have an obligation to protect them. We talk a lot about becoming energy independent, but what's this mean for our country and for the American people? It starts with access to essential resources without relying on the goodwill of foreign nations, especially our adversaries. Mining is essential to our energy strategy and manufacturing independence. Without independent, secure, safe minerals, there is no manufacturing independence. Worse, there's no national security. I put forward the National Strategy to Reshore Mineral Supply Chains Amendment because I believe it's one of those common sense issues that both sides can agree on. Democrats have advocated for an electric future that hinges on sustainably sourced mining, and Republicans have made it clear that establishing energy and manufacturing independence to grow our economy and lower prices is a top priority. I've actually found a bipartisan partner in the White House. Last week, I asked Secretary Blinken whether he'd be open to participating with me on legislation to create a 21st century national strategy to strengthen the American industrial base, to reshore our critical minerals, and end slavery in our supply chain. His answer? We welcome working with you on that. This amendment is a practical step toward that goal. To the Chinese Communist Party, my amendment signals that America is done being taken advantage of. To the rest of the world, it shows that America stands strong and strategically to hardworking Americans. It means lower costs and more money in their pockets. I represent the #1 manufacturing district in the country. but our Great Lakes are table stakes for anyone who seeks to represent them. We must have balance in how we approach this, and I believe H.R. 1 strikes that balance. America has leaned on the 10th Congressional District in a world war and a global pandemic, and we expect to be called upon again. We'll stand ready to help, but we must be prepared. That starts with a national strategy to reshore mineral supply chains. It is critically important. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1, House Republicans' Polluters Over People Act. When the House Democratic majority passed the landmark Inflation Reduction Act, they delivered key environmental safeguards to bolster our clean energy economy and lower costs. The legislation that Republicans are bringing to the floor attempts to undermine those promising provisions because of political animus, instead of trying to meet the needs of the American taxpayer. They are working to line the pockets of fossil fuel tycoons and exacerbate toxic mining projects that directly harm communities like mine. H.R. 1 is not about the people, it's about a political win, and it is hooey. This legislation would undo significant environmental regulations central to our public health and environmental protections at a time when people are facing an alarming pattern of severe weather, lack of access to clean water and air, and blatant pollution across the country. Pollution kills people, and I can tell you that no one here is breathing dirty air, no one here is drinking dirty water, no one here is growing anything in dirty soil. But if we're not, that means that no one else should be forced to do so. It would roll back the environmental review process under NEPA, putting community health and safety at risk while worsening pollution and the health risks associated with toxic chemicals such as PFAS, the same forever chemicals that are killing our firefighters. I urge you to listen to the committee hearings where you will hear them say there's no need for community engagement. Polluters can self-monitor. That is why I was so disappointed, but oh, not surprised, when Republicans today voted down my amendment to include an environmental analysis and review how oil and gas development will impact community health and safety, because it will. Instead, Republicans are so eager to rush into a free-for-all oil and gas development that they are unable to reckon with the serious health consequences they are pawning off onto their and our constituents. You know, you'd have more respect for a bill if they cared enough about your health and safety of your community, if they wanted to protect your child or your grandmother's health. Unfortunately, we know that the Black community is disproportionately impacted by environmental pollution. I have talked about what's going on in my district every single week. Black Americans are 3 times more likely to die of asthma after continued exposure to polluted air, a result of historic systemic racism. To make matters worse, this legislation makes it virtually impossible for impacted communities to file lawsuits against corporate polluters for environmental and public health damages. So it's killing your lungs and silencing your voice. It continues to put mining rights ahead of the interests of the community, especially in indigenous communities where mining was used to settle the West. And this bill declares that indigenous communities shouldn't even be consulted about what's going on their lands. To rip away lands from indigenous communities in favor of our own traditional patriarchal American individualistic interests. Even more than that, we have seen ties between environmental racism and increased rates of gender violence at these mining sites, where indigenous women and girls are attacked by the employees at the man camps. So now they don't even care about the safety of women and girls. Polling shows that 2/3 of Americans want legislation that addresses the climate crisis, proving once again that Republicans answer to special interests and not the will of the people. This is all about the dirty money, profits over people, and it's disgraceful. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker, for deliberately ignoring the health of our people and the environment. I oppose this bill and any other fossil fuel cash grabs the Republicans send our way. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, when I see the sign about selling out clean air, I think about the coal power plant per week that's being built in China so they can manufacture the minerals that we need here in America. and I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this energy package. I repeat, in support of this package. This crucial piece of legislation would increase domestic energy production, reform the permitting process, and reverse the Biden administration's anti-energy policies that are crushing our nation's small oil and gas producers. As the chairman of the Committee on Small Business, I hear from our small producers about the damage that has been done to their industry over the last few years. The Biden administration's hostile approach towards this entire industry is harming small businesses. They simultaneously try to deal with high inflation created by the Biden administration, supply chain issues created by the Biden administration, and an inability to access capital. Now, tomorrow my committee will examine the critical role small business plays in domestic energy production and highlight how this legislation is a step in the right direction. We should be the supplier of, not the buyer of. Let the people decide. And I applaud the Speaker and the Chairman and all of my Republican colleagues that put together H.R. 1 to deliver reliable and affordable energy for the American people. And I have something to say to my friends on the other side. Profits, I repeat, profits are good. In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlelady. I rise in strong opposition to House Republicans' Polluters Over People Act, H.R. 1. This dangerous bill appears to be doubling down on dirty fossil fuels to pad the profits of polluters and big oil. Our Republican friends seem to be oblivious to the fact that as we speak, there are communities in this country devastated by extreme weather events, from deadly tornadoes to life-threatening atmospheric rivers to unprecedented snowfall. And instead of legislating with an eye toward the future, our colleagues across the aisle are bringing up a bill that pretends there is no climate crisis. Now, scientists agree that action on climate is literally life or death. The recent IPCC report that just came out reminds us that we are out of time. It is now or never if we want to spare our kids from a future that includes more frequent and even worse extreme weather events and more climate-driven food insecurity. The world's best climate scientists call this a climate time bomb. Our Republican colleagues call it a hoax, and they produce bills like this. My colleagues seem to want to talk about speeding up permitting. Great, let's talk about permitting. Democrats just secured $1 billion for permitting streamlining in the Inflation Reduction Act for that very purpose. Let me remind you, not a single Republican voted for that bill, which was actually a solution to accelerating clean energy. So what are they trying to do instead? They're trying to claw back the funding that we approved. They're trying to slow down permitting and do the exact opposite of what they claim that they want to see with their so-called permitting reform package. If they want to protect this planet for future generations, then anyone who cares about that really needs to read the fine print of this bill, because it would force agencies to hold oil and gas lease sales on public lands even if they're not needed. If these sales don't get enough bids, they are replaced with more sales at lower prices. So we're not just giving away our public lands, we're doing it at laughably low prices, locking in these lands for oil and gas development for decades to come. This is not just extreme, it's obscene. The Inflation Reduction Act included multiple oil and gas leasing reforms, modest reforms, to ensure that the public finally gets a fair share for onshore and offshore fossil fuel development. If we're going to begin to address the impacts of the climate crisis, then ending massive fossil fuel subsidies is a pretty good place to start. But under this legislation, not only are we going in the opposite direction, we are removing even these modest provisions to allow taxpayers to finally get their fair share from the incredible profits that these polluting industries would receive. This legislation lowers royalty rates, it repeals interest fees, reinstates non-competitive leasing, and it does all of this while fossil fuel companies are rolling in record profits, a $451 billion profit for the oil and gas industry last year. H.R. 1 is the biggest rollback of the Clean Water Act that we've seen in 50 years. It'll remove important clean water protections for states and tribal governments specifically. Under current law, Section 401 of the Clean Water Act gives states and tribes authority to review water quality as well as requirements of state law on any project or activity that requires a Clean Water Act permit. This bill would slash that authority and shorten the time frame for which they can review such projects. Now, make no mistake, this will make it harder to protect the waterways and the communities that depend on clean water in this country. And whether you are in East Palestine or Philadelphia or anywhere else in this country, we should know better than to take something as critical as clean water for granted. Now, I had an amendment that would retain these Section 401 protections for tribal governments. This was a simple test because often some of my Republican colleagues say that they believe in tribal sovereignty and they want to empower tribal voices. So we came up with an amendment to let them do that, to just at least take away this terrible provision when it came to tribal governments, and they declined to move that amendment forward. It was blocked. Why do our Republican colleagues want to block tribal voices? And one of the last details that we should note, if you listen to the debt ceiling debate, you know, this cyclical, situational concern for fiscal conservatism, which is coming around again, my colleagues on the other side shout from the rooftops now about the deficit. Well, guess what? This legislation is not just bad for people, not just bad for the planet. It is fiscally irresponsible. The CBO projects that it will add to the deficit. And just a reminder, the Inflation Reduction Act, which all of my friends voted against, paid for itself and reduced the deficit. Look, we do need to be talking about permit streamlining for clean energy infrastructure. This is very important. We need more efficient procedures to bring more renewable energy online, to modernize and upgrade electricity transmission facilities. But this bill doesn't even begin to touch any of that. That is our greatest need, and it is nowhere in this bill. So if our Republican friends want to be taken seriously regarding permitting reform and not just giveaways to polluters, they need to offer real solutions. This package is not it. For the sake of the planet and future generations, I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. There are real workable solutions to addressing our energy needs, extreme weather, food insecurity, and all the downstream consequences of climate change. But this bill doesn't
time's
do
expired.
it. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, a historic and consequential piece of legislation to bring down our skyrocketing energy costs and secure America's energy independence. On my home, the island of Guam, energy costs have reached historical highs. Less than a year ago, gas prices reached an all-time high of $6.49 a gallon. On average, gas prices are still 40% higher than they were before Biden took office. The people of Guam can't continue to face these inflated costs. We must deliver solutions here in Washington to help ease their pain. This administration's misguided energy policies have shackled our economy and penalized hardworking Americans. There's a misguided war on American energy, and that war needs to end now. Let's set the record straight. Critics on the bill claim it's simply a handout to oil and gas companies. This couldn't be further from the truth. The Lower Energy Cost Act is an all-of-the-above energy solution. This legislation streamlines regulatory burdens holding back our infrastructure projects, whether it's a natural gas pipeline or transmission lines or a solar facility. Both are held back by the same. It also contains important reforms for not only traditional types of energy, but also the energy of tomorrow. With the Lower Energy Cost Act, Republicans are delivering on one of our fundamental campaign promises, to bring gas prices down and to ease the burden on hard-working Americans. We're quite literally keeping the lights on and many Guam residents constantly live under the growing threat of China and North Korea. We're some, if not the only Americans who receive warnings during Korean missile tests and whose waters are routinely invaded by Chinese vessels. Standing up to our adversities is what keeps America strong. Energy security is national security. And for too long, we've allowed countries like China and Russia to control energy productions and dominate the critical mineral supply chain. Securing our energy independence and critical mineral supply chain ensures that foreign adversaries can't use these resources to threaten or pressure us in the future. This legislation will make sure that minerals we need for the technologies of tomorrow are sourced clearly, safely, and responsibly right here at home. America has the highest standards for workplace safety and environmental concerns. And we know the conditions in Chinese operate mines operating in countries like Congo and truly horrific.
I yield the gentleman 20 seconds.
Want to know the best way to lower global greenhouse gases? Produce the energy right here in America. Want to know the best ways to secure critical minerals while ensuring minimal impact on the environment? Mine right here in America. Want to improve our national security while also giving the economy a boost? Pass the Lower American Energy Cost Act today. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ensure that the American people and every single New Mexican back home in my home state knows exactly what this bill is all about. H.R. 1 is not a bill to cut costs and unlock American energy. H.R. 1 is a blatant giveaway of public lands, public waters, and public minerals to the highest bidder. It guts environmental laws. It opens oil and gas leasing to mining and multinational companies, and it will send our communities and our laws back to the 19th century. The 19th century, to 1847 specifically, when we opened the West through the hard rock mining law to minerals claims of multinational corporations who took advantage of our communities, who dumped tailing piles into our rivers and our streams, and who strip mined sacred and ancestral lands of our indigenous communities. That's right, this bill would take us back before the automobile was invented, before we had electricity, before women had the right to vote in this country, and before New Mexico even became a territory of the United States, when our communities' lands and waters were stripped away from them and given to the highest bidder. So let me be clear. This legislation is not about lowering costs. It is not about lessening the burden at the pump. It is not about lowering costs for our families. These are just talking points that have been provided by fossil fuel and mining companies and by their allies across the aisle who see the opportunity to strip away environmental regulations and vast amounts of public resources, lands, and waters for private profit. In fact, this bill will increase the deficit, robbing our communities of more than a century of hard-fought environmental wins to protect our lands and waters. And that is why House Democrats have a clear message today: not on our watch. But let's be clear and talk exactly about what this bill is and does. My friends, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the aisle want to claim that this bill will create jobs, that more drilling and mining will lower costs, and that it's going to somehow magically solve our global critical mineral shortage. Let me be clear, as somebody whose parents worked in the energy industry. My father was a welder in the oil and gas fields, my mother a crane mechanic at a coal-fired power plant. As somebody who's spent over 2 decades of my career working on natural resources issues, let me say it loud and clear. We cannot mine and drill our way to solve these problems. And in fact, this bill not only does not help our communities, but puts our nation and our planet at risk. Scientists from across the world released a report just last week that made clear that if we do not take significant action right now to curb global emissions, we will cross a global tipping point and catastrophic global climate change. This bill would threaten our global planetary health. In fact, this legislation, which the president has already said he would veto, would open vast swaths of our land and our water to oil and gas drilling, to mining, not to lower costs, but to line the pockets of wealthy oil companies. In the name of streamlining, it would gut environmental laws, like the National Environmental Policy Act, a piece of bipartisan legislation that Richard Nixon signed, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act. It would gut protections for our communities to be able to actually have a say in what happens in their own lands and waters. It would make it easier for large corporations to pollute and dump toxins without consequence. And finally, this legislation not only does not lower costs, but raises the deficit by billions of dollars. So I ask the American people, and I ask New Mexicans, is this what you want Congress working on? A 175-page bill filled with thinly veiled corporate giveaways that gut our environmental laws, that cut our communities out, and that would line the pockets of private corporations? No. The American people want clean air, they want clean water, they want climate action, and they want a planet that they can leave to their children. And that is why Democrats and the president fought to pass the Inflation Reduction Act just a few months ago in this chamber. That bill makes the largest investment in climate action ever in the history of this country and ever in the history of this planet. Our bill, the bill we passed to address the global climate crisis, will create millions of jobs. It will rebuild our infrastructure and our local economies. It will invest in our communities and the resilience of our ecosystems. It will reduce household costs like our friends across the aisle are trying to claim with this giveaway bill. And guess what? It reduces the deficit, all while putting us on a path to cutting carbon emissions in this country by 40% by 2030. But guess what else happened? Not a single Republican in this chamber voted for that bill. Not one. Not one member on the other side of the aisle voted to lower costs, voted for a clean energy future, voted to protect the environment, voted to protect our communities. We cannot drill and mine our way to a clean energy and climate secure future. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to pass H.R. 1. We cannot afford to send our communities back to the 19th century. We cannot afford to let private companies deforest and strip mine our lands. We cannot afford to go back to a time when rivers were on fire and companies dumped toxins into our groundwater with impunity. That is why I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation, because the path is clear. We must take climate action now and build a clean energy economy and leave a livable planet for our communities, for the future, and for our nation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thanks to Democrat energy policies, Putin, Xi Jinping, and the Crown Prince of Saudi are the ones who are drilling and mining their way to prosperity at the expense of the American public. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, Lower Energy Costs Act, an actual solution to the problems we are facing. We have seen what happens abroad when nations are at the mercy of energy imports from nefarious actors. We have seen what happens at home when energy prices skyrocket and families struggle to pay for gas and groceries. That is why I am a staunch supporter of this bill and the mission behind it. H.R. 1 is an important step toward unleashing American energy, lowering prices, and strengthening our energy supply chains. The American government should not be in the business of picking winners and losers. We need an all-of-the-above energy approach. Increasing production and untangling energy from overly burdensome red tape is key toward providing certainty and stability to American businesses, consumers, and families. That is why I support this bill, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Mullen.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. The truth is simple. We have no time to waste in the fight against climate change. This Republican bill would reverse years of progress, emboldening polluters and repealing critical environmental regulations, all while increasing the federal deficit. As a father of 2 young boys, I know this is not the future we want to leave for our children. Instead of rewarding fossil fuel industries with more record-shattering profits, we need to transition to a clean energy economy by expanding on Democratic wins like the Inflation Reduction Act. In my home state of California, we've seen the dangers that a warming planet poses to our livelihoods and environment. Wildfires, sea level rise, flooding, and extreme weather patterns can be fatal to our communities. My Bayfront district is surrounded by water. Our communities are threatened by sea level rise on both sides of our peninsula. H.R. 1 would only raise this threat. H.R. 1 would prioritize the interests of big oil and protect profiteers at the expense of our most vulnerable communities and ecosystems. Critical habitats like the San Francisco Bay would suffer. I recently supported over $75 million in bay restoration funding, natural solutions to sea level rise. H.R. 1 would significantly harm those efforts. The American people ask for lower costs, more jobs, and a livable future, not shameless giveaways to big oil, not for the Polluters Over People Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to another member of the House Natural Resources Committee, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleagues last night while they charged their phones, this morning when they brewed their cup of coffee, or even considered maybe putting on a mask for the 3rd year in a row, and even this very moment as we stand in this chamber with the lights on, the mics working, the AC turned down very, very low, for every one of these actions, they have an American energy worker to thank for it. Instead of being grateful, Joe Biden and DC Democrats have waged a war on the American energy production. And the consequences have been devastating for the American people. Gas prices are up 40%, and instead of trying to enable moms and dads to get to and from work without breaking the bank, my Democrat colleagues are still suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. I don't know, maybe Pfizer has a vaccine for that one. You know, in my district, we have been regulated into poverty because of Democrat policies pushing oil and gas out of our communities. Now, moms who could have stayed home are forced to get a job to supplement the income that is lost from the good-paying job that dad no longer has. And then there's the child care struggles that they're facing, and then the inflation struggles that they're facing that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, have created. Mr. Speaker, instead of screaming, "Orange man bad" on TikTok, maybe they should come up with some real solutions, because that isn't going to solve the problems that America is facing. American Republicans are focused on delivering policy solutions to address those problems. H.R. 1 includes my bill, the American Energy Act, which will reduce gas prices by providing certainty for responsible energy production and preventing baseless litigation. After all, no one produces better, safer, cleaner energy than us right here in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, it's past time House Democrats start to have a little empathy and dismount their moral high horse of climate change. There are thousands of children currently, today, slaving away in the Congo at Chinese-owned mines. They have to dig for cobalt with their bare hands. Instead of freeing these slaves and even ourselves from the need of this resource, they want to buy more Chinese-made products. It's clear they have a climate religion. They worship the earth, while I worship the Creator, not the creation. We are here to be good stewards of our land, so stop sacrificing the American families at your altar of climate change. The choice here is simple. America can continue to rely on foreign energy produced by nations that hate us. 30 seconds, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady, another 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The choice is simple. America can continue to rely on foreign energy produced by nations that hate us and hate our values, or we can become energy independent once again, pursue energy dominance, and put the American roughneck before OPEC. And maybe, just maybe, we put the American people before the Green New Deal lobbyists. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I strongly support the passage of H.R. 1, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Liu.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first commend Ranking Member Raul Grijalva for fighting the good fight every day. I rise to oppose the Polluters Over People Act. It's an extreme MAGA Republican bill that will increase pollution by lowering environmental standards. It will increase climate change by removing a lot of provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act designed to combat climate change, and it increases the deficit. According to the Congressional Budget Office, it will increase the deficit by over $2.4 million just as one bill alone. So it's like a triple threat of badness, right? It increases pollution, increases global warming, increases the deficit. Now let's just take a review of what we've done up to now. So last term, when Democrats were in control, we passed laws that moved the American family forward. We passed American Rescue Plan that got our economy back on track as we were coming out of a pandemic. We then followed that up with the infrastructure law to rebuild roads and bridges and highways, to take lead out of water pipes, and to put broadband everywhere, from rural areas to inner cities and everywhere in between. We then followed that up with the CHIPS and Science Act that's going to bring manufacturing back to the United States. And then we followed that up with the Inflation Reduction Act, which not only helped reduce the deficit, Democrats reduced the deficit by over $1.7 trillion last year, but that Inflation Reduction Act also had the highest number of climate change projects and the highest amount of climate change funding in world history. This term, when Republicans took control, what'd y'all do? Well, let me tell you. You read the Constitution on the House floor. You took turns doing that. You also held not one, but 2 congressional hearings complaining about Twitter. But it's more than just stupid stuff. Extreme MAGA Republicans are now passing, or trying to pass, extreme MAGA Republican bills like H.R. 1 that is going to, again, increase climate change, increase pollution, and increase the deficit. And it's also a monumental waste of time, because guess what? this bill ain't going anywhere. It's not going to pass the Senate because you need to override it, filibuster. That ain't going to happen. Even if it miraculously does that, the president, his administration has already signaled that they're going to veto it. So we're just wasting time here when we should be focused on more relevant issues like how do we prevent gun violence at schools? And my heart goes out to the victims of the tragic mass shooting yesterday in Nashville. 3 of the victims were 9-year-old children. So recently, a member of the Republican caucus was asked, a member from Tennessee, what we're going to do to fix school violence, and his answer was, we're not going to fix it. Well, Democrats have a different view. Instead of wasting time on political stunts like H.R. 1, let's pass universal background checks into law. I yield back.
Reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire the balance of time for each side?
Gentleman from Arkansas has 25 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Arizona has 5.5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to a gentlewoman from Oklahoma who knows a lot about diversified energy because Oklahoma has the most diversified energy portfolio of any state. Ms. Bias.
The gentlelady from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start out by saying that I find it disingenuous for the other side of the aisle to continue to talk about polluters over people. And here's why. The Democrats are the ones that are wanting to pollute our environment. They're the ones that are supporting electric vehicle electrification, which requires batteries. And the rare earth minerals that go into those batteries are being mined in China or other countries across the world with no regulations. They continue to pollute the environment. So to suggest that this bill is harming the environment is just ridiculous. Since President Biden took office, Americans have felt the pain of skyrocketing energy costs. Gas prices have reached historical highs and are still well over 40% of what they were when he was sworn in. Time and again, this administration has caved to environmental justice groups and held up critical energy infrastructure projects, canceling lease sales and weaponizing the permitting process to cater to their political agenda. This is why the Lower Energy Costs Now Act is so critical. This legislation provides important safeguards to lower energy costs and help streamline the pace of projects by putting in place deadlines for filing litigation on final agency actions concerning energy and mining projects. The federal permitting process is one of the most lengthy, arduous constraints that can delay projects for decades. I'm glad to see vital fixes in the legislation, including my bill, the BLM Mineral Spacing Act, which removes duplicative environmental reviews and the need for federal permitting when the federal government has no surface rights or only a minority share in the subsurface minerals. If the Biden administration truly wanted to lower energy costs, the president's budget wouldn't have removed intangible drilling cost deductions. If these vital provisions were eliminated, it would not only result in increased energy prices, but it would also cost the U.S. over 250,000 jobs and would have a disparate impact throughout the nation. I am committed to cutting bureaucratic red tape, especially for our hardworking energy producers who have dealt with the stifling regulations from the Biden administration, and H.R. 1 is the first step towards lowering energy costs. The legislation is common sense, all of the above approach, and promotes American energy producers. Simply put, we need to get back to what we do best, allowing Americans, like those in my home state of Oklahoma, to power our nation with clean, affordable, and reliable energy. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Letourneau.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act. For the past 2 years, the Biden administration has done everything in their power to make it harder to produce energy here in the United States. Within the first 24 hours of being sworn into office, President Biden took executive action to kill the Keystone XL pipeline project and ban new drilling on federal lands. When prices began to rise because of these misguided policies, the White House sold off our emergency oil supply and looked to Iran, Venezuela, and Saudi Arabia to increase production instead of turning to energy producers right here in America. Just a few years ago, our nation was energy independent. Now we are relying on our adversaries for our most critical energy resources. As a result, families across America have faced record high prices at the pump and soaring utility costs. It's time for a new direction. The Lower Energy Costs Act maximizes production of reliable American-made energy by streamlining the permitting process, investing in energy infrastructure in the United States, and reversing burdensome and costly regulations put in place by the Biden administration. President Biden's commitment to Green New Deal policies not only puts our national security at risk, but also threatens our way of life in Kansas. The energy sector in my home state employs more than 150,000 hardworking Kansans, provides more than $3 billion in family income, and delivers over $1.5 billion in state and local tax revenue. This legislation will protect our energy security, grow our economy, and create good-paying jobs in our communities. House Republicans promised the American people that we would take action to put our nation back on the path towards energy independence and lower gas and electricity prices for hardworking families. The Lower Energy Costs Act is a crucial step in making good on that commitment, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Continue. Reserve balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to another member of the Natural Resources Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
The gentleman from the great state of California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time here tonight to talk about this key issue here. And I think just as a reminder as we start, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle trying to make this bill into something that it isn't, the atmosphere is made up of only 0.04% carbon dioxide. So the hysteria, since it's raised from 0.03 for the last couple decades, is really misplaced as we try to have an energy source that's reasonable and secure for the American people. The Energy Information Administration predicts a 50% increase in global energy consumption by the year 2050. Currently, America is the world's leading producer in natural gas. Petroleum and other fuels remain the largest energy source for Americans, and natural gas consumption increases globally. They are expected as well. So we have over time the reality that no matter what the U.S. is doing, the rest of the world is going to be increasing its energy consumption. And you see on top here that all the renewables are great. They're only going to remain a tiny, tiny part around the world while we're contorting our economy to try and put our own selves out of business by meeting these ridiculous goals. So we must promote more domestic energy production, open more federal lands for exploration and drilling. H.R. 1 is a timely piece of legislation that will do that. Give the American people what they really want. Yeah, they want clean air and clean water, but they also want reasonable energy, and we know how to do it cleanly and efficiently. We must not forget that in the clean energy conversation, that America's energy is cleaner than other top producers who will keep producing like China and Russia. American energy is clean energy. So I'm glad to see this bill making the reforms that are necessary to help on energy as well as forestry. With the burdensome NEPA process, it's delaying U.S. Forest Service doing needed thinning projects like in my district where I've had the Camp Fire that burned down most of the town of Paradise and a 1-million-acre fire known as the Dixie Fire. NEPA reform will make it where we can save our forests, to have them be cleaner, have them not put so much pollution in the air that even reaches the East Coast with smoke plumes, and instead have wood and paper products coming from our forests instead of having to import them. It makes a heck of a lot more sense to have a process to work through NEPA and others that still is accountable ecologically, but is something you can get done so we can get ahead of the curve with better forest management and energy that's cleaner that comes from our country. I'm glad to be part of this bill. I thank the chairman for running it. I yield.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to another member of the House Natural Resources Committee, the chairwoman of the Indian and Insular Affairs Subcommittee from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 1. America must have accessible and affordable energy, and coal, oil and gas, and uranium are 3 of the most important resources we have to meet our demands. These resources are needed now and will be needed for generations to come, with demand only increasing over time. The key question that we must address then is, who is going to be producing our energy? Our fellow Americans using our very own resources here, or foreign and often hostile countries? For the Republicans, the correct answer is obvious. For the Biden administration and Democrats, however, the answer lies not in using our own abundant energy resources and controlling our own destiny, but in offshoring energy and mineral production to third world and dictatorial countries who care nothing about protecting the environment. The Biden administration and our friends across the aisle prefer to rely on coal from China and oil and gas from Russia, Iran, and Venezuela, anywhere but here. Their preferred energy policy is one that empowers and enriches dictators, despots, and tyrants, one that destroys our access to and use of safe, clean, reliable energy that is found right here in America, one that is designed to increase the cost and decrease the availability of the very building blocks of a civilized society, including food, housing, concrete, fertilizer, transportation, and manufacturing. Their preferred energy policy is one that establishes energy poverty as the cornerstone of our society, where blackouts, intermittent power, and third world conditions define our day-to-day existence. In reality, the Democrats are reading from a fairy tale, one in which we are allegedly going to be carbon-free by 2030, or perhaps it's 2035, or maybe we should look to 2050. The only thing that the American people need to understand is that whatever the magical year is, it is beyond the point in time when they are no longer in power. Their promise of outlawing gas stoves, air conditioners that work.
Expired.
I yield the gentlelady another 30 seconds.
Their promise of outlawing gas stoves, air conditioners that work in the internal combustion engine and other technologies that make our lives better is beyond their expiration date as politicians. How so very convenient. The House Republicans are ready to fight for the American citizens and ensure that we have clean and abundant energy, and I rise in support of and support H.R. 1. Thank you.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve the balance, Mr.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I recognize another member of the House Natural Resources Committee for 3 minutes, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it was just this morning we were having a hearing and we were talking about Biden's bloated $1.2 trillion infrastructure Green New Deal, when 1/3 of that act went to actual infrastructure projects, and it looks like they're in trouble now because of inflation. It's one of the main reasons I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. Over the past 2 years under the Biden administration, we have seen gas prices that are up nearly $1 after hitting a historic high of $5 per gallon last summer. With energy demand only increasing, we can't afford the Biden administration's anti-energy agenda hitting our pocketbooks any harder. This crucial piece of legislation will finally end the Biden administration's war on the American energy production by prohibiting President Biden from banning fracking, repealing restrictions on the import and export of natural gas, and stopping Biden's $6 billion natural gas tax. This bill will also incentivize domestic mineral production to ensure the U.S. has the resources necessary to compete with China. We will reform the National Environmental Policy Act to modernize and shorten the federal regulatory process that takes years to get through. The days of projects taking decades to get off the ground, they're over. In the U.S., it can take more than 10 years to get a permit to mine, while our neighbors, competitors, they're much faster, further incentivizing our companies to export mineral production. That changes today, when we reopen the cleanest energy in the world, American-made energy. With that, I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire again of the time left?
You have 13 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And the gentleman from Arizona still has 5 minutes remaining.
I yield 3 minutes to another member of the House Natural Resources Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte.
I thank the gentleman from Arkansas. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1. We hear today that it's not very interesting to discuss the Constitution to some. Well, let's see the Constitution in operation today. We are the champions of abundance over here, and we want to show the American people, the working families in America, what an abundance agenda looks like and show them our commitment to improving their lives with abundance. And we stand here arguing, in my opinion, with the lords of scarcity. They want to protect our forests until our forests burn. They want to leave American oil in the ground while gas prices go up for American working families, while energy costs in my district in California go over 25 cents a kilowatt, where working families in my district open the screen door in 105-degree temperature because they can't afford to run their air conditioners, and yet the lords of scarcity think we need more solar panels on more high-income homes, getting off the grid, leaving the costs of delivering electricity to the working families in America. When we drill it in America, when we dam it in America, when we nuke it in America, and we frack it in America, we save American jobs and we increase American families' affordability. When we grow it in America, when we log it in America, when we make it in America, we create jobs and create affordability, and we do it more sustainably than anywhere else on earth. Over here, we're the champions of abundance, and we're here today to tell the American working family there is a better choice for them. We can thrive. We can have affordability, we can have sustainability, and we can have opportunity right here in America. And with H.R. 1, Drill Oil Now, we can deliver American working families a better option. So please keep talking about how silly you think the Constitution is. It's in play right now. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve the balance, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas, 10.5 minutes remaining.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, the chair of the Western Caucus, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Westerman, for your leadership on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about something that affects every single person, not only in this room, but in our entire country. You need it to turn on the lights. You need it to drive your car. For my folks back home in central Washington, it's how you run your farm, your business, and your home. And recently, the cost of that energy has gone through the roof. For years now, the Biden administration has been telling the nation that global markets are complex and there are dynamics that are out of our control that contributed to the highest gas price since 2008 and spiking global oil prices. But we know better. This administration has effectively shut down all future energy and resource development, has created one of the most hostile environments for energy and resource producers, and continues to take actions every single day to further their Green New Deal agenda. And they should absolutely be held responsible for the burden now placed on the American people who are struggling to make ends meet. While it's very clear to me, just as I know it's clear to my constituents, President Biden and this administration is failing to display the leadership America needs and deserves. But there's a silver lining here, and that's H.R. 1. The Lower Energy Costs Act will finally get government out of the way of the American people. It will put an end to serial litigants stopping energy projects. It will cut through the endless red tape our producers face, and it will unleash American energy to lower the cost for every American. This is what we need, and it's what the American people deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve the balance, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell.
Thank you. Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker, I rise
recognized.
today to speak in favor of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. For the last 2 years, the Biden administration has implicated radical energy policies that have caused the price of gas and other household expenses to skyrocket. At the same time, this administration has forced us to become more dependent on hostile foreign nations that has caused us to lose high-paying American energy jobs. H.R. 1 is common sense legislation that addresses these problems. It would increase domestic energy production, reform outdated permitting processes, and support the production and processing of critical minerals. Ultimately, this bill works to support the energy needs of hardworking American families who are struggling with the high prices created by this administration's policies. As a member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure, I'm proud of the way H.R. 1 improves water quality certification by streamlining an outdated permitting process. Bureaucrats often weaponize the process by slowing down certification for projects
Gentleman's time
that
has
don't
expired.
fit their radical agenda. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Reserve the balance, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson.
So, Mr. Chairman, I spent 6 years as a state energy regulator, and our focus was always on safe, affordable, reliable energy because we knew that could power American prosperity. And indeed, this abundance of American energy that we've been talking about can be a huge American competitive advantage in an increasingly uncertain world. Unfortunately, we have made it so difficult to do big projects in this country anymore. If you need a strong piece of evidence, look at President Biden's unilateral canceling of the Keystone XL pipeline. But unfortunately, that is not the only piece of evidence. It takes 5 to 7 years to permit an energy project in this country. It is an almost uniquely American problem. That same energy project could get cited in less than half the time in countries like Canada and Australia. H.R. 1, Mr. Chairman, is a huge step in the right direction. It prevents the constant relitigation of projects and of reviews that have already been settled. It moves the NEPA process into the 21st century by making sure that we've got an online permitting portal for projects. It creates deadlines for NEPA and other environmental reviews. Imagine that, a shot clock, a deadline to make sure that the government's work is done on time. And then, Mr. Chairman, it unlocks American energy by allowing the Department of Interior to resume energy leasing and to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas. Mr. Chairman, the abundance of American energy is a huge American competitive advantage. H.R. 1 makes that so, and with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve the balance, Mr.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman. In 2019, the United States became energy independent for the first time in 62 years. However, on his first day in office, President Biden destroyed American energy production by killing the Keystone XL pipeline and outsourcing our energy needs to our enemies. President Biden's energy policies not only hurt our families at the pump, but they also threaten our national security. That's why I've introduced Amendment to H.R. 1, my Defend America's Rural Energy Act, to defend our farmers and energy producers from foreign adversary land grabs. My amendment would specifically prohibit China from buying farmland suitable for ethanol and biodiesel production, which is vital to the rural American economy. Honoring our commitment to America, Republicans will end Biden's war on American energy and fulfill another promise to the American people, and that is keeping the American land in the hands of the American farmer. I'm a passionate supporter of H.R. 1. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Chairman. Thank you. The question is America's economy on the right track? 80% of Americans believe we are headed in the wrong direction. In just 2 years, we've gone from being the world's leading energy exporter to a dependent energy importer. Since January 2021, electricity is up 24%, gasoline up 51%. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. The United States has the resources, the know-how, and the expertise to be once again an energy independent nation and an exporter of energy. American energy is not the enemy, it's the solution. The H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, is how we get America back on track. I stand, but for too long, Mr. Speaker, we've handcuffed ourselves when it comes to our oil and natural gas potential. I stand before you today committed to unleash America's energy independence, but also to unleash America's energy dominance. A yes vote for H.R. 1 does just that. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, a common-sense piece of legislation that will provide the American people the relief they need from Biden's war on American energy. As someone who grew up in the West Texas oil fields, I know firsthand how vital energy production is to our national security, and I know that energy security is national security. Under President Trump's leadership, America reached energy independence. Gas prices were low, the economy was thriving, and the world saw America as not only an energy leader, but also as an economic and military force that must be taken seriously. However, the Biden administration has taken a drastically different approach. In the first few weeks in office, Biden waged war on American energy. Biden's assault on America's energy independence has eliminated thousands of American jobs, raised the cost of domestic energy, and left the United States dangerously dependent on foreign energy sources. Americans are struggling to pay their utility bills, and gas prices are at record highs. Yet this administration continues to do nothing but make matters worse. This legislation will not only alleviate burdensome energy costs for my constituents in Texas 13, but will do so for all Americans. I am proud to support this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this critical piece of legislation. With that, I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve the balance, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr.
Gentleman
Chair,
from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. H.R. 1 will unleash domestic energy production and reverse the Biden-led Democrat assault on American energy. Democrat punitive policies have led to record-high gas prices, limited supply, and unrelenting inflation. Folks back home in Michigan are yearning for leadership that has been sorely lacking in Washington these past couple of years. H.R. 1 will streamline permitting, open up new markets to export natural gas, and repeal billions in inflationary Green New Deal giveaways. H.R. 1 will also protect the land we live on, the water we drink, and the air we breathe. Of great importance to me and my constituents is the provision continuing the long-standing ban on drilling in our Great Lakes. As the representative for the district with the longest shoreline in the lower 48 states, including 3 of the 5 Great Lakes, I will continue to fight to defend and preserve our Great Lakes for future generations. And with that, as we talk energy, I live in the middle of copper country, and as this, board shows, we need to control for our future the precious metals necessary for what we do. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I'm prepared to close as well, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my Democratic colleagues for their comments, both from the Resources Committee's members and other colleagues that came forth to speak against Polluters Over People Act, H.R. 1. Republican members have produced an extreme piece of legislation. and as I listened to the rationale today, there was 4 or 5 themes that were repeated over and over again. It's an extreme peace, a high cost to pay for a speakership, but nevertheless, the rationale today was, as I heard it, patriotism. If you vote no for H.R. 1, you don't believe in America, and you're not a patriot. You support China, Russia, Venezuela, OPEC, communism. Unfortunately, that's a desperate lie and unnecessary in this debate. And the other rationale I heard, let industry drive energy policy, production, and the safeguards that the American people need. That was one of the rationales. And the other one that struck me is collateral damage. Tribes, poor people, 40 million Americans, communities of color. Once again, they get thrown under the bus to satisfy the greed of polluters. The issues of environmental justice are almost eliminated and downplayed in this whole discussion. That is 40 million people. That is collateral damage that cannot be tolerated and should not be. Oh, and we ignore climate change. You blame other nations and ask Americans to accept a lower bar for themselves and give up the opportunity to, as we always have, to historically lead in this world of ours. This act is about taxpayer subsidies to a powerful and rich polluted industry that doesn't need the support. It dismantles fundamental public health, clean air, clean water, NEPA, environmental protections, and judicial review. And we need to remember that this act, H.R. 1, Polluters Over People, deals with a very consequential issue, and that's the consequential issue of life. H.R. 1 is dangerous to life. And the real true act of patriotism, I want to remind my colleagues, is our responsibility and our oath to protect lives, to extend the future, to deal with fairness, and the public's right to know, and the public to have a voice in their future. H.R. 1, Polluters Over People Act, undoes all of that. Now, if we want to go back to the good old days, when the rivers were burning, when we were clear-cutting forest, when it was all right to emit and not have any consequences, those are not the good old days that people want to go back to. If we are going to deal with the climate challenge and the climate action that's needed in this crisis, H.R. 1 needs to be defeated. It's the right thing to do, it's the American thing to do, and it's the patriotic thing to do. H.R. 1 is dangerous, needs to be defeated. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it's a time for choosing. It's a time to choose whether you want to be with America or if you want to be continually supporting our adversaries across the seas. H.R. 1 provides a solution to a problem that Democrat energy policy has created. Democrat energy policy means energy dependence. H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, means energy independence for America. Democrat energy policy is a threat to national security. H.R. 1 secures our country, secures our country's energy, secures our country's minerals, secures our country's food supply, and secures our country's future as we move forward. Democrat energy policy, like H.R. 1, or Democrat energy policy is bogged down with their very permitting processes. H.R. 1 will relieve those permitting processes. It doesn't undermine any bedrock environmental laws. It actually makes the environmental laws work. It allows projects to be permitted. Green energy projects, American energy projects, roads, bridges, transportation corridors, ports, navigable waterways, all those things that are being held up by the permitting process, H.R. 1 will be a great step towards making things happen in America. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 1, to lower energy costs for Americans, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member or their designees. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, which will unlock United States energy potential benefiting Missourians and Americans nationwide. Broadly speaking, this bill is important for so many reasons, from increasing domestic energy production to encouraging the production of critical minerals to modernizing the NEPA process for energy and other infrastructure projects. This bill does exactly what the title says. Division C of the bill was produced by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and it focuses on streamlining and clarifying the scope of Section 401 of the Clean Water Act to prevent its continued abuse in blocking energy infrastructure projects. Many projects that require water quality certifications under Section 401 are critical to our nation's energy production, such as natural gas pipelines, LNG, coal export terminals. Division C of the bill makes clear that states cannot block important energy projects on grounds outside of the Clean Water Act quality standards, consistent with the intent of the original law. Last month, H.R. 1152, which is encompassed within Division C, was marked up and passed out of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. As included in H.R. 1, Division C is incredibly important to lowering energy costs and boosting American energy production while still encouraging water quality. I want to thank two of my subcommittee chairmen, David Rouser and Garrett Graves, for their leadership in sponsoring this piece of legislation. I would urge support of the bill, and by passing H.R. 1, the House would support moving critical energy projects forward and support lowering costs for Americans through greater energy independence. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as such time as I may consume. And I rise today in support of clean water and in support of the Clean Water Act and in opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act. Clean water is a basic human right, and the health and the safety of our communities and the success of our economy depend upon it. And House Democrats stand for clean water. Last Congress, we passed a historic and bipartisan investment in our nation's infrastructure through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. The BIL included almost $13 billion in clean water infrastructure upgrades and is creating jobs in communities across the country. The Clean Water Act, passed in 1972, is one of the most successful environmental laws in our nation's history. It has protected rivers, lakes, and streams from pollution and contamination, ensuring that we have access to clean and safe water. And Section 401 of the Clean Water Act allows states to review projects that could impact their water quality. And for 50 years, states have used this authority to protect their water resources, and it has helped them ensure that projects move forward only if clean water would not be compromised as a result. And these proposals that are in H.R. 1 to narrow the scope of Section 401 are a misguided effort at permitting reform. By limiting the ability of states to review projects, we are sacrificing the health of our communities and our environment for the sake of expedience and profit. And I recognize the majority's interest in ensuring that permitting requirements are not insurmountable barriers to investment. I share the goal of speeding up project delivery. And last Congress, I supported not only the BIL, but also the CHIPS Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. And these laws showed what Congress is capable of when it focuses on addressing the real needs of American families. And I want these laws and their investments to be successful. However, to quickly put these investments to work, we need a robust partnership between the federal government and its state and local partners and tribal partners to address state, local, and tribal requirements and to ensure community buy-in before these investments are implemented. To be effective, that process must build on a mutual trust between the parties because any effort to force that process often results in opposition, delay, and litigation. Yet H.R. 1 misses this mark by stifling local participation and buy-in, which will only result in these projects taking longer to implement. In fact, state organizations such as the Western States Water Council believe that placing arbitrary and strict limits on Section 401 application review times and processes will require the states to, quote, issue an increased number of denials due to inflexible deadlines that do not accommodate state public engagement laws or allow sufficient time to gather adequate information on project impacts. I urge my colleagues to reject H.R. 1 and reject the efforts to weaken the Clean Water Act and our nation's other bedrock environmental laws. We must protect our water resources for future generations and for the health of today's communities and families. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, a member of the T&I Committee, for 2 minutes, Mr. Edwards.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1 to lower energy costs. United States energy independence is critical to meeting domestic demand and growing needs from the rest of the world. Rather than pulling out all of the stops to keep domestic production moving forward to meet this increased demand, the Biden administration has instead begged OPEC cartel to boost their output, culminating in a failed appeal from President Biden to the Saudi Crown Prince in July of last year. To me, this is exactly why we're here in support of H.R. 1 today. As a result of the historic increases in inflation under the Biden administration, the average American family is spending an extra $395 to purchase the same monthly necessities as they did a year ago. In November 2022, 1 in 6 families were behind on utility bills. And we're not out of the woods yet, as natural gas prices rose over 14% just last month. This is especially concerning as 47% of U.S. households use natural gas to heat their homes. The Lower Energy Cost Act seeks to reverse the troubling energy policy strategy that the Biden administration has carried out, and it prioritizes American energy dominance ahead of misguided Green New Deal-style policies. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the Lower Energy Cost Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
Reserves.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 4 minutes to Representative from California, Representative Napolitano.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1, particularly Division C, which was introduced in the House as H.R. 1152 and was marked up by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure with strong opposition from my Democratic colleagues. The Polluters Over the People Act let polluters off the hook for harmful actions and damaging impacts on our rivers, our lakes, and our streams, and that our local communities rely on for clean, safe drinking water. Division C is an attack on Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, which is a key mechanism for states and tribes to evaluate projects that cross within their borders and have an impact on their waters and environment. For decades, Section 401 has been a successful example of cooperative federalism while preserving state authority to manage their natural resources. Section 401 has been well-supported, effective tool since the beginning of the Clean Water Act, but the Trump administration found a way to make it a scapegoat for the failure of senseless and harmful mega projects. The provisions in the Polluters Over People Act would tie the hands of states and tribes seeking to preserve stream flow from their water supplies to prevent runoff and water pollution and to minimize impact to flood-preventing wetlands. It goes against the Clean Water Act's rights of states to prevent, reduce, and eliminate pollution. First, in California, this bill would have huge impacts. For one, limiting analysis to only discharges would mean the state would be unable to consider the impact of the whole project, such as increasing impervious surfaces or considering downstream effects. Our state is trying to preserve every drop of water we can get, yet this bill will stop my state from protecting its water supply from the adverse impacts of projects pursued but out-of-state interests. Second, this bill places arbitrary and likely impossible timelines on the states to act on permit requests. Despite how complicated or huge the project might be, this bill will severely limit the time allowed for a state to review its impacts. My friends across the aisle may not realize this, but this bill may lead to greater numbers of project rejections as the state is pressured to respond without the time to fully analyze their project. This bill is another attempt to really gut the Clean Water Act and allow pollution and industry to act without repercussion. We must defend human health, our economy, and the natural environment, and oppose the damaging bill that will harm local communities. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter from the states of California, state of Washington, and state of New York in strong opposition to 1152, which is the bill that became Division C of H.R. 1.
The request is covered under general leave.
Thank you. In this letter, the states highlight how this legislation will undermine ability to protect water quality within the states and erode 5 decades of successful cooperative federalism. Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose H.R. 1, Polluters Over People Act, and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, another member of the T&I committee, Mr. Burchett.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work you and the committee have done on this very important piece of legislation. It's good to see you, Mr. Speaker, as always. I rise today to talk about why we need H.R. 1. It's the Lower Energy Cost Act. I can't think of anybody in this country, especially working folks, especially the people in the 2nd Congressional District who I represent, that say to me, I need to pay more for my energy, Tim. And because they don't, they say, my energy costs are out of sight. We've got to feed our kids. We've got to buy books for school. We've got to buy clothing for our kids. We can't afford these higher energy costs. The Biden administration, and unfortunately the Democrats in Congress, keep pushing these Green New Deal style agendas. And honestly, Mr. Speaker, they just don't work. There hasn't been a new development in solar in over 20 years, and windmills are just what they are, windmills. The wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine in East Tennessee, and I'm sure that's the way it is across this great nation. And it's costing Americans way too much. We're done with all this nonsense, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1 is going to end restrictions on importing and exporting natural gas. And what could be wrong with that? Why in the world are we doing business with our enemies, the people we continue to send money to? We've got hundreds of years, by recent estimates, of gas in the ground that we could be getting out safe and environmentally sound methods. The burning apparatus now is so much safer than when this was first started. It's ridiculous. We need to fix this permitting process. We keep saying, I've heard the White House say many times through their spokesperson that we are we're permitting all these wells. Well, they don't permit the pipelines to get there, so we're trying to. We've got a gallon of fuel in the ground, and we're trying to pull it out with something about as big around as a needle point. We got to process our energy projects so they can get off the ground in a reasonable amount of time. By the time we get to the end of it, the cost is so high, it's very cost prohibitive. We've got to make this Biden administration resume the lease on most of our federal lands and waters that they've restricted. We have to roll back President Biden's $27 billion slush fund for these Democrat special interest groups and these projects that amount to nothing but woke policy changes. We've got to stop the liberal states from abusing Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. which they add to a bunch of unnecessary red tape to every project they don't like. It seems that when we find a good resource, they put these barriers in place, and it's just not right. Mr. Speaker, we need to focus on keeping America's homes heated and their lights on. Nothing should be more important, especially since the fact that we're forced to purchase it from our enemies overseas, the people that hate our guts. They love our dollars. We pay them, and then the next thing you know, they're burning our flag. They're saying things about us that aren't true. They're causing us all kinds of problems. And the best energy solution, Mr. Speaker, above all, is the solution that we need: oil, gas, and nuclear energy, like they're working on at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. It's not in the district I represent. It backs up to where I am, and over 6,000 people work there that live in my district. It's also home to Big Ed's Pizza, which is a wonderful place. I'll just throw that in. H.R. 1 is going to spur energy innovation, Mr. Speaker, here at home, and I'm proud to support it. I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the remainder of my time. And I appreciate the great work you've done on this issue.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to one more person who appreciates the most important natural resource we have, and that's our clean water, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton from D.C.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The so-called Lower Energy Cost Act is an attempt by the majority to strip environmental protections fought for by Congress over decades. The current leadership wishes to allow broad, polluting, strip limitations on greenhouse gas emissions and remove provisions of the Clean Water Act that not only protect our nation's waters, but also affect the clean drinking water of everyday Americans. Division C, the Water Quality Certification and Energy Project Improvement Act, will neither improve energy projects nor streamline the water quality certification process. This section guts the Clean Water Act, a Section 401 authority. The previous administration tried to significantly limit this authority in the interest of preventing oversight and accountability for those who polluted water sources. Now the majority is again attempting to gut this critical protection authority in favor of unclear, imprecise, and irresponsible policy, which would allow significant increases in water pollution without holding polluters accountable. This issue is particularly important to the District of Columbia because we are entirely reliant on the Potomac River for our drinking water. Under this bill, the headwaters of the Potomac River can be freely polluted in West Virginia, jeopardizing the water source of most of Northern Virginia, all of D.C., and much of Southern Maryland. We are no strangers to this kind of pollution. Before the Clean Water Act, the Potomac River was rife with agricultural runoff, trash, and other pollution. But today, it is much cleaner and healthier and used for all manner of recreational activities. This bill would jeopardize all the progress we have made for the entire Potomac River ecosystem. Under this bill, a project would threaten water quality, water supply, fish pollutions,
Gentleman yields 30 seconds to the gentlelady.
or many other things, and D.C. and other jurisdictions would not get any say in preventing it. Polluters can act freely and to the extreme detriment of their neighbor downstream, affecting the accessibility of clean water, drinking water. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Oregon, a member of the T&I Committee, Mr. Reamer.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Lower Energy Costs Act, a comprehensive and common sense proposal that would lower costs for Oregon families by unleashing American energy. The Lower Cost Energy Costs Act paves the way for projects that would directly benefit Oregon. H.R. 1 would improve the environmental permitting process for critical minerals, making it more efficient for Oregon businesses to manufacture scarce and valuable products like semiconductors. From the smartphone in your pocket to batteries needed for storing renewable energy, it's unacceptable that the United States is currently so reliant on China for critical products. The pragmatic permitting changes in this bill protect our national security by reducing our reliance on the Chinese Communist Party. These changes also create opportunities for public-private partnerships on energy construction projects. Instead of doing business with China, H.R. 1 presents an opportunity for my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support good-paying union jobs right here at home. The Lower Energy Costs Act would streamline initiatives like the Jordan Cove Energy Project, which would have been $10 billion investment in the natural gas project in Oregon. As we work towards a carbon-neutral future, we must also recognize that the United States produces cleaner energy than any other country, including natural gas. A Department of Energy report found that natural gas is produced in America is 40% cleaner than natural gas produced in Russia. Energy prices and the cost of living have remained elevated for far too long. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1, which would help restore our energy independence, support jobs, and lower costs for hardworking families. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the representative from California, Representative Desaulnier.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise to oppose H.R. 1. H.R. 1 reverses our hard-fought progress for clean water, and it also severely undermines states' abilities to protect water quality under the Clean Water Act. Under this bill, states like California would have their hands tied in their efforts to maintain water quality for drinking, recreation, and protecting our natural environment. California has always been a leader in clean water issues, and this bill is a direct assault on our efforts to counteract pollution and protect both public health and the health of the environment. What's more, H.R. 1 will dangerously limit states from protecting their own natural resources and bodies of water. It will limit California's efforts to conserve water, which is especially important given the extreme drought that we were in. And it will continue to see in the face of changing climate. Maintaining Section 401 of the Clean Water Act is vital. My friends on the other side of the aisle claim the proposed changes in the bill will prevent states from hijacking the permitting process and preventing important energy projects. But in the past 50 years, we in California and our state water agencies have processed thousands of Section 401 permit requests without issue. Only a handful each year are denied. The states have utilized this section to rightfully protect against violations of their own state water quality standards. We see this legislation for what it truly is, a giveaway to corporate polluters at the expense of our environment. I strongly oppose this bill and the larger movement it stands for. We cannot and should not roll back these bedrock environmental laws. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would yield 5 minutes to the chairman of the Aviation Subcommittee on the T&I Committee, gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman of the Transportation Committee, Sam Graves, for his leadership on this issue. Mr. Chairman, let me describe the situation that we're facing right now. Clean Water Act, as has been noted, was enacted decades and decades ago. There haven't been changes that altered the way that states are able to grant water certification under 401 of the Clean Water Act. There have been no changes that have altered the way that takes place. Yet, in recent history, states have begun using the Clean Water Act in this 401 water certification section in a way that simply weaponizes it. It is not about the states, in many cases, their decisions to object to projects being built in their states. It has nothing to do with water certification. I can cite example after example, including by some of my friends on the other side of the aisle that may be in the chamber, where their states have objected to pipelines on grounds that, again, have nothing to do with clean water. This is a weaponization that has occurred in just recent history. All our amendment does, that the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, led in this case, is it simply ensures the interpretation of the Clean Water Act is consistent with congressional intent when this was implemented decades ago. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me give you a practical effect of how this has impacted communities, how it has impacted American citizens. Years ago, they had a cold winter. It was a very cold winter several years ago. And so what happened was that these communities up in the Northeast that actually used these authorities and others to block pipelines from being built, so it prevented natural gas from getting to these communities in the Northeast. So then they began burning home heating oil in higher volumes. I remind you, Mr. Chairman, home heating oil has a higher emissions profile than natural gas. So you just made one decision by blocking pipelines. You became more dependent upon home heating oil, so it resulted in greater emissions, or said another way, greater impacts to the environment. So then they ended up having low supplies of home heating oil, so they took it next level. These states called their good friend Vladimir Putin, not making this up, and had him bring in liquefied natural gas from Russia to come meet the demands in the Northeast. So look, maybe my friends across the aisle want to defend the decision to have Russian gas coming in to supply American energy needs whenever we had American energy right there that simply could have been piped in. And Mr. Chairman, I remind you, according to the National Research Council, pipelines are the safest way to transport energy. By putting something in a pipeline, it has a lower chance of spill, it has lower emissions associated with transportation. This is how you should do it. I mean, if you care about the environment, then you want to put energy in a pipeline. And so, let me say it again. The chairman of the Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee, Mr. Rouser from North Carolina, his amendment to this bill, it really returns the interpretation back to congressional intent, back to the way that this provision was exercised for decades. So we don't have these ridiculous scenarios like I just described, where we're preventing U.S.-generated energy, U.S.-produced energy from meeting Americans' own demands, which of course is cheaper, it is cleaner, and it prevents these crazy scenarios where we're calling up Vladimir Putin and asking him to come meet America's energy demands. Mr. Chairman, even Putin found this amusing and was trolling the United States on Twitter and social media. I mean, do we really want to subject ourselves to this? So let me say it again. If you care about the environment, what you actually want to do is put the energy in a pipeline. We shouldn't get ourselves in a situation like where the former White House spokesperson, Jen Psaki, acknowledged that the production areas that were to be served by the Keystone Pipeline were still producing the energy. They were still producing the energy. They were just transporting it through other means, which means truck, barge, and train, all of which, once again, Mr. Chairman, have higher emissions profile and pose a greater threat to the environment, which I'll also note was directly contrary to the justification that the White House gave on why they were shutting down the Keystone Pipeline. So Mr. Chairman,
5 minutes, the gentleman from Louisiana.
So Mr. Chairman, I think that it's really important that we're all talking about facts here, that we're recognizing congressional intent and how this very provision has been exercised and used by states for decades and decades. And this recent weaponization to advance or advocate for these energy policies that are resulting, actually, Mr. Chairman, I remind this House that we have watched emissions actually go up under President Biden, not go down. So I keep seeing this sign pop up on the other side that says polluters over people, and I'm not sure what they're talking about other than perhaps describing some of the very energy policies of this administration that have resulted in greater emissions, greater threat to our environment, and of course, unaffordability issues. We've watched as people have been pushed into energy poverty as we've shut down domestic energy sources. So I just encourage, Mr. Chairman, that what we do, instead of getting into this emotional debate and bringing up topics and issues that are not relevant or applicable to the law, that instead we stay focused on facts and figures. Emissions have gone up under this administration versus going down under the previous administration. We've watched as they have advanced or advocated for policies like shutting down Keystone Pipeline, stopping the connection between Marcellus and other American energy sources into communities that are energy starved. And this is resulting in greater emissions in the United States. It's resulting in greater threat to our environment. And most importantly, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that Mr. Rausser's provision does is it really helps to address the affordability issue. We've watched as energy prices have skyrocketed under this administration because of their deliberate attempt, as they have said very candidly, they intend to shut down domestic energy production. They've been very clear on that, and they have been incredibly successful. In fact, you would have to go back to the Truman administration. The Truman administration in the 1940s to get back to the same level of acreage leasing that has been done for energy production that has been done under this administration. And so I strongly urge adoption of this legislation. I strongly support the amendment that Mr. Rausser advocated for and Chairman Sam Graves is pushing right now. And Mr. Chairman, we need to stick to facts here and make sure that we're making policy decisions based on reality. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We know that this side of the aisle is not trying to shut down domestic energy production. In fact, the Inflation Reduction Act made a major investment in clean energy production in the United States to expand the use of renewable energies and renewable energy production. And that's one reason why we want people to vote no on H.R. 1, because this bill removes some of those incentives. And another person who's strongly against this bill is Representative Strickland, and I yield 3 minutes to Representative Strickland of Washington State.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1, the deceptively named Lower Energy Costs Act. This bill will not lower energy costs, and it won't prevent price gouging because Republicans have no plan to lower energy costs. But here's what it will do. It will increase the deficit by $2.4 billion in handouts to big oil and gas. It will worsen the climate crisis, and it ignores the future of our country's clean energy workforce. Republicans are more focused on undoing Democratic accomplishments, which, by the way, have already created over 100,000 jobs, than helping the American people. Polluters over people. This bill forces the government to lease government land to oil and gas companies, even if those companies don't plan to use it. This bill will allow anyone to stake a mining claim on our public lands for less than $10 an acre, even if they haven't discovered any minerals. After that, any mining activity, including dumping toxic mining waste, is considered the highest and best use of those lands. My Republican colleagues will claim that this bill supports permitting. Well, if you look closely, that simply is not true. The main barrier for getting permits approved is staffing levels. There simply aren't enough staff to get permits approved. But I have good news. Democrats have already secured $1 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act for federal agency permitting offices, which will address this issue and is expected to drastically shrink the timelines for permitting without sacrificing safety. The Republican bill fails to address these issues. When Democrats were in charge of the House, we passed transformative legislation to lower the deficit, address climate change, create good union jobs, and actually improve the lives of the American people. We put people over polluters. Instead of helping our constituents, this bill will weaken state and tribal authority under Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. This section was meant to protect communities and water resources by giving them a voice when projects plan to impact their borders. But this bill, it allows special interests to override what tribal nations and states know is best for their own communities. In the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, my colleague, Representative Huffman, offered an amendment to keep tribal rights intact under Section 401 guidelines. But House Republicans chose again not to prioritize the people.
Yield an additional minute.
I will remind my colleagues that these protections are meant to prevent environmental disasters. And we see all across the country radioactive water spills, water crises, chemical pollutants seeping into groundwater and poisoning communities. These catastrophes are not just tragic, they are preventable. And it's the American people, especially marginalized communities, who are left with the consequences. We can make bipartisan strides to protect American energy and security. We can promote innovation without sacrificing our environment or state and tribal rights. Unfortunately, this is not what the majority has brought to us. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. And now yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri has 13 minutes. The gentleman from Washington, 14 minutes. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things I like to do in the Capitol is learn about the individuals that came before us and the wisdom and the just the knowledge that they possessed. Daniel Webster served in the U.S. House of Representatives from 1823 to 1827. He was considered one of the great orators in the U.S. House. He actually served in the other chamber. But a quote, a very good quote of his, went on to say, "Let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, build its institutions, promote all its great interests, and see whether we also, in our day and generation, may not perform something worthy to be remembered." So that individual is the only individual that's quoted here in this chamber. Daniel Webster, right up there on the wall above the dais. And that first part is what says it all. Let us develop the resources of our land. And that is exactly what we are trying to do so that we can be energy dependent on ourselves. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, be allowed to manage the remainder of the time for the majority.
Without objection.
And with that, I would reserve.
Gentleman from North Carolina, gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I'll yield 2 minutes to the representative from New York, Representative Ryan.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong support of clean water and in opposition to H.R. 1. I proudly represent New York's Hudson Valley, the birthplace of the modern environmental movement. In 1962, community members fought back against a massive, dirty power plant on Storm King Mountain, overlooking my alma mater at West Point, that would have pumped toxic chemicals into our Hudson River. Ultimately, that fight led to the passage of the National Environmental Policy Act, landmark legislation that to this day protects and preserves access to clean water, air, and soil. Tragically, my community has a long and well-documented history of big corporations dumping toxic pollutants, particularly PFAS, in our waterways. And while there are many reasons I oppose this bill, I rise today to speak to this aspect in particular. You would think that keeping toxic chemicals out of our water and away from our kids would be a priority for everyone in this body. Sadly, after reading this bill, that is clearly not the case. Rather than working to help families dealing with water poisoned by these forever chemicals, my colleagues are trying to pass legislation that will actually increase the prevalence of these toxins. Every single day in my district, we have kids in Newburgh, seniors in Middletown who cannot access clean water. Asthma rates across my district greatly outpace the national average because of these very pollutants. The Hudson River, which provides drinking water for over 100,000 of my constituents, is still overrun with PCBs and PFAS. To introduce a bill that allows more PFAS and other contaminants into our water without any consideration of safety is an insult to my community and to the American people. I will vote against this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to consume as much time as I may.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, which includes the Water Quality Certification and Energy Project Improvement Act. And that bill is the one that I introduced alongside my friend and colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Garrett Graves. One of many key components in this package, this specific part of the bill helps ensure development of our nation's energy infrastructure at a time when it is most necessary. This is accomplished by clarifying that projects subject to Section 401 of the Clean Water Act are approved or denied based on water quality alone. So unlike what my colleagues have been saying on the other side of the aisle, that we're going to permit dirty water, et cetera, if it's related to water, guess what? Section 401 still applies. The water quality certification process has been and continues to be weaponized by certain states to stifle important energy projects they oppose, particularly pipelines, for political reasons completely unrelated to water quality and outside the scope and the intent of the Clean Water Act. That's all this particular provision addresses. Instead of fairly analyzing a project based on the federal standards set forth by Congress, what's happened is states on the East and West Coast have increasingly weaponized Section 401 for their own ideological purposes, again, totally and completely unrelated to water quality. Here are some examples. In my home state of North Carolina, the Mountain Valley Southgate project was denied, not because of water quality, but because the deciding bureaucrats hold an inherent opposition to the project as a whole. Projects in Washington and New York have been denied due to noise and cultural resources. Nothing to do with water quality. And these are just a few examples of the weaponization of Section 401 of the Clean Water Act statute. So the language that's included here in this package, quite simply, will end this abuse. At a time when American energy production and distribution is under tremendous assault from some in this country, ensuring that America can build the energy infrastructure necessary to responsibly utilize our natural resources, unleash American energy independence, and lower costs for American families is a top priority that this broader bill achieves. And let me put it this way: low-cost, reliable energy is fundamental to prosperity. It isn't the only critical aspect necessary for a nation and her people to be prosperous, but it's awfully hard for a nation to be prosperous without it. Low-cost and reliable energy helps America to produce more goods and therefore put downward pressure on inflation. And boy, do we need all the help we can get. It will enable America to be energy dominant again, increasing American strength abroad. And put another way, it's critical to our economy, our food security, and our national security. And that is why this legislation is so badly needed at this critical time in American history. So I urge my colleagues to support the Lower Energy Cost Act, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the representative from Ohio, Representative Sykes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to put on the record my opposition to H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, for the many unnecessary and unhelpful provisions that would jeopardize the health and well-being of Ohio's 13th congressional district and communities across this great nation. I find it hard to believe that the bill designated as H.R. 1, the priority bill that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are uplifting, would increase the national deficit, all while endangering our communities by creating unsafe drinking water. That's the priority, increasing the national debt and making us less safe. Everyone here agrees we must ensure that the federal government is approving domestic energy projects safely and quickly. And we can all agree that the current permitting process leaves much to be desired. However, this process should not come at the expense of the communities who simply want clean drinking water. I've been in Congress, Mr. Speaker, for about 3 months, and this is at least the second time this body has rejected clean water. And all of this in the backdrop of a train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, just about 40 miles away from my district. But we know pollution knows no boundaries, particularly no congressional boundaries. And whether it's East Palestine or Portage County, where I represent, I simply cannot stand silent as polluters attempt to poison our water. Further, Mr. Speaker, I've listened to accusations of activist governors who would weaponize provisions of the Clean Water Act, and for that reason, states like mine, Ohio, with a Republican governor, Republican statewide leaders, and a Republican supermajority in the legislature, should not decide how to protect the people of our state. Again, I am shocked with the total disregard of the people of Ohio simply to protect polluters. Mr. Speaker, my community elected me to find bipartisan solutions, not pollute their water or pursue partisan politics. And that's why I offered an amendment that would allow states to decide what they thought was best for their communities, and particularly in a state like Ohio, where there's a train derailment that has jeopardized the water quality and safety in Ohio. But that amendment was rejected. There is nothing partisan about wanting to make sure our children and our neighbors can drink a glass of water without worrying if chemicals like vinyl chloride are also being consumed. But time and time and time again, my colleagues are promoting and protecting polluters at the expense of our people, and I simply refuse to vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Jill. Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from Hawaii, Representative Takuda.
Gentleman is recognized.
Aloha, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose H.R. 1, which puts corporations over people. Instead of focusing on the needs of the American people and combating the climate crisis, this bill is a shameful giveaway to polluters through loopholes and industry handouts. In Hawaii, we view the environment as more than just a resource. It's a sacred responsibility, our kuleana, to ourselves and to future generations. From ancient times, Native Hawaiians have sought balance from Mauka to Makai, the mountains to the sea, understanding the intimate connections we have to our precious life-giving resources. This is the kind of future we should be striving for, one that promotes community and fosters responsible use of natural resources. Everyone deserves to have a seat at the table when it comes to proposed projects that could pollute their water and air, especially underserved communities and communities of color who have historically borne the brunt of industrialization, resulting in disproportionate impacts to their health and safety. This bill does the opposite. In addition to shortening public comment periods, this bill would block lawsuits from anyone who did not participate in the comment period. Communities likely do not even know what projects are permitted, let alone the consequences of those permits, until well after the new proposed comment periods. The responsibility should be on developers and projects to win support from communities based on their merits and through meaningful public engagement. Instead, this bill puts the burden on ordinary, hardworking Americans to fight for their basic right to clean air and water. I urge my colleagues to do what is pono, what is right, and put our families, our keiki, and our kupuna above corporate profits and vote no on the Polluters Over People Act. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume, and if I can ask, how much time is remaining on this side?
The gentleman has 8 minutes remaining. And from Washington has 7.5 minutes remaining.
That being the case, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have listened to some comments from our friends on the other side, and I'm just going to share some examples of how the Section 401 Clean Water Act has been weaponized. Some of these I touched on a little earlier, and then some of these have yet to be stated as far as I know. So in Oregon, when a proposed liquefied natural gas pipeline and export terminal, which would have had the capability to liquefy over 1 billion cubic feet of natural gas per day, it was blocked by that state. And the reason? After giving the project applicants the runaround, Oregon denied the certification, citing incomplete information given to the state. Once again, that was a project that was estimated to have generated up to $100 million in revenue annually. Blocked, just like that. Despite FERC finding that the project's plan for environmental mitigation and impact minimization was satisfactory, Oregon denied certification based on reasons outside the scope of the CWA, Clean Water Act. A third example, or my second example here, comes from a proposed natural gas pipeline's 37-mile extension that New York denied. The project would have added enough additional natural gas per day to meet the needs of approximately 2.3 million homes in a region where demand for natural gas is at an all-time high. Additionally, the project would add an estimated $327.2 million to the region's economy. And again, in this case, FERC concluded that any long-term effects would be limited to air quality and noise, and that all project effects would be reduced to less than significant levels. Once again, the state forced the project applicants to come back multiple times with more documents, continuing to move the goalpost each time. And when the state finally gave a straight reason for denying the project, they nominally cited, quote, indirect effects on water resources, but none of these were provisions of the Clean Water Act, Section 401. So those are just a couple other examples of how water quality wasn't even an issue. It was other aspects. They were just using the loopholes in the statute to achieve their end. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we're prepared to close, and so I'll take this time to close. H.R. 1, the bill before us today, is permitting reform in name only, putting polluters who want to fast-track questionable projects ahead of the public's interest. It includes unnecessary and unwarranted giveaways to fossil fuel and mining industries. And this Polluters Over People Act also repeals historic investment in clean energy and climate change investments passed by the previous Congress. And I agree with the administration's statement on this bill, which called for working in a bipartisan manner to address lowering energy costs, work in a bipartisan manner to reform the permitting process, in a bipartisan manner to address our energy challenges. I know my colleagues want to speed up project delivery, and I share that goal, but it's not going to be achieved through H.R. 1. The last Congress, the House and the Senate reached a historic agreement to restore, to upgrade, advance our nation's interconnected infrastructure networks through the bipartisan infrastructure law, including major investments in improving the clean water infrastructure, and a yes vote on H.R. 1 begins to pull back on our ability to maintain the promise of those investments. So I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to consider what real bipartisan work on permitting reform would look like. With that, I'd ask my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, in closing, passage of H.R. 1 is critical for boosting our domestic energy production and lowering energy costs for all Americans. I want to thank Majority Leader Scalise for his leadership on this bill, as well as the chairman of the Energy and Commerce and Natural Resources Committees and our own Chairman Sam Graves of Transportation and Infrastructure. As has been stated, this bill contains many provisions to help streamline the permitting process for energy projects, allowing America to unleash its domestic energy potential. And I'm particularly proud of Division C of H.R. 1, which passed out of our committee, Transportation and Infrastructure, that will stop states from using Section 401 of the Clean Water Act as an excuse to block critical energy projects. Mr. Chairman, I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
I say it? Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 1, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 1 and has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States. When I took office 2 years ago, COVID-19 was raging and our economy was reeling. Millions of workers had lost their jobs. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. Supply chains were snarled and schools were still shuttered. Families across our nation were feeling real pain. But today, 230 million Americans have been vaccinated. We have created a record 12 million jobs, and unemployment is at a more than 50-year low, with near-record lows for Black and Latino workers and women. Wages are rising, inflation is slowing, manufacturing is booming, and our economy is growing. More Americans have health insurance than ever before, and a record 10 million Americans have applied to start a small business. Each application an act of hope. Our economic plan for the nation is working, and American families are starting to have a little more breathing room. I ran for president to rebuild our economy from the bottom up and middle out, not from the top down, because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up and the wealthy still do well. We all do well. For too long, though the backbone of America, the middle class, has been hollowed out. Too many American jobs were shipped overseas. Unions were weakened. Once thriving cities and towns have become shadows of what they were. My economic vision is about investing in those places and people who have been forgotten. That is what we have done in these historic past 2 years. Together, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, CHIPS and Science Act, and Inflation Reduction Act are among the most significant public investments in our nation's history, expected to draw more than $3.5 trillion in public and private funding for infrastructure and industries of the future, including clean energy. It is simple. You cannot be the #1 economy in the world unless you have the best infrastructure in the world. So we are finally rebuilding our roads, bridges, railways, ports, airports, water systems, and more to keep our people safe, our goods moving, and our economy growing. We have already announced over 20,000 projects and awards, creating tens of thousands of good-paying union jobs while requiring that all construction materials are made in America. Americans everywhere can take pride in seeing shovels in the ground for that work. Meanwhile, the CHIPS and Science Act is making sure America once again leads the world in developing and manufacturing the semiconductors that power everything from cell phones to cars. The United States invented those chips, and it is time that we make them at home again so our economy never again relies on chips manufactured abroad. Private companies have already pledged $300 billion in new investments in American manufacturing, many thanks to this law, and they are breaking ground on facilities that will employ tens of thousands of Americans with good jobs and breathe new life into communities across the United States. At the same time, we are taking on powerful special interests to cut costs for working families. For example, lowering health care and prescription drug costs by extending Affordable Care Act subsidies and capping insulin prices and out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare. The Inflation Reduction Act also gives Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices, lowering prices for Americans and saving taxpayers billions of dollars a year. It makes the world's most significant investment in fighting the existential threat of climate change, lowering families' utility bills, building cleaner and more resilient water systems, investing in rural communities, and leading the world to a clean energy economy. Throughout, we have delivered on our commitment to fiscal responsibility, cutting the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion in the first 2 years of my administration, the largest reduction in American history. I have signed into law additional deficit reduction by finally making the wealthy and corporations pay their fair share, including with a new 15% minimum tax on billion-dollar corporations, many of which have been paying zero in taxes. We have also stood firm in our commitment to not raise taxes on anyone earning less than $400,000 a year. Now it is time to finish the job, building on the ambitious progress we have made with new investment in America's future. My 2024 budget is a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America in a fiscally responsible way that leaves no one behind. The budget continues lowering costs for families with new measures to expand health coverage, cap prescription drug costs, invest in quality child care, build affordable housing, reduce home energy bills, and make college more affordable, and more. The budget protects and strengthens Social Security and Medicare, lifelines that tens of millions of seniors have paid into their whole lives with every paycheck so they can retire with dignity. It rejects any cuts to these programs, extends the solvency of Medicare Trust Fund by at least 25 years, and invest in service delivery so that seniors and people with disabilities can access the benefits they have earned. This budget also keeps growing our economy by investing in the foundation of its strength, the American people. That means helping families by providing paid family and medical leave and restoring the full child tax credit, which cut child poverty in half in 2021 to the lowest level in history. It means expanding small business loans, standing up for workers and their fundamental rights to organize, investing in science and innovation, expanding access to preschool, and improving pathways to community college, career-connected high schools, and other high-quality job training. It also means working hard to make our communities safer, expanding access to mental health care, ending cancer as we know it, and much more. In addition, this budget cements our commitment to confronting global challenges and keeping America safe. It outlines crucial investments to outcompete China globally and to continue support for Ukraine in the face of unprovoked Russian aggression. It also continues our work to restore America's global leadership, reviving key alliances and partnerships, strengthening our military, fostering democracy and human rights, protecting global health, honoring our veterans, fixing our immigration system at home, and advancing cybersecurity through implementation of the National Cybersecurity Strategy I just signed. Importantly, my budget does all this while lowering deficits by nearly $3 trillion over the next decade. We more than fully pay for these investments in our future by asking the wealthy and big corporations to pay their fair share. We propose a billionaire minimum tax requiring the wealthiest Americans to pay at least 25% on all of their income, including appreciated assets, because no billionaire should ever pay a lower tax rate than a school teacher or a firefighter. This budget also proposes quadrupling the tax on corporate stocks buybacks, so companies invest more in production to improve quality and lower prices, and less in buybacks that only benefit shareholders and CEOs. This budget closes tax loopholes for the wealthy and cracks down on tax cheats. And it once again ensures that no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in new taxes, period. Today, our nation is at an inflection point that will determine our future for decades to come. But because of the investments that we have made, the United States of America is better positioned to lead than any nation on earth. The budget reflects our values as a nation of good people growing in a new age of possibilities and standing as a beacon to the world. Today, let us put those values into practice and prove that democracy delivers as we keep building a stronger, fairer economy that leaves no one behind. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, March 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations and ordered printed. The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the California Department of Water Resources announced that water deliveries throughout the state water project would be increased to 75% of requested amounts. As well, the Bureau of Reclamation made a similar announcement on 100% in certain districts in Northern California. The state level is an increase from an announced 35% earlier on. These increases are possible due to the massive amount of rain and snowpack California has received from a massive amount of winter storms. Many of our state's reservoirs, once teetering on the brink of being empty, are rapidly filling. While these increased water allocations are good news, there's still a pressing need for more water storage in California. Sites Reservoir in my district is a project that should have been built. Had it been built, would already have 1.5 million acre-feet of water in it. Raising Shasta Dam farther north only 18 feet would result in 630,000 more acre-feet. 1 acre-foot of water, for example, is enough to sustain 2 California families for a whole year. Improving the flood controls and modernizing some of our water infrastructure will allow us to keep more stormwater. Storage is key for California's ability to weather droughts for more than 1 year. Store the water we get in the winter, and we'll have it when we need it in the summer. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor and remember the life of a dear friend and an inspiration to Central Washington communities, Val McCain, who unexpectedly passed away this past Sunday. Val was an incredible leader with over 30 years of industry experience across several continents. At the time of her death, she served as the project director of the waste treatment and immobilization plant and as senior Bechtel vice president. Val was an inspiration to workers across the Hanford site and in the Tri-Cities communities. She also served our local and government communities on boards of the Energy Facility Contractors Group, TRIDEC, the STEM Foundation, and Columbia Industries. Val's death is a loss for our community, but her leadership and contributions to Central Washington will never be forgotten. We should all strive to emulate her engagement and selfless citizenship. May she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Coach Brandon Jernigan, the athletic director at Pierce County High School. Brandon has been named the Georgia High School Association's Region 2A Athletic Director of the Year. He has been a coach for 24 years and has spent the last 15 years at Pierce County High School. For the last 6 years, he has served as Pierce County High School's athletic director. During his time as athletic director, Pierce County has achieved many notable athletic accomplishments, including the school's first state football championship. He has also overlooked large expansion projects for the football, baseball, and softball fields. Brandon is much more than just an athletic director. He is a pillar of his community and someone who has made a lasting impact on everyone around him. His impact on our young men and women will be felt for generations to come. Congratulations on this wonderful accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the topic of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the month of March, the Western Caucus has been highlighting the need for permitting reform in almost every aspect of the federal government. Permitting and regulatory reform have long been a priority for the Western Caucus and has become even more important in recent months. As our nation fights to reestablish energy independence, we need certainty for American energy producers and a reliable process for increased critical mineral mining. As catastrophic wildfires threaten the West year after year, we need permitting processes that empower state and local land managers to effectively manage our forests and our grasslands. As rural communities are faced with more and more federal overreach from the Biden administration, they deserve certainty and transparency. That is why we must reform our broken permitting processes to unlock American investment and unleash the potential of rural America. Landmark environmental protection laws like NEPA and the ESA have truly gotten out of control. While well-intentioned they're now used by serial litigants to stall critical infrastructure and management projects. These far-left environmental groups use the statutes to drive political wedges and ensure America is dependent on her adversaries. Endless cycles of litigation tie the hands of project developers, of land managers, and of private conservationists, all while posing a serious threat to both our local economies as well as our environment. As a farmer from the central part of the state of Washington and as chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, I see how regulations from the federal government have disproportionately negatively impacted our rural communities. This is unfair for so many reasons, but the main one being that these are exactly the men and women that we should be empowering. In rural America, our livelihoods depend on a healthy environment and on our natural resources. We truly have a vested interest in and a storied history of protecting our lands and our waters. We just need the federal government to literally get out of our way. That's why House Republicans have introduced H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, to deliver on our promise to unleash American energy and lower prices for all consumers, regardless of what industry they're engaged in. H.R. 1 updates our broken permitting process to actually let Americans mine, let Americans farm, let Americans manufacture, to process, and to build so that our country can grow and thrive once more. Today, I'm joined by Western Caucus members from across our country who will shed light on how broken the permitting processes throughout the federal government have kneecapped rural communities and how H.R. 1 can help resolve many of these challenges. In order to truly unleash American potential, we must reform our permitting processes, and we will continue to advocate for common sense policies that will do just that. As the preeminent voice for rural America on Capitol Hill, we have an expansive membership who have been on the front lines of the crafting of H.R. 1, our top legislative priority. We will continue to highlight the need for permitting reform to get more energy projects online and lower the cost to battle the inflation caused by the Biden administration's reckless agenda. Mr. Speaker, this evening, many of our members of the Western Caucus will be here participating. And I would like to ask the Speaker's indulgence to ask that Mr. Stauber from Minnesota would actually manage the time for our special order tonight. And with that, I'd like to yield to Mr. Stauber.
Yields back under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss the urgent need for permitting reform to secure America's energy future. H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, will modernize our outdated permitting process for projects and allow us to unlock the full potential of America's energy and mineral resources. I want to discuss the mining provisions of H.R. 1, which includes my Permitting for Mining Needs Act. The district that I represent in northern Minnesota, Minnesota's 8th Congressional District, has 95% of America's nickel reserve, almost 90% of America's cobalt reserve, 75% of our platinum group metals, and more than a third of our copper, all of which are minerals needed for our energy security and mineral supply chains. It's unconscionable that a mining project in my district for these minerals is on year 20 of permitting and litigation. We have the resources and the workforce here in the United States. We just need the will, the political will to mine here. Whether it be mining oil and gas, wind or solar energy, we support all of the above and all of the best energy. But you can't have all of the above and all of the best without permitting reform. We also need permitting reform to build transmission lines, roads, bridges, and more. Take Dairyland Power's Cardinal Hickory Creek transmission line project in Wisconsin, for example. This 103-mile-long project is designed to put more wind power on the grid, but is currently locked in year 7 of permitting because just 1.3 miles of it is unlucky enough to touch federal land. This is simply unacceptable, and we can and must do better. If we want to establish American mineral independence and dominance and end our current reliance on the Chinese Communist Party, we must pass H.R. 1. And I yield. Now I would like to allow 2 minutes to my good friend, Representative Carol Miller from the great state of West Virginia.
Thank you. Today I rise in support of H.R. 1. H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, is about increasing domestic production, permitting reform, reversing President Biden's anti-energy agenda, and streamlining energy exports. To be perfectly frank, The Biden administration has been putting out anti-energy policies since his first week in office. He shut down the Keystone Pipeline and halted permits for domestic energy production that we desperately needed. He drained our strategic petroleum reserves to try to stop the pain from his terrible policies, instead of coming up with real solutions. Just last night, he tweeted that electric cars are the future. I've never seen an administration so out of touch with the American people, which is exactly why these same people affected by anti-energy policies elected a Republican majority in the House of Representatives. In the majority, our first priority is to bring down energy costs and increase energy production. The Lower Energy Costs Act is just the first of many crucial energy policies I'm looking forward to seeing over the next 2 years. One of the pieces of legislation I'm looking forward to seeing is the completion of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. The Mountain Valley Pipeline is a great example of why permitting works, and exactly why we need more of it. But in this project's case, the administration isn't the problem. It's the left-wing courts, who are more radical than Joe Biden, which should really tell you something, who are holding this important pipeline up. When the pipeline is completed, it will be delivering natural gas within months, meaning lower energy prices for Americans as supply will dramatically increase. There is no time to waste. Remember that energy security is national security. I yield back.
Thanks for those comments, Representative Miller. You are spot on. The next speaker will be the Executive Vice Chair of the Western Caucus, Doug LaMalfa from California.
Thank you, Mr. Stauber, for hosting tonight and for your great work on mining in this country that we need so desperately, especially with some of the ideas that are being pushed forward in the name of climate change. So I appreciate Mr. Chairman Newhouse as well for organizing. So what do we know about H.R. 1? The bill was discussed here all afternoon, known as the Lower Energy Costs Act. It will reform the permitting process across industries, cut down on needless red tape, and help drive down energy costs for Americans. We heard all afternoon, though, oh, it's going to be a handout to oil and gas companies. No, it's not. It's going to strip away environmental laws. No, it's not. It will give companies free rein to poison rivers and streams. Yeah, that's really what we're about here. No, it doesn't do that either. It's a monumental win for any American who wants to produce energy, use energy, have their costs lowered, have a secure energy supply long term, instead of importing it from OPEC or China or Russia. The legislation we're talking about, the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, these were signed in the early 70s by a Republican, Richard Nixon. Republicans know how to do things ecologically soundly as well. You wouldn't know it from the other side of the aisle or even the press. But yes, we're interested in doing things correctly. But also there's the reality that people need things. People need energy. People need to stay warm. We need to produce crops in this country instead of importing everything and exporting environmental problems, if they are that, to other countries that do things much dirtier than we ever thought about doing in the Pacific Rim, in China, or what have you. Our natural gas that we produce in this country is extracted during a cleaner process. It's even cleaner fuel than what comes out of Russia. That's why it's good if we were partners with Western Europe on exporting natural gas to them instead of getting it from a pipeline from the Russian Bear. So, despite this critical need for an increase in energy supply, which the need for the world is going to continue to go up, you may have seen the chart earlier we were using where it keeps going higher and higher, and oil and gas and the rest of the world are going to be part of that. Now, they're trying to clamp it down in this country. We're the only ones going to be economically disadvantaged compared to the other countries around the world by doing so. But they yell at us about NEPA being untouchable and what we're talking about in H.R. 1 being a heyday for polluters. It's not that at all. What it does point out is it takes more than a decade to permit a mine more than a decade to get a new mine going in America for all these batteries they're going to want, for all this electrical they're going to want. Canada and Australia can do one in less than 3 years. Then they're not ecologically unsound. These delays in litigation make domestic energy production unprofitable, time-consuming, and it's just not going to happen here, okay? So critical minerals are found in our mines are essential for renewable energy infrastructure. Solar panels, vehicle batteries, charging stations are built with the minerals that are going to have to be either mined in China or with the help of Mr. Staver, maybe they can be mined in this country. America always has some of the strongest environmental standards. We're not going to shake those. We're just going to make a NEPA process that is cleaner and smoother. I mean, I haven't even got to talk about our forests in California and the West yet. You have to have a NEPA to do the smallest thing to have access to the forests so you can tend to them, thin them, make them safe, make them long-term healthy, or have them be able to get at them when a fire does start, which they will. The current process is so cumbersome, it's a barrier to the proper management. That's why the smoke plumes that start in my state on a million-acre fire end up on the East Coast where people have to have health days where they can't go outdoors. We saw that million-acre Dixie Fire in my district. We've seen 70,000 wildfires per year. And so NEPA does not help the process of thinning timber or even putting a culvert in a forest road without having to do this long study that doesn't tell anybody anything other than a way to stall things. So I'm urging my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to break away from the status quo. Don't buy into all these scare tactics of, oh, it's going to poison the rivers and the air and everything else. It doesn't do that. The regulations are still in place. It just streamlines the process so you can reasonably get something done, still with oversight from the federal agencies, as well as the industries themselves that understand that these days it's a really bad idea to go polluting like we did 150 years ago. So I appreciate the time here tonight and the effort everybody's making on H.R. 1. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaMalfa. Very spot-on comments as well. Mr. Speaker, the next person the Western Caucus would like to recognize is Representative Jim Baird, my good friend from Indiana.
Thank you, my colleague from Minnesota. I appreciate the opportunity and you yielding, giving me some time on this program. Today, the gap between rural and urban America has never been wider. As our nation advances and urban communities flourish, far too often our rural communities, which are the backbone of this country, get left behind. Collectively, Hoosiers contribute nearly $200 billion to the U.S. economy through our agricultural exports, in spite of the onerous and outdated regulations that limit their growth potential. Across west central Indiana, our farmers and growers continue to express the same sentiment. We need to cut the red tape that limits our producers and get the federal government out of the way. On average, it takes new solar projects a little over 2 years to receive the necessary federal permits, over 3 years for electricity transmission projects, and over 4 years for new major road projects. Based on that timeline, Democrats' goal to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030 is totally unrealistic and unobtainable. Their own onerous regulations and broken permitting process will be a death knell for their radical climate goals. The reality is that the current permitting process is limiting our potential and stifling American energy production. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. We all stand to benefit when we empower rural America to reach their full potential. And who better than the United States to be the world leader in energy? Until we get out of our own way, we will continue to cede control to countries like China, who lack any semblance of environmental standards or ethical energy processes. Passing H.R. 1 is a critical step in achieving our goal of unleashing American energy. And until we take substantive action to cut this red tape, the millions of tax dollars Congress dedicates to improving our country's infrastructure will be squandered. America's energy independence and rural America's success hinges on our ability to create an efficient and modernized permitting process. It's time for us to get out of the federal way, get the federal government out of the way and give rural America the tools they need to continue feeding and fueling this nation and the world to the very best of their ability. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baird. Your comments about rural America matters, and their voice should be heard in our nation's capital is extremely important. Mr. Chair, I want to now recognize Representative Kevin Kiley from California.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, which does something a little unusual. It acts for a piece of legislation. It actually does what it says it's going to do. The Lower Energy Costs Act. It's going to lower costs for Americans, and in particular in my state of California, where we pay the highest energy costs in the country. It will do that by lowering utility bills, by reducing gas prices, and by reducing the costs of everyday goods, by reducing the cost of transport. And it'll do this by making our country more energy independent, enhancing our capacity for domestic energy production. There are a number of other benefits to this, by the way. It'll create jobs here in the United States. It will enhance our national security. It's much better for the environment than energy produced elsewhere, but it's the affordability facet that I really want to focus on, because that has been my top priority as a member of this new House majority, is focusing on like a laser on reducing the cost of living for Americans who have been crushed under the weight of runaway inflation. And so as background, the first thing that we did as in this new Congress was we voted to repeal the 87,000 IRS agents who were hired by the last Congress. This is going to spare countless Americans, middle-class Americans, from highly intrusive audits. And then the next month, in February, I managed to secure an opinion from the IRS. This was specific to California taxpayers. This reversed a guidance given by the California tax authority saying that you needed to pay taxes on those tax refunds that you got in the mail last year or early this year. We managed to secure an opinion from the IRS saying you don't have to pay taxes on that, saving Californians several $100s with that step alone. But it's H.R. 1, this bill, the Lower Energy Costs Act, that is the most important step yet to lower the cost of living for people in California and across the country. And here's exactly how the bill does this. Number one, it's going to reduce your utility bills by repealing $6.4 billion in taxes on natural gas. This was part of the Biden administration's energy program last year, which of course caused gas prices to go over $7 a gallon in many places. But also part of that was a major tax that was placed on natural gas. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has found that this tax is ultimately paid for by Americans through higher home heating costs and utility bills. H.R. 1 repeals this tax, and consumers will pocket those savings through lower utility bills. But the second effect of this legislation will be to reduce gas prices, and that's primarily done through reforming our broken permitting process. Now, this might sound like sort of an arcane issue, but it is fundamental to the high, out-of-control costs of gas that we've been dealing with in this country, where we have a broken permitting process that blocks projects for months, for years, often indefinitely, through never-ending federal reviews, not to mention frivolous litigation. So this bill will streamline the permitting and review process by capping reviews at 1 year for environmental assessments and 2 years for environmental impact statements. More than enough time. There's also going to be a 120-day deadline implemented on filing a lawsuit on final agency actions concerning energy projects. The bill also requires the Interior Department to resume quarterly sales of onshore oil and gas leases, and among many other steps, which will unleash the American energy sector, create middle-class jobs, and increase the supply of gas available to reduce prices at the pump. And finally, it's worth mentioning the other overall effect of this bill, which is to reduce the costs of everyday goods and services. By reducing the cost of gasoline, every good transported to a store, whether it's groceries, furniture, or any other everyday necessities, are going to be cheaper to transport, and those savings as well will be passed on to consumers. So I am proud to stand with my colleagues in the new majority in supporting this legislation, in fighting to reduce inflation, and to making the American dream accessible to more people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you for those spot-on words, Mr. Kiley. You demonstrated that H.R. 1 will save the American people money so they have more money in their pockets so they can take care of their families. You are absolutely right. Higher energy costs for oil and gas equal the rising cost in food prices. So thank you very much. The next speaker is my colleague and friend from the neighboring state of Wisconsin and one of the vice chairs of the Western Caucus, Mr. Tom Tiffany.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1, we heard that bill today. I had a chance to speak on it, lowering energy costs. This is one of the steps that we can take as this Congress to get the permitting process under control, save money for Americans that seek to go through this process, and have a healthier economy and environment. In fact, I would ask my colleague from Minnesota, aren't we all environmentalists these days?
Mr. Tiffany, I'm the father of 6 children, and you are the father of 3. Nobody controls that term environmentalist. We are all environmentalists. You're right.
We all care about the environment. It isn't like 50 and 60 years ago. In fact, we live in regions where I think about our paper mills from decades ago, where there was sludge that went down those rivers. In fact, I ran our dinner and excursion boat on one of those rivers, the Wisconsin River, and people were so surprised when they came on our boat and said, wow, this used to be covered with sludge. We didn't see eagles and loons and wildlife like that back in our day, but we do see it now. The same thing has happened in northern Minnesota, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
So we just heard a statement from the president that was read just before we came here as the Western Caucus, and he talked about the infrastructure bill and other pieces of legislation that are doing these wonders for Americans. I would just point out a few flaws with what he is saying. So you go to Vilas County in the 7th Congressional District in Wisconsin, right near where I live, and there's a small town that is attempting to get a road project done via federal funding with the infrastructure bill. The quote that they have gotten as a result of having to go through federal permitting is $1.5 million. I think it's to fix 2.6 miles of road. I went to a local road contractor and asked them, how much would it cost if you didn't have to go through the federal process? Half of that. $750,000. We are not going to get the bang for our buck and get more projects done, including ones that could benefit the environment as a result of having to pay far more for that federal permitting process. Let's also, the president talked extensively about the Green New Deal and how this great thing that's going to happen to the United States of America. Wisconsin was just warned this last year for the first time that we may be subject to blackouts this past summer. And why is that? Because we're going to intermittent sources of power. We're not replacing our base load power. And the gentleman next to me here from Minnesota knows all about a project that is going on in a community right across from his hometown of Duluth, Minnesota, in Superior, Wisconsin, the Nemadji Trail Project. You're very familiar with it, aren't you?
I am.
The Nemadji Trail Project is a natural gas project to produce electricity to be able to provide that base load power, especially if we're going to go to more intermittent sources of power. Guess what the Biden EPA is doing? They have brought the hammer down on that project and said, we are going to make you go through this permitting process even longer, which has already been for 5 years. This is nearly $1 billion investment to provide reliable, affordable, clean electricity for people that live in the Northland of the upper Midwest of Minnesota, Wisconsin. And here the Biden administration is trying to stop that project. That is what is happening. So I say we can have both a clean environment and a growing economy. In fact, I would say if we don't have a growing economy, we will not have a clean environment. What funds those environmental projects? I saw it as a state legislator. What funds that is when we have a robust economy. I just think about when we had our business, Wilderness Cruises, my wife and I, for 20 years. When did we do well? We did well when the industrial economy was doing well, when the paper mills and the various industrial plants were doing well. When they were doing well, we were doing well. When they didn't, we didn't do well. It is not mutually exclusive. The environment and the economy, having a healthy environment, a healthy economy, go together. So it is time to reform NEPA. These are really modest changes that we're making in the lowering energy prices bill. We are not changing environmental standards. We believe in high environmental standards, but we need to do it in a more expeditious manner. The gentleman from Minnesota, what did you say, 20 years for the mining project? Is that the Twin Metals project?
PolyMet, it's for the New Range, 20 years in the permitting process.
And the Biden administration brought the hammer down on that one also, didn't they?
And the Twin Metals one. Correct.
So how are we going to have transition to this electrified economy? How are we going to do that if we do not have the metals to do it? We can't. There's no doubt about it. But let's be real clear. And I thought the speaker did a terrific job today of laying out what the choice is. Are you on the side of China and Russia, or are you on the side of the United States of America? That's really the choice. Because we're deciding at this point, with bills like this, we are deciding, is the 21st century going to be an American century, or is it going to be a communist Chinese century? Because the communist Chinese government has made it very clear. They have made it very clear. They seek world dominance. They seek to be the country of the 21st century that everyone will turn to, just like America was in the 20th century. The choice is before us. Is this going to be an American century, the 21st century, just like the 20th century or not? If you're on the side of America, you will be voting for the lowering energy bill. Thank you so much, and I yield back to the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Tiffany. And again, this is about modernizing our permitting process without reducing any environmental standards, as you so clearly stated. We appreciate those comments. Mr. Chair, as you can see, my Western Caucus colleagues, many of them have made it very clear. We need permitting reform. I thank them for their comments tonight, and I yield back. And I do move that the House do now adjourn.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate.